My fellow Americans. Actually, this is worldwide, of course. So it's not just Americans. It's our voice of college football community, which is worldwide. It's global. Thank you so much for being here, everyone. And we have done this each off season for quite a few years. I have not kept track, but for quite a few years, we have presented our Voice of College Football State of the. So thank you so much for being here. If you are here to talk college football, we will see you tomorrow. If you are here to talk college football, we appreciate you, and you are in the right place 364 other days of the year. This is the place to be for college football discussion, debate, and analysis, of course, but just not on this night. This is all about the voice of college football, this channel, this network of channels, and everything that we've got going on. And it is time to update all of you on what we've done, what we've accomplished, more so what we have planned, what we envision, and also to take time to thank you and to show some gratitude about all that you have done to help us and support us and show your loyalty here at the Voice for College Football. So this may last 45 minutes. This may last 2 hours. It may last 10 hours. I don't know how long I'm going to be sitting here, but for as long as I've got something to say about the Voice for College Football, we are going to review everything I possibly can think of. I've been compiling a list for probably 3 months because we typically do this right around the same time that there is a State of the Union address in this wonderful nation of ours. Not because of that, but because of the college football season having just ended. We give it about 2 weeks, and then we present our off-season plan and where we stand and where we want to go from here. But there's been quite a few items to clean up and things going on here at the Voice of College Football. There's been a move. And so you see our wonderful new set. We've got a blank canvas. So we'll see what we do with that. All right. We may take some calls later. We may. I can't promise it. If you really have something to say. And again, nothing about college football tonight. Nothing. We don't care about college football tonight. Now, if you want to talk about college football in the chat, I am not stopping you. I'm not going to ban you. Nothing like that. That's not how we roll here at the Voice of College Football. So carry on those conversations. That's fine if that's what you want to do. But the real reason we are here is the state of the Voice of College Football. And we're going to run through this. There is so much to talk about. I think that many of you understand that the state of our channel and the state of this network is nowhere close to where I would like it to be. I truly don't know if it will ever achieve those heights. And I'm not even talking about necessarily views and income and subscribers and all of that. Of course I am. That's one of the reasons I'm doing it. That's why you go to your job. That's why we have built this business. That's why if you don't know the backstory, maybe we'll start right here. This is the backstory. Let's get to it. All right. My first big thank you goes out to one Marty McPadden. Marty might be listening. Not a college football fan. So why would I start with Marty? And again, I'm warning you folks, this might be 10 hours from now. You could probably go to sleep tonight and I'll still be talking tomorrow morning because there's much to say and many people to thank. So we're starting with my guy, Marty. I have known Marty since I started at ESPN in 2001. He actually interviewed me along with about 37 other people at the time. As you go through a car wash at ESPN from the beginning of the day, you literally have like an 8 or 9 hour interview at ESPN. But they somehow found it in their hearts to hire me and employ me for 19 years. So the birth of this channel, I can attribute to Marty, and this is why. Some of you know that I have a sportscasting and newscasting background. This is going to be difficult for many of you to comprehend, but there was a day and age in which this was not possible. There was no internet. We did not have the internet. I went to Kent State University, graduated from there in broadcast journalism. And I wanted to be, first, I wanted to be a sports writer. Then I wanted to be a sportscaster. So then I took my first job at WNCO TV 59, Ashland, Ohio, country music station. I was a newscaster, news anchor, just a kid. Couldn't even grow this at the time. Actually, I could. It just wasn't gray. And yes, that was my first job. I was there for 3 years, play-by-play on the weekends, Ashland University, football, basketball, high school football, basketball, the whole deal. Loved it. That's what I did. Didn't make any money, but I loved it. Next job, WNCO or WCBI, sports director, Columbus, Mississippi, covered the SEC. I had many times reference covering the SEC, and it was a great place to be in regards to Alabama was 1 hour away. Mississippi State was 25, 30 minutes away. Ole Miss was 2 hours away. We had to cover all three. We talked SEC football every day. So I went to the games, went to the practices, the whole deal for 6, 7 years, and ran the sports department there. So that was a whole lot of fun. And in a sense, that was the best job I ever had, especially working for the people that I did. They let me do pretty much whatever I wanted. Then I moved on to ESPN. After a year and a half out of the business, that's a tale for another time, out of the business. If you know local television, you know some of the corruption, you know some of the backdoor dealings, you know some of the just the station gets sold, things happen, so forth. So I decided to quit my job. I left Mississippi, went back to Ohio, worked at the famed Walmart, just needed to support the wife and kids for a few years. So year and a half there. Go to ESPN. And I will credit my wife at the time. She found the ad that said, looking for someone with exhaustive sports knowledge and producer skills. That's what it was. Yes. So, hey, 3 interviews later and a trip to Bristol, Connecticut and a 9-hour interview, I get the job. And they quizzed me on sports and all sorts of stuff. I was at ESPN for 19 years. So I'm not going to go into the hairy details here with ESPN. But at one point with ESPN, they were starting to get into digital media. And this is way before there were tons of videos on YouTube. Well, there was YouTube. 2006 was the outset of YouTube. But this is about 2008, 2009. ESPN launched a phone. They were getting into digital media, but nobody paid any attention to it. We were the big TV guys. We were running the real operation. They were down in the basement somewhere. Nobody paid any attention. Nobody watched. They were taking like interns and PAs, which are production assistants, and putting them on the air. So anyway, I had somebody contact me at one point and said, Mark, we're with digital media, and we had somebody suggest that we contact you, that you can actually talk and present sports and know what you're talking about. And we would like you to audition, give us your resume tape, that sort of thing. So I said, absolutely. So I auditioned, they liked it, and the resume and so forth. And you hand in your little resume, your like hard drive resume at the time. I don't know if that was a tape. I think it was, we were beyond, I think I handed them a disc, a CD with my resume that was ancient at that point. But anyway, so they have all these great ideas for what they want me to do. Plus, they also had me do highlights. The Yankees Angels game's over. Mark, we want you to cut the highlights. Here's the shot sheet. A producer watches the game. They do a shot sheet, what's called a shot sheet, that says, first inning, Derek Jeter, single to right, Bobby Abreu scores, etc. 1-0 Yankees. and then you add your shtick to it, your style. So would cut the highlights for ESPN.com. So you would hear me if you watch the Yankees Angels highlights on ESPN.com when I was working, then and this was not my primary job. Okay, I was a production operations manager. That's what I did. I was in management, but this was kind of a side gig, and I was a freelancer. Um, and so that was a whole lot of fun, but that got in the way of my real job, and they wouldn't allow me to do it anymore, even though these folks in ESPN Digital wanted me to work for them. So anyway, my buddy Marty, one night, because he was working in production operations management with me, and let's say he was working that shift, I was off, but I'm working my freelance gig cross campus in digital, and I would feed Marty and say, look at this highlight. And he'd go on ESPN.com. And at one point he said, and especially when it all dried up and they wouldn't let me do it anymore, he said, Mark, you don't need these people. Start a YouTube channel. And ever since then, Marty he holds my hand every step of the way in regards to technology and equipment. Tells me what lights to buy, what audio board to buy, that hasn't been used in a year and a half and has dust on it, needs to be cleaned, but it's a Rodecaster and it's a really good piece of equipment. And again, it was quite pricey, and it will be used here soon again, because we've had a lot of ups and downs in terms of personal situation and have lived in 3 different locations in the last year and a half. And now we are settled. Okay. We're settled. You haven't seen my best. Hopefully we get there. So there's the Rodecaster right there. And there's all sorts of stuff that you can't see right this second. Yeah, just stuff that needs to be utilized. Okay. You probably saw nothing. So Marty's been phenomenal. As recently as today, I got a shipment from Marty of some cameras that I can utilize elsewhere in what is, yes, this is not a bedroom, it's a studio. And even if it's it's not going to be a bedroom, because I got mine, I've got one for guests. I'm in good shape. So we are good to go. This is a studio. Yes, absolutely. So much to do here. But Marty, thank you. If you're listening, if you're watching, even if you're not, thank you for everything. And what I just told all of you folks is it's a drop in the ocean of what Marty has done for me. So thank you for that, Marty. Marty believed in me. He knew. He's excited. He's an entrepreneur to the hilt. So thank you for that, Marty. I cannot thank you enough. You're my man. All right. Hopefully you get a big smile on your face. And if you didn't get a chance to see this, I will clip it off and send it to you, Marty. Marty's phenomenal. Can't say enough about him. All right. I'm going to give this one up for my son in particular. So I have 2 children that are the very best. They're just, I could gush about them forever. But I will point my son out in particular just because a lot of the graphics you see are his creation. So I build all the thumbnails and so forth, but he actually got me on Canva, showed me how to do it. And if you ever see a really nice thumbnail, which you don't anymore because he's too busy, but from years ago, we actually built better thumbnails on this channel and the rest of our channels because he did them. So every so often when I've got a big initiative and I'm trying to build a thumbnail that we're going to continue to replicate, then I will say, son, help me out. And he will come to the rescue. But again, he's got his career, he's got his business, and he's doing phenomenal. But in terms of getting me started from a graphic standpoint, thumbnails, he's got an eye for it. And, when you see stuff like that, that was my boy. That was my boy that did that. All this stuff. Okay. And and much better than that. Okay. We're just getting started here. Appreciate everyone being here. And I don't see right this second who's in the chat. And we're just going to belabor it if I go through everyone who's in the chat. So we're not going to make it about that. You know what this reminds me of? We did a show when I hit, when we hit, it's all of us. We all get this done. 5,000 subscribers. And I got a cake and we celebrated. Yeah, that was in May of 2019. So that was 5 years ago. So think about this. 5 years ago, we hit 5,000 subscribers. And again, I should pull that that video, that live stream. We got a cake and the whole deal. And so we've grown from 5,000, even though I got to admit, so I'm going to be very honest. We're going to be optimistic. We're going to be very hopeful during this live stream. This is going to be a positive live stream about you amazing people, about everything that we're doing and what we're going to do and what we envision. But I'm going to be very real with you guys as well, because the subscriber count and all that has been pretty horrible. Basically, the worst it's ever been since I've gotten to a certain point. Like the number of views and subscribers, just awful recently. Awful. And part of that's been, I have been moving and dealing with mortgage companies, and my closing was not a mess. It was a bit troublesome for quite some time, and you move and that. So that slowed us down a little bit here in the last couple of months. But shoot. Oh, back to the 5,000 subscribers. So think about this. If we go back to, and we may pull up some numbers tonight, YouTube is phenomenal when it comes to providing analytics. For any of you that are on YouTube as content creators, you know, they provide you with just about any statistic. We can go back and see how many people watched this in Spokane, Washington, which I'm sure it's going to be half the city of Spokane is going to be watching us tonight. But you can pull just anything out of YouTube in regards to analytics. It's phenomenal. So yes, but to do the rough numbers, of course, we're at less than 5 years since hitting 5,000. So we've grown from 5,000 to 44,000 subs since then. But again, I got to tell you, the last month or two, good Lord. I would have to admit, when I left ESPN, the first year or so after, I thought, we got it made. This thing's growing. We're building. The income, got it made. Since then, one thing that YouTube has done, and they have every right to do whatever they want with their business to a certain extent, is YouTube has slashed revenue basically in half. So you can produce the same numbers today, whether that's a video that gets 5,000 views or whatever the case might be. And there's more that goes into the analytics than just X number of views gives you X number of dollars. It's not that simple. There's a whole complicated deal to it. We're not going to get into that. But something happened in early 2022 where YouTube basically said, and I'm using rough estimates, basically said, we're cutting everybody in half in regards to revenue. At least that's been my experience and the experience of at least one main person that I know of, that we were like, what is going on? What? Whoa. We had this many views this month. Now we're suddenly making, what happened here? Because I got to tell you, again, near the end of 2021, I thought, man, I got some big goals here. We're rolling. So it's been a bit trying from that standpoint for the last 2+ years. We appreciate you being here at the State of the Voice of College Football. All you fine people, I see all the familiar names here. Thank you for being here. And I'm going to sit here forever and talk because I want to run through everything. And I will be thanking all sorts of good people out there here soon. All right. So kind of the kind of the epiphany of sorts in terms of this channel came in October of 2020. And that's what happened was I started this channel. I talked about the whole Marty story and I started the channel. And the reason this channel is called Mark Rogers TV is because I'm an egomaniac and I wanted to see my no. The reason the name is Mark Rogers TV is because I knew I was going to talk about sports, but I was much more of a well-rounded sports fan in 2010. Good Lord, I've had a YouTube channel since 2010 than I am now. So if you look at my first 50 videos, I'm talking about Major League Baseball one day. I even talked about Tiger Woods one day. I talked about the NFL draft the next day. It didn't take long before I figured, Mark, you can't talk about everything. And actually, now that I think about it, maybe I could. Maybe I should have continued down that path because there are people that are successful as just kind of personalities that have a niche. So the niche would be sports, but that's an enormous niche. So my thought process was, oh, I can't. If I cut a baseball video today, and granted, I had a full-time job. I was working 50 hours a week, and I was responsible for 12 or 13 direct reports and a staff of, not me personally, but we managed 150 people and all that other business. So I had a legitimate job on the side. And people would, very nice people would say from time to time when they found out that I had a full-time job, they were like, you had a full-time job and you're doing this? So I decided to niche down to college football because it has proven out to be my number one love in sports. Most of my life, I would have said when people asked me, and I did say this all the time, NFL, Major League Baseball, college football are all tied for first. Don't ask me to separate them or select one. They are all tied for first. But it's proven out college football, baseball's dropped off. The NFL, I still watch a little bit, but I probably would have been actually at that point would have been more prepared and better prepared and more knowledgeable to talk about Major League Baseball or the NFL than college football. For as much as some people believe I know about college football, and I think I'm well versed, I probably knew more about those two than even college football. So anyway, we niched down. So the reason we started with Mark Rogers TV is because I didn't know I was just going to talk about sports. So we left it at that. Now, where did the voice of college football come from? And of course, I took all sorts of time here to just build out this production here, folks. So be wowed and be amazed at our banners are going to set us up for every topic here. Why the voice of college football? So every so often, I do get a snide remark about, oh, you think you're the voice of college football. Oh, you're not the voice of college football or whatever. But for every one of those I get, I've got to say I probably get 20 or 30 that are very complimentary about that title, if that's what you want to call it. So the reason we came up with the voice of college football was because of you. Wherever you are, it wasn't one person, it wasn't two, it wasn't three, it was about 15 or 20 people over the course of several months. I would read the comments and people would say things like, about the Penn State quarterback situation, da 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 da. And since you are the voice of college football, da 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 da, and ask me a question. And I would just read that and be like, where's that coming from? But I didn't do anything about it until it just kept happening. And I was talking to my buddy Steve. I don't say the word very often. Shout out to Steve. I don't like those generic terms. It's already been, yeah. So shout out to Steve. But so Steve at one point, And it's funny because other people have told me that they told me the same thing. But I remember Steve telling me, he's like, Mark, hello, you need to run with that. These people are calling you the voice of college football. You run with that. And it's not like one knucklehead did it. He's like, you got like 25, 30 people that have said this. That's a great name. And I went, oh, light went on. I'm not the brightest guy. Bing. Okay. Thank you. We're going to go with that. The voice of college football. So that's why you see certain stuff branded Mark Rogers TV, because the Twitter handle has been that. And but we have pushed the voice of college football. That's where that came from. It came from you, or from a bunch of people that don't watch anymore. Whoever they are, I wish I would have taken names. I should have taken names at the time, because I would thank those people. Okay, am I the voice of college football? I don't know. You tell me. It doesn't matter to me. If you look up the voice of college football, the actual voice, meaning a speaking voice, like vibrato and resonance and vocal cords, well, that's Keith Jackson. Keith Jackson is the voice of college football. But Keith Jackson did not give his opinion. He was a play-by-play announcer. So he was the actual physical voice of college football. I would never debate that in any such way. I grew up on Keith Jackson, just like many of you. He is arguably the greatest of all time at what he did. Yes, he is the physical voice of college football. When we are speaking of a voice of college football here, we are talking about opinion. You have a voice. I've got a voice. Yes. We did some work with SC1 Sports, and it was funny because at one point, in working with me and us collaborating, he received a couple comments, because he largely received good feedback that he was working with me, and some of my content was posted on his channels. But at one point, there were a couple people that were like, "That guy calls him the voice of college football, calls himself what who does he think he is?" And Chris would make the comment back to them, "Well, he's just saying that the network, the channel, is the voice of college football." And I told him, I said, however you want to define it or interpret it, but I am not giving up the voice of college football. For those people that say, I am the voice of college football, thank you. I'll take it. So I said, you know what? And that's, I had some conversations with some people as well that said, no, most people that are successful in life are bold. And so, yeah. Am I the voice of college football? That's up to you. So we are definitely the voice of college football. You've got a voice. I've got a voice. The guests we bring on, they've got a voice. So together, we are the voice of college football. So we will leave it at that, but define it as you would. All right, goals. Goals. I didn't really think about this too well, although we do have a big vision for this, and we've got so many things going on and so many things we want to achieve and accomplish. But we do have to have sheer numbers to drive this and to succeed. I'm going to say that I would like to sometime this year have 300,000 views per month, which you guys have probably no idea how many views I get per month. I've done as many as 450 to 500,000 views in a month, just on the main channel, not all the channels, just the main channel. But I would say we average more in the low 200s, and that has taken a huge hit recently. I was looking for this month. We've got like this will be the worst month we've pretty much ever had once we got to a certain point. So I would like to bring us to a place where in the off season, we get 300,000 views per month. And in season, we get more like 800,000 views per month just on the main channel. And how are we going to do that? Well, we have all these team channels, which I know you guys love, and I love it too. And it's my responsibility that we have so many channels. We kind of have too many channels. And I'm going to contradict myself because we've started a bunch of other channels, or at least on the surface, it appears as though we've started other channels. We have not. We've just reacquired, or we have gotten into a situation with SD1 Sports where we are putting our branding and our name on a number of these channels. So in the past, we've had a number of SEC channels: Alabama, Georgia, Florida, Tennessee, and others. And those went away for a long time. And now you may notice that they're back with the voice of college football. I'm not going to take you through the lengthy story of how that all came about. But basically, other people, SG1 Sports owns that, but they have offered us and want us to brand it, push it, do what we want for the most part. And so that's why suddenly, boom, we jumped up to another 8 channels or whatever the number is. But truth be told, and we're going to go through every channel. Like I said, I don't know who's going to be sitting here with me however many hours from now, but I will appreciate if it's 3 people. I think we're going to go through every channel just to remind you, hey, we've got a Virginia Tech channel. Is there a reason for you to go to the Virginia Tech channel right now? No, don't go there. No, there's nothing there. Wisconsin, there's nothing there. North Carolina, there's nothing there. Nothing. Auburn, Texas A&M, South Carolina. No, I would say don't bother. We pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed to get those revved up and going, but what is going to be better here going forward is for me to focus along with someone else or a group of people on a particular team channel and to make it strong, and then move on to been trying to do too much all at once. We have a strong USC channel. We have a strong Nebraska channel, Florida State, Ohio State, Michigan, Iowa. Those are pretty much and when I say strong, are they as strong as they need to be? No, nowhere close, but they are the strongest channels we have. So I truly believe that the way this is going to succeed is for me to focus on the main channel as much as possible. My goal, and I believe this is the best way to run it, because we all know college football is not popular enough and just the topic matter to just produce a video each week. You see these channels out there that have there's a dude out there. I don't know who he is. I don't even know what he talks about, really. I've clicked on him about 4 times. He's like a hippie guy that's probably like 35 years old, and he's not exciting. He doesn't seem rather interesting. He doesn't seem funny. I don't know what his allure is, and I'm not criticizing him. That's just my first, second, third, and eighth impression. But this guy jumps on a live stream and there's 25,000 people watching him. He's got videos about nothing, but they're obviously more wide spread topics that more people around the world are interested in. And it's not about politics. I don't know what he's talking about. Whatever's in the news outside of politics regarding whatever. And he churns out these videos. And if you know anything about the YouTube game and you see somebody that's pulling in 1 million views a video, they're loaded. They're loaded for 2 reasons. They're loaded just pulling in the ad revenue from YouTube on $1 million video, which would roughly make you generally make about $6 per 1,000 views. So what's that? Is that $6,000 or is that $60,000? 60 for 10,000, I think it's $6,000. So you put out one video a week and you make $6,000 a week. And then you put out a live stream and he's got like super chats coming in like they're going out of style. And this dude's probably pulling in. And then if you're that popular, then of course, sponsorships just fall on your head. So we don't have a topic like that. College football is not going to explode in such a way. So I believe, because I hope I'm not throwing my daughter out there with this comment, because my daughter is in PR and marketing. She graduated from the fine school of the University of Rhode Island. She is my precious girl, and she is so smart, and she's doing great. She's in the work world now for 3 years and doing great and everything. You know what she tells me all the time? Dad, look at all these successful YouTube channels. You do way too much content. You were shoving this down people's throats. Too much supply and demand. Do like one video that's really good, like edit it to a T. And I have to push back and say, but I work in a news generated industry. There's news every day. If I just say, you know what, I'm going to release my quarterbacks rankings this week, and that's the only video I'm producing, and I'm going to just meticulously refine this video until it's perfect and it's got all these fancy graphics and stuff flying all over the place. I just don't think that's going to work. But I will say that I do a poor job of selecting topics, because there's a huge difference between what I want to talk about and what you want to listen to. Huge difference there. So I need to be more on the pulse of what you want to hear and less about, this channel is not about me, it's about you and what you want. I would sit up here and talk more football, more about like ranking quarterbacks and that sort of thing. That's what I would do more. You want to hear more about the Florida State fan base is mad at Kirk Herbstreit because Kirk Herbstreit said that they don't deserve to be in the playoff. That's what you want to hear. You want to hear conjecture. You want to hear rumor. You want to hear gossip. That's all there is to it. And that becomes more and more and more. We've gotten to a place in this world where we got to a place at one point in the last 10 or 15 years where it became not about what happened on the field, but what somebody said about what happened on the field. Now we're getting to a point where it's more about what somebody says and their critique of what somebody said about what happened on the field. We've got people reacting to other people's reactions. That's how ridiculous it is. If you really look on YouTube concerning sports and other topics, there are tons of successful videos that are people responding to other people's responses. It seems crazy to me. When I hear that, and I'm not going the political route here, I'm just throwing a name out there. If I want to see Tucker Carlson's interview with whomever, it's hard for me to find that interview. What you find is everybody's reaction to it. I don't care about their reaction. I just want to watch the interview. I can draw my own conclusions. I don't care to weed through what is mostly, when you really get down to it, I'll try not to be mean here. Most people really aren't that interesting uh, and that insightful in their analysis. They're pretty much telling me everything that is just painfully obvious. So, anyway, I need to do a better job of selecting topics. I would love to have somebody that every morning would scan the internet and say, Mark, this is the pulse of college football this morning. This is what you need to be talking about. This is the topic. A few weeks ago. So my recent videos are not they're awful. Nobody's watching them. Most of them. Uh, like I released a video with our buddy Tim Aiden from Black Shoe Diaries last night on Penn State's offense. Nobody watched that. And like when I say nobody, I mean like if I had 100 subs, that would be a horrible video. So I need to stop wasting my time doing stuff like that because I probably spent 30 or 40 minutes looking at the Penn State offense. Then I contact him. We go back and forth. We record for 30 or 40 minutes. I edited. I probably got 2 hours into a video at least that's made like 50 cents. So I'm really not looking to make like a dime an hour. That's dumb. So about the last really successful video, even videos that get 3, 4, 5,000 views, that really doesn't do it. That really doesn't keep me going. About 2 weeks ago, I thought, okay, I'm going to size up the ACC contenders for entry into the Big Ten and the SEC. That got 20,000 views. That was worth it. Okay, I need to do that every day. I would like to do that twice a day. I would like to produce one video that is, this is what people are searching for out there. The other video may be part of a series I'm doing, if I'm doing all the positions in the Big Ten, something like that, or I'm doing a TV rating series. I love doing stuff like that. And you guys somewhat have an appetite for that, depending. I was sorely disappointed with our coaches' rankings. Nobody watched those videos at all. And some of it's thumbnail, some of it's title, and some of it's timing. Because I've got coaches' rankings from previous years that people love, people watch. They have 10,000, 15,000 views. These coaches' rankings I just did this year, I put way too much time and attention building graphics. Yeah. They were a complete and utter disaster. I can't do that anymore. So again, need to do a good job of finding out what the pulse of the wish I could show you this. I can't on this laptop. Because this kind of leads into our first announcement here. So we are going to, along those lines, starting on April 15th, tax day, we're going to brighten your tax day. Yes, we are. We are going to brighten your tax day, April 15th, and all the days after that with Wake Up College Football. And I wish I had the graphic downloaded to show you. I'll show it to you this way. I'll do it the old-fashioned way because I can't pull up Canva there. So we'll pull it up right here. But if you've heard me through the years, you know I don't like to get up in the morning. I do, obviously, at 11:39 a.m. No, I get up at like 8 in the morning usually. Actually, since I've been living here, it's kind of strange because I'll go to sleep at 4 in the morning and I'm awake at 6:37 and I'm ready to go. I'm wide awake. Boom, let's go. But we are starting a show on April 15th, and it's going to be at 8 o'clock in the morning, Eastern time. I guess that's early enough because that's going to be 7 Central, 6 Mountain, 5 on the West Coast. And it's going to be called Wake Up College Football. And don't even ask me where I got this idea. I came up with the name. A number of people, different people planted things in my brain that led me to, okay, we're going to start a morning show. I've been thinking for years, ever since I left ESPN in 2020, I didn't even finish that story, but ever since I left ESPN in 2020, I thought, okay, this is my opportunity to finally live a normal life. I've been working till 4 o'clock in the morning for all these years. I can finally live a normal life. And I read all these things about that's what's healthiest for you, to get up at the crack of dawn and go to bed and sleep. You know, the good Lord has shown us when we should be sleeping and when we should be rising. He basically let us know that. I've been fighting that, and my job has not helped, that's for sure. So this is going to force me up at 7 o'clock in the morning, starting April 15th. Wake Up College Football. I'm interested to see what kind of audience we have, both in regards to number, and also I'm interested to see what kind of audience we have in terms of people, the individuals, how different the audience is, who's watching me, and if we pick up more different people at that time, and also just the people that like to comment and watch the videos, but they're not around at the times that we typically go live. So that's what I've built so far. So I took the Voice of College Football logo and I morninged it up there. So Wake Up College Football coming your way. And I'm not going to say anything else about it because I'm not going to just be sitting here and doing exactly the same thing that I do just earlier in the day. No. It's going to be a much different show. Okay. So that's the first big unveiling. Hopefully you can join us 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Wake Up College Football starting on April 15th. All right. Back to the goals. 300,000 views per month in the off season, 800,000 per month in season. We're not even close to that. Okay. Sponsorships. I'm not a salesman. I really don't know how to get sponsorships. I'm undergoing a curriculum right now that is teaching me, hopefully teaching me how to go out and get sponsorships. It's a bit painstaking because it's taking me away from all of this. And I'm watching video after video after video and curriculum and meeting and da. So hopefully that will benefit us at some point. But you will never hear me say, unless it slips, that we need to do anything. We don't need anything. But sponsorships would be good because YouTube doesn't pay enough and we need to branch out and we need multiple sources of revenue, and sponsorships would be a good way. We have probably had 10 or 12 sponsorships here at the Voice of College Football over the course of the last 5, 6, 7 years. And I have not pursued any of them. They have been people that have simply contacted us for a sponsorship. It may last one show, a month of shows. Probably the longest was State Farm on the Iowa and Nebraska channels for the weekly shows about a year ago, where they were in it for the entire football season. So if you have a business, or you know of somebody who has a business that you have some kind of influence on, I'm not telling you that we are the place that you need to be for a sponsorship. I would not try to fool you in any way. Like, you need to We can help you so much. But contact me at MarkRogersTV at Gmail, because you might be surprised at what we can do for you. So let's at least discuss it. So again, if you own a business, so let's say you're in Florida, wouldn't necessarily be on this channel. We could be on the Florida State channel, the Miami channel. If you're in Southern California, the USC channel, etc., etc. And your own personal brand. Think about that. If you want to push your own personal brand, whatever that might be, you're an artist, you're a musician, something like that. And again, we can partner with you. That's how I see it. And every sponsor we have ever had walked away from the relationship believing that we did our very best and that we over delivered. We will always over deliver. If I tell you you're getting this in return for 20,000 views or whatever, we will always, if I tell you that we're going to show your banner 3 times an hour at a minute each, no, we'll do it for more. We'll do everything more than what the agreement says. So again, sponsorships are big. If you have any insight into that, please let me know. You can always contact me at MarkRogersTV at Gmail. Okay. I'm not staying in order here, but I'm going to go back to the ESPN story because it really shows how we arrived here. So I went through the whole Marty thing. We start the YouTube channel. We're doing well, but I'm working 50 hours a week at ESPN. So I told ESPN that we were doing this. I went to HR. I was not going to risk a job that was paying me like 3 or 4 times more money than what I'm making now. So I wanted to keep my job. So I wasn't going to risk it for some lousy YouTube channel that had 1,000 subs or whatever it had at the time. So I went to HR. This is what I'm doing. Is there a problem with this? Nope, there is no problem with this. Had them sign it off. I want you to sign this. Just make sure. No problem. They said, leave us alone. Leave us out of it. Don't try to capitalize on your working relationship with us by like bragging, I work at ESPN, you should watch me. And I didn't. Or, of course, on the flip side, don't trash us. Just leave us out of it. Go on your merry way, knock them dead. And I'm not going to go into the particulars, but they basically changed their mind years later, went after me, forced me, or tried to force me to shut down. I said, this is your fault. You didn't have the foresight to see what digital media was going to be. I am not shutting down something that I've poured my life into for the last 6, 7 years. That's just not going to happen. What are you going to do for me? So in the meantime, what made it even worse was I had been going all over campus at ESPN, making appointments with people that I thought could help me, that I would show my channel and my work and say, what can we do here? Because believe me, I've had people at Rivals and 247 Sports and Bleacher Report, and I could go on, tell me back when I was with ESPN, and they would say, why doesn't ESPN air this? Like fix it up, shine it up, give you a nice set. They could throw you a drop in the ocean and they would make so much money off of you because you're out producing their college football channel on YouTube. What is going on here? Why would they not do that? Well, everybody I meet with basically throws up their hands and says, I can't do anything about it. Hey, this looks great. I love it. Whatever. They'd say really nice things, and they probably half the time meant it. Half the time were like, I'll just tell this guy that he's great and get him out of here. And I think all of those people were genuinely nice and accommodating to meet with me. I just needed somebody with a backbone that would say, that's the person you need to talk to. But they would all pass me off to somebody that would pass me off to somebody else, to somebody else, to somebody else, to somebody else. And I never got an answer. And so then when I was forced to shut down, I said, I've been doing this for 10 or 12 years. I've been all over campus trying to meet with somebody that has the guts to tell me, you know what, you suck, get the hell out of here. Or, hey, we can work with this. I had one producer tell me that. They were like, oh, this is really good. Yeah, this would be awesome. We could add this to our college football coverage. Yeah, let's do this. And then who knows what happened after that. I also did an audition for Sports Center. That was interesting. Why not tell that story? That's what this is for. So this was like 2008, 2009. So this is when I'm doing all the digital media stuff at ESPN. And Kevin Cork, I don't know if anyone knows that name. He works for Fox News now. He's a White House correspondent, or at least he was at one time. And I can only imagine what you guys are talking about in the chat. But I used to sit on the back bench of ESPN News in the control room, probably once or twice a week. That was my job. I just didn't hang out. But I'm in ESPN News's production room, and Kevin Cork would be sitting next to me. And we got along really well. We had so much fun, and he'd be doing his job. I'd be doing my job. We started talking, and he's like, is this what you want to be doing? And I'm like, no. Cork is a CU buff. Yes, Kevin Cork. That's the guy. Thank you, LFG. Phenomenal guy. I got to brag on Kevin Cork here for a minute because he was a sportscaster, did a lot of sports centers. He was that guy. And then yes, Nick, Sports Center didn't suck when I'm talking about it now. But yeah, Joe, I don't have any regrets. So Kevin Quirk's like, well, what do you want to do? And I'm like, well, I used to be a sportscaster. He's like, well, I'd like to see your stuff. So I send him my stuff. He comes back to me. He's like, Mark, you could be on ESPN right now. You should be on the air right now. It's like, I've watched your stuff. I look at this stuff every day. And so I said, okay. And he goes, I'm going to get you an audition. And I said, okay. So he was very nice. Just again, he got nothing out of this. And to get somebody an audition at ESPN on SportsCenter, believe me, it's a circus. It takes so much lifting and contacts and so forth. But he got me an audition to do SportsCenter. I had the director, who I did not know, but he flagged me down a couple weeks later, and he thought it was the best audition he did that day. But I never heard anything. Again, nobody could have the guts just to come to me and tell me what's going on and just say you're not good enough or whatever. That's all I was looking for. So that was the culmination later, 12 years later, of basically ESPN not following through with its promise that they were going to get me in front of somebody that could look at my work and figure out if they could align what they're doing with what I'm doing, or they could just take me on in an on-air position and all that. And I could give you far greater details of how messy that was beyond that. But that's enough. So they give me a 30-day window to say, you got to shut down your channel in 30 days or else. And they expected me to keep my job and shut down my channel. And I said, no, see ya. Not having people force me what to do. Not going to do that. All right, let's take a break right there in terms of story time and going through the history of the voice of college football to talk some merch with our guy, Joey Foster. And before we let Joey talk, since I am going to be handing out accolades throughout this this live stream. This is one guy that I have to hand out a lot of accolades because Joey could probably tell you a little bit better than me from his side of things that at one point he would watch the voice of college football. And then at one point I would see his comments and so forth. And then he reached out to me, and it's here somewhere. It's in a box, actually in the other room, where Joey presented me this amazingly crafted woodwork with all the various voice of college football logos on it. And it was just I gotta say, this is the only way I can say it, is it touched me. It was just a great gift. It was phenomenal to see that somebody took that type of time and effort and enjoyed it that much. And so Joey and I struck up a friendship from there. And Joey's been involved ever since. I wouldn't even want to try to explain or describe what he does. Joey is just pretty much everywhere and represents a lot of different YouTube channels. And Joey's been phenomenal in a number of facets. But first and foremost, in regards to what he's doing right now, that we hope catches on, explodes, is the merchandise. Joey, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Mark, and I appreciate your kind words there. But you know what? I just do this because I enjoy it, right? I mean, that's why we do this. We do it because we enjoy it. We sure as hell don't do it for any money, right? That's for sure. We do it because we enjoy it, because we don't have bosses breathing down our neck telling us what we can and can't do, and we pretty much can do what we want to do, and as long as we're making you guys happy, that's all that matters. So we have some great merchandise in the merchandise store, and I want to tell everybody our merchandise store, the state of the merchandise store is amazing. All right. So we have an 80% conversion rate from when we share our link. We get an 80% conversion rate on that share. And not only that, 60% of those make a purchase somewhere in our store. They may not all be with Voice of College Football. They might be with the newest member of our merchandise store, which is Big BC Live. They might be with Pigskin Pete or Traveling Fools or many of the others. Exploring with Ben and Sam, we have a lot of contributors in the store, or a lot of YouTube channels represented. I do want to share something with you, though, because we do have a few new products in the store for the Voice of College Football. And I think most of you will know that. Let me bring up the right one here. Okay. Not showing it to me. Give me just a second, guys. It's not letting me share ads.
Well, I got to say, Joey, that's phenomenal. The statistics concerning the conversion rate, they must not be coming to my merch store.
Yeah. It's they're coming in. They're looking and
I haven't sold anything in
you
forever.
make sales. No, that's not true. You made some sales this month. You made several sales this month. You just haven't got your report yet.
Okay.
You haven't got your report yet. Today's just the 27th. You won't get your report for 2 more days. I got some money for you, man.
Nice.
But anyway, so I'm going to share this with everybody real quick. So Mark says a couple of things on his show. One of them is be a fan, don't be a dumb one. Another one is I don't care about your team. So we put those on some coffee cups and some t-shirts. On the back of the t-shirts, I will show you one of the t-shirts right here. Be a fan, just don't be a dumb one. You can get this in any collar. The front of it says the Voice of College Football. Like I say, you can get it in any collar, your choice, and then stuff, the collars. But the one I really like, I love this coffee cup that we just designed today. Be a fan, just don't be a dumb one. On the other side, it says the Voice of College Football. So we are working on upgrading the store, bringing in new products. And while we're here, if everybody can look up here at the top of the store, you'll see where you can buy products from the Voice of College Football. But not only that, when you click on it, you can go to Michigan Football's Voice of College Football, Miami, USC, OU, Iowa, and WU. All the other teams will get products in here. We're just waiting on those channels to start growing a little bit, getting some different hosts. And I know Clemson's doing very well. I need to put Clemson in here right away. We also have Exploring with Ben and Sam, Pixie and Pete, Traveling Fools, Mayhem Matthew, Tide Guy, Frickson Bixon, and Traxon Jackson, Big BC Live, which is our newest one. They do a trivia channel, nothing to do with college football. So, and then I started putting in some general merchandise of just right now, just a few coffee cups, just working on some general merchandise. Now, back to the voice of college football. I do want to tell everybody that this is the off season. I'll be coming in here periodically, just randomly, and giving away gift cards to the store. And we'll give away $10 gift cards. Sometimes, occasionally, we might give away $20 gift cards. But we want everybody to come in here. We sell only top quality merch. We do not sell junk. You will not get a Gildan t-shirt from us. I promise you, you'll be able to watch this thing a year from now and it'll look just as good as it does right now. So we try to carry the best products we can find, but still keep it within a price point that everyone can afford. Make sure that everyone, if you don't have anything from one of our contributors, and especially right here at Mark Rogers, the voice of college football, come on in, get you a coffee mug, get a gift card for somebody. If you got a friend and you don't know what to get them a gift card. We have special items in here. We have some great phone cases that are only $29.99. These are triple protected phone cases. These have 3 cores to protect your phone. This is not like those little cheap $5 cases you get off of eBay. These are really, really good cases. So I encourage everyone to check out our merchandise store. We appreciate everyone that does check it out and looks at things. The link is topqualityshirts.com. I see Jackson Johnson's thrown that in the chat. Topqualityshirts.com. Get you something from every contributor. One of our newest products, and it's already becoming a very good seller. We haven't sold any of the Voice of College Football yet. Right here, this hardcover Voice of College Football bound notebook. I'm going to change this one. So it's going to have the logo, Voice of College Football, but underneath it, I'm going to make it to where you can personalize it to say, like property of John Dianimo, right? Or property of Jackson Johnson or property of Joy Foster. So you're going to be able to personalize this item here in the next week. So just letting everybody know that. So anyway, Mark, I'm going to let you get back to your show. The channel, the Voice of College Football has grown in ways and shrunk in others. And we know this, and we know you talked about this, how we have went down in viewership or went down in subscribers. And we did, but we did have a lot of channels that have went away, and we started some new channels, so we're transferring some subscribers over. If you're not a subscriber of every channel on the network, make sure you do that. And I know that periodically I see probably Jackson Johnson and John and Will are out there. They're posting links to these channels, the West Virginia channel, the Miami channel, the Florida State channel. Make sure you subscribe to all of them because it helps hit the algorithms for YouTube because we have more subscribers. And then on top of that, occasionally come in and give them a thumbs up. If you see them go live, pop in there, give them a thumbs up, and say something in the chat. Even if you're not a Florida State fan or a West Virginia fan or a Miami fan or whatever, just go in and say hi. It really does help. Sorry, Mark.
Joey, once again, just to confirm on the merchandise, when they see a price, they're not going to get gouged when they get to the final destination and they send it out because the shipping is free.
The shipping is completely free. The price you see is all you'll pay, plus taxes, right? You'll have to pay taxes. We got to pay Uncle Sam. But right. So the price you see of a t-shirt says $29.99. That includes the shipping costs on it. That includes everything. And we had, like I said, we carry top quality merchandise. And I know a lot of people say, well, I can get a t-shirt from this other person over here, and he only charges me $22 and stuff, and you're charging me $29. But he don't have top quality merchandise. A lot of that stuff is Teespring. A lot of that stuff is Gildan. It's just really cheap merchandise that's not going to last you 2 months, maybe even a month. So, we have good quality merchandise, so you'll always have it. Another thing too, we've got a brand new cup that will be coming into our store. That is a coffee cup. And it's huge. It's a big old coffee cup. You can put your whole fist inside of it. So it'll be called like the fister mug or whatever we might come up with. But you can put your whole fist inside this coffee mug. I do not have them in the store yet. I will have them. I don't know what the price will be on them yet, but I know we have a lot of people out there that buy our coffee mugs. We appreciate your support. Make sure you get you one of the bigger ones.
So, Joey, we are eventually, once I get through telling a bunch of stories, we are eventually going to go through all the channels and highlight each channel, just talk about who contributes and so forth. So, while we've got you here, we might as well throw up the Big 12 channel and go to
Right.
that
So
and
we have a
just
show on the
talk a
Big
little bit
12.
about what's going on at the Big 12 channel.
That's right. We have a show on the Big 12 channel called um, uh, Big 12 Fan Zone, and that's exactly what it is. It's a fan zone. It's just me and a friend of mine named Shane. We host the show, and we really just get on there and have fun. I mean, we talk football. We here lately we've been talking a little bit of basketball, of course, but not to the extent of anything where we know what we're talking about. It's just talking about the teams in the Big 12 that are in the basketball tournament and how well they're doing. But football, we talk every week. We talk a little bit about conference realignment, teams that could come into the Big 12, teams that could possibly leave the Big 12 in the future. So we talk about all that. Tune in and join us over on the Big 12 channel. And then on the West Virginia channel, we had a West Virginia fan zone show, but Shane, with his work schedule, wasn't able to continue that. So we've stopped that. And we have a show called West Virginia Live. And we have not had that show we didn't have that show last week. We did have a week before last. We did not have that show last week. It will be back this week. West Virginia Live, Friday night, 8 o'clock, on the West Virginia channel at the Voice of College Football. West Virginia Football at the Voice of College Football. I'm sure somebody will post that link for me down there. Make sure you subscribe us up. Check us out. Come over and give us some support. We're trying to grow the West Virginia channel. We're trying to grow the Big 12 channel. The Big 12 channel is brand new, guys. It's not even monetized yet. So be a great opportunity for everybody to get in and there, subscribe, and start watching some shows. Clint Foster does a great show over on the Big 12 channel called The Biggest 12. He does that every Tuesday night at 7 o'clock. That's one of the best shows on the entire network. And you guys aren't watching it. And I'm telling you right now, Clint Foster's a character. He's a lot of fun. He has some great guests. I mean, awesome guests over there on that show. So make sure you tune into that show every Tuesday night, The Biggest 12 with Clint Foster. It's just an amazing show. So I appreciate John there posting links to the Big 12 channel and Jackson and everybody. We really appreciate you guys. I was telling them in the chat a while ago that our moderators are pretty much handpicked, right? Over the last couple of years, you and I have discussed about every moderator we have and made them a moderator for certain reasons. And they do an amazing job of promoting you and making sure that people know when you're live. They're always in our Discord. If you're a member of the YouTube channel or you're a member of Patreon, you need to join us in Discord. Mark has sent you a link to join Discord. You need to join us in Discord because we really talk college football. You can learn a lot about everybody in the whole network. Anytime a show is going live in there, one of us always posted in there that show is going live, so you always get reminded and things. And we have some great hosts all the way throughout the network, I think. So if you're not watching Iowa channel, you're missing it because Corey does a great job over there. If you're not watching West Virginia channel, they had a great show tonight over there with Frank and Greg, and they had Stone Wolfley on there, former player at West Virginia University. And Stone may possibly be hosting a show on the West Virginia channel here in the near future. I've been talking to him. So, hey, you're gonna have a chance to see. I know somebody had said a while ago, I'd like to see more guests that are in football. Like, for instance, they want more football players, more analysts that are talk show analysts or whatever on ESPN, CBS. Those guys are sometimes hard to get because they're under contract and they can't necessarily come on as a guest. But we have had some great guests on here on the Voice of College Football from ESPN, including the recruiting director, right? I mean, just what was that, 6 months ago?
Yes, sir.
Right, Mark?
Tom Luganville, thanks to you.
That's right. We had Tom Luganville on here, and Mark says thanks to me. Let me tell you what. When you reach out to some of these guys, like I've reached out to Tom Luganville, when you reach out to them and you say, Hey, I work with Mark Rogers over here, the voice of college football. We'd love to have you on as a guest. That's all it takes because you mentioned Mark Rogers and the voice of college football. Those guys know who Mark is. They're ready to come on. And Tom Luganbill was nice enough to come on, and I'm sure he'll be on again here in the next couple of months. So, but Mark, I'll let you get back to your show. I really wanted to come on and promote the merchandise store. Thank you for letting me shout out our shows over on the West Virginia channel and the B12 channel. Hope everybody will subscribe to those and tune in on a regular basis with us.
Joey, thank you so much for everything you do. Appreciate you taking the time. And again, that merch store is way beyond what I anticipated. And that's all because of you. I simply have just like nodded my head and you've taken off on the merch store and made everything possible.
It's amazing the support we have in that too, because it's amazing the people that are reaching out to me on a regular basis, and we're not talking small YouTube channels. We're talking big YouTube channels that are reaching out to me that may be wanting to come into our store that I'm in meetings with, and we're talking about everything. We were able to settle the score with Big BC Live and got them in the store. I'm still discussing it with Mitch West Weather. Mitch West Weather may be coming in with us. Mitch West is a very big weather guy. He has a couple 100,000 subscribers over there. So, the merchandise store is growing and it's doing what it's supposed to do, and that's bring people together. That's what we do here. Is we try to consider ourselves a family, right? Mark and I and Traveling Fools and Man Matthew, Exploring with Ben and Sam, all of us are like a family, and we all work together and promote each other and make sure that everybody knows about that merchandise store. So help us out, guys, and make sure that you let everybody know about that merchandise store as well, and get you a gift card over there for somebody. If you want something out of the store, there's another great thing too. Did you know you can make payments over in the store? So let's say you buy, I don't know, you want to buy two T-shirts, two different T-shirts, and two coffee mugs and a couple of beer glasses, but you don't have but $50, and you're like, how can I do this for $50? Make payments. All you got to do is there's no credit check or anything. Just click on it right there, Shop Pay. Just click on Shop Pay, fill out a short little application, boom, send it in, pay your first payment, which would be $50 probably or whatever. It'll be lower than that, whatever it might be. It'll break it up for you. You can make it over payments, get all the merchandise you need at one time, and there you go. So, all right.
Joey, thank you so much for being here. And again, for everything you do.
Thank you, Mark. Everyone have a great night, and we will see you next time.
Jackson, thank you so much for everything. And we will talk some Jackson Johnson here in a minute when we run down all sorts of people that are doing what they do. But thank you so much for posting that. This is what Jackson's all over. We mentioned something and bam, he just went to YouTube and grabbed the one of two part conversations with Tom Luganbill. And my goodness, I got to tell you, not many people watch these. The part one got 1,300 views, and actually part two, we did college football player evaluations, and that was a better portion of the discussion. And just to tell you how good this discussion was, and I think this is indicative of it, is that Tom Luganbill was supposed to show up and give us like 10 minutes. He had other things going on, had to get to an appointment. He only had 10 minutes. But I got to say, once we got going, and I think he determined, okay, this guy knows what he's talking about. This is fun. This is a great conversation. We went for 50 minutes. And so I split it into two parts, and 1,300 people watched the first part. And again, I don't know what your reference point is. That's not enough to pay anyone. Part number two, that was the better portion of the conversation. This was sorely disappointing. 238 views on this video that I believe is the one that Jackson posted. But just look up Tom Luganbill on the channel here. And I got to say, if you love college football, that might be, and this is a difficult statement for me to make because how many videos have we posted? 20,000, something like that, some ridiculous number. That might be the best college football conversation we've had. So it's a mystery sometimes in terms of what's going to get views. And then I can take some dumb post of some Michigan or Ohio State fan saying something stupid, trolling, and then make fun of it and throw it up like I did a couple months ago just to see. And people loved it and watched it. And it was really stupid. I even said during the video, this might be the stupidest video I've ever made. But I was proving a point to say, this is what people watch. So I'm either going to, this is the bottom line. I'm going to play the game and keep as much integrity as possible. That's the way I'm trying to approach this. Because if I just play the game the way it's supposed to be played, I won't be able to look myself in the mirror. I won't be able to do that. I'll have to quit and do something else. So I'm going to play the game in terms of all the conjecture and the gossip and all that business with as much integrity as possible. Or else I'll quit. Because that's what people want to watch. And when I say you want to watch it, I know that not all of you are into that. It depends on the person, but the vast majority of people, that's what they consume. Where are we going next with this? I had something in mind and then it just left me. I will say I have been looking at these comments and Andrew just joined us, Arizona fan. Andrew, who seems to post and tag me on everything on Twitter. I appreciate it. Andrew, I'm not ignoring you, but I'm just not going to respond to a bunch of nonsense. But we appreciate you being here. I have seen a zillion great comments that I would love to respond to, but I'm on a roll. I'm going to keep going. I've got to just say everything that I've got to say, and I've just got to get through everything that I'm going to get through. That's what I'm going to do. And then I will I might be here forever. I'm serious, because if I say everything I want to say and we take calls and I read through, and I've seen all sorts of great suggestions in the comments. And certainly we'll get to Lemansky here. Lemansky, thank you so much for the super chat. That's very kind and nice of you. Thanks for your channel and the Iowa channel, Mark. So we just highlighted the Big 12 channel. I see that Corey's here. I don't know how long he's going to be able to stop by. Corey, you're welcome to jump on here and we can talk about the Iowa channel, because I'm going to be highlighting every channel at some point. We just had Joey Foster here for the Big 12 channel. So for the Big 12 channel, we've got 300 subs. I did post a video just now looking at the Oklahoma State offense. I want to show you guys how fickle YouTube is. So here's the Big 12 channel, which we started sometime last football season. And granted, I don't post enough content here. It just, I can only be so many places at once. I don't know if you can see the view totals on these videos. Can you see that? Yes. So we start this Big 12 channel. The first thing I post, TCU offense last August, 1,600 views. Well, that's a good start. First time video, first channel, boom. We just started 1,600 views. And then the quality of these videos is no different. It's all me and a guest doing what I do. The guest is about the same. The thumbnails are about the same. You know, you're going to have my typical thumbnail. I'm not a master at building thumbnails. So they're decent thumbnails. They're not great. We're going to deal with that as well in regards to thumbnails. We are trying to up our game. So 1,600 views out of the gate. Then look at these. The next 2 videos, nobody watched. And then, okay, 2000, Oklahoma State. And then, like, nobody's watching any of these. Then 3,500. That's good. I'll take that for a startup channel here. And I appreciate everyone out there because I know out of those 308 subs that some of those are not Big 12 fans. I know some of you just went over there because I asked you to and you subbed. So I do appreciate that. You probably know that we need to get to 1,000 subs to monetize a channel. So in regards to this, I have failed miserably. You see, nobody's watching any of these videos. But then 1,400, okay. And then, yeah, nobody's watching these videos. And I really haven't posted anything for 6 weeks because I just have too much to do. It's just not going to happen. So those are in terms of videos. But understand that, as Joey pointed out, there are 2 live shows on that channel every week. So even though we're not posting videos necessarily at this point, there are 2 live shows. So we got the Biggest 12 with Clint Foster every Tuesday at 7:30 Eastern. And we've got the Big 12 Fan Zone that's on Thursday nights with Joey Foster. All right. 1 channel down, a zillion to go. We got the Big 12 channel down. Please, if you like the Big 12, of course, go sub. If you like anybody in the Big 12, if you just want to support what we do here at the Voice of College Football, and understand it's all connected. Let's say you're a Florida State fan, and all you want to hear out of me is Florida State football. Great. But understand, if the other channels do well, then that guarantees that I will be here a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now, pushing out Florida State content. So root for the other channels to do well, or otherwise, there will be somebody else sitting here that you can listen to. All right. Troy V, thank you so much for subbing to the Big 12 channel, but don't watch it. Not really a Big 12 fan. Okay. And what I would love, so I would rather not coerce anyone to do anything that they don't want to do, but we're kind of in the position to do that a little bit. So go please sub to the Big 12 channel. Once we get over 1,000 subs, you know what? Unsub. Cancel it. But let's get to 1,000. Thank you, Erica. Erica sub to the Big 12 channel. Erica, if you see we're at like 1,050, let it go. But Lemansky, thank you so much for the contribution. Jim, thank you. And I will not be able to thank everyone that subs, so thank all of you. John D'Adamo, member for 12 months. Hey, everyone, don't forget to use our Amazon link. Bingo! Okay, let's go in that direction. John, thank you so much for all that you do. We'll talk Michigan football and the channel at some point. So John brought up the Amazon link. And for those that watch me on a regular basis, you guys probably get so sick of me bringing up the Amazon link. But what am I going to do right now? I'm going to talk about the Amazon link. Okay. Amazon sells products to a lot of people. I understand they're doing rather well. And we've got an agreement with them that if we lead people to Amazon, that we get a little cut of that. I would tell you exactly what that figure is if it was 3%, 5%, but it varies depending on the product. I think it could be as low as 1%. It could be as high as 8 or 9%. Let's just say it's 3 or 4%. I think that's what it comes out to. So if you go on our Amazon link, I'm going to do some simple math for you, and you spend $100. We at the Voice of College Football get like $4. Win-win. You win, we win. Let's do that. That's what we should be doing here. Corey, give me 2 seconds. And so please use the Amazon link. And I am not kidding when I say that every person who has used the Amazon link, including John here, will tell you you're not screwing up anything. You're not screwing up your account. Your account is still going to credit you with all your purchases. All of that, none of that is going to get messed up. It's all transparent. It will work perfectly. That has been all the feedback to me. And that would help us so incredibly. And I know it's easy to forget. If I were you, I'm always honest with you. If I were you, most likely I would forget too. I would do the same thing that you're doing. I would be like, I love this college football channel. I watch it all the time, always telling me about the Amazon link. Yeah, I should do that. I should do that because yeah, I'm going to shop on Amazon in a few days for such and such. And yeah, I should save that link. And I probably wouldn't do it. I probably wouldn't have done it for a long time. And then at some point I would have said, you know what, I'm doing it. I'm going to make sure I grab that and I'm going to put it somewhere. But I get it. I get it. You're busy. You were just watching this for entertainment or to get college football information. You are not thinking about this channel, and you shouldn't be. This is entertainment. You got bills to pay. You've got sick kids. You've got whatever you've got going. You got to pay your rent. You got a job. You got a boss you can't stand. Whatever you've got going in life, you just want to be entertained. You just want to have a good time. You just want to be in the community. You don't want to think about anything else. I totally get it. And if our YouTube channel ran like other YouTube channels, I'm not talking about most, I'm talking about the top 0.1%, then you know what? I could care less if anybody shopped on Amazon using our link. I could care less if anybody ever gave a super chat. Any of that would be, you know what? We don't need it. We've got 1 million views and we're making plenty of money, and I got sponsors all over the place. The thing is that the channels that have 1 million views on videos and all that don't need the support of super chats and all that, those are the ones that get all the super chats, and they're the ones that do have the Amazon link that everybody uses. So that's just the way of the world. So I would just ask you to please consider and understand this, and I'm not going to try to explain it, but you can't you can't say, awesome, I'm going to help Mark. I got the Amazon link. I'm going to send it to these 20 people. Once that gets transferred, they have to pull the Amazon link directly from the channel as well. But the Amazon link's in the description section of all the videos. And just believe me, you will be helping us enormously. I've done math in my head and thought, if we could get like 10% of the people that watch, 10% to use that Amazon link, and if they're spending 50, $100 on Amazon per month, that would help tremendously. So that's the last thing I'm going to say about the Amazon link until next time I say something about the Amazon link. All right. Corey Brad is stopping by, and he looks like Tim Prangley tonight.
What is this all about?
That happens all the time. I don't know what the deal is. That happens to everyone. I don't know what StreamYard does with people's. I don't know what it is.
Why is that's Tim Prangley? You said
yes.
Why is he?
I just explained. I don't know. This happens all the time to other people. I have had other people do it, and it's you. I don't know. It just randomly.
Here, let me
I
see
don't know
if I can.
If you're there, we go.
There. Okay.
So, if before you need a proper introduction here, Corey. So for anyone that doesn't recognize the voice, and I'm sure almost all of you do, the great Corey Bratta from the Hawkeye of the Storm. We do our Iowa show every Tuesday night at 4:30 Central Time. Take it away, Corey.
Well, I know this isn't relevant to the Iowa show specifically, but I want you to, you need to get mini helmets in your store.
Oh, in the store. That's what you meant. I saw your comment.
Yeah, you need mini helmets in the store.
Store. Gotcha. That's the first thing I'm going to write down tonight.
I mean, I would, first of all, I would probably buy multiple mini helmets. And they don't have to be, obviously, they don't, we're not talking about necessarily school helmets, but you could have channel helmets. You need a Voice of College Football helmet for your own setup. And I think it'd be a way to market. So, anyways.
Oh, I think that's a great idea. I love that. So we could do all sorts of combinations. We could just have Voice of College Football helmets. We could have one side Voice of College Football, one side Iowa, Michigan, whomever. Yeah, we could do a few different things.
That's pretty much all I had, Mark.
Really?
you what? What do you want me to say?
Well,
I'm enjoying watching the show.
This is an exhaustive live stream. Like I've told people, they may fall asleep tonight and wake up, and I'm still sitting here talking.
Yeah.
So while I've got you here, we are going to highlight the Iowa channel, and I am going to kind of take people through real briefly how Corey and I came together here on this collaboration, as I remember it. Corey has what I believe is the premier, the best Iowa football and athletics channel on YouTube. It's the best. So if you're an Iowa fan, obviously you're probably already there. You should be there, better be there all the time. Every time he produces a video, get there. If you're a Big Ten fan, if you're just a college football fan, this time of year, college basketball fan, women's college basketball, with everything going on surrounding the hype with the Iowa team, Caitlin Clark. Oh, follow Corey. Be at from the Hawkeye of the Storm. Okay. I just remember, I think you had just started a YouTube channel. You reached out to me. I'm sure I watched your stuff to see how good you are. And we started to collaborate just on some videos, and then very quickly determined, hey, let's do this once a week.
I think that was 2021, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that sounds right.
So, yeah, and we don't need to go through my whole bio, but I'd been podcasting for a long time, and I don't think I'd even launched the YouTube channel at that point. Maybe I had, or maybe I was in the process of doing that. But yeah, you were the inspiration for going through with the post game show with Coach Patterson, which is still a feature on the channel. So if people are unfamiliar with that, Don Patterson is about as knowledgeable of a co-host as you can have. He's coached at every level, and has been a play caller and quarterbacks coach at not only at Iowa, but at a variety of places. And he's a big Hawkeye homer, but he's also objective and just a great facet to have on the show. And we had Tom Kakert on HawkeyeReport.com this past yesterday, Mark. We talked Kirk Ferentz and his press conference. Elliot Clough is another guy who's a young guy on the beat who does an excellent job over for Rivals. And so, between guys like Tom and guys like Elliot, we got some good supporting cast there. And there's always stuff to talk about. I mean, you and I, we could do a show for 4 hours probably, and it probably wouldn't all be about Iowa football, but we'd find our way from start to finish.
Folks, Corey and I get together every Tuesday, and truth be known, I don't know what this says to anyone, if they're going to take this as a positive or negative. Corey has way too much stuff going on, and I have way too much stuff going on for us to plan a show. We do not plan a show. Every so often, somebody will make some kind of comment to me, and I'll think, you just really have no idea, do you? That we just show up. We do not plan a show, and we just go to it. I don't know what that was, but anyway.
Sorry, I just don't know what that was either. Yes, this is all. We're all. I don't want to say it's. I think you and I both know what's going on. There's a lot of people that do this that don't know what's going on. And hopefully, the gimmicks eventually are found out. Not that there's a ton that we're competing against, but I think you and I both know what we're talking about. We're not going to be throwing tons of crazy graphics at you or weird concepts, but we're going to break down the sport that people love, and specifically with Iowa. I think we're pretty no nonsense. We don't throw fluff at people. It's not always what people want to hear. I say the same thing about my channel with all sports. So, if you like no nonsense, but also I think we keep it professional. And again, we rely on people who have been around and either covering the sport or involved with the sport for a long time. I think the podcast that you and I do is as good of a podcast as there is. I won't say it's the best because I think that would be a bit prideful to say, but I think it's as good as any podcast out there, any weekly podcast out there, given your perspective from a national landscape. And, again, the people that I've been blessed to work with on my end.
Yeah, and thank you to everyone that watches Corey and I, because I think the numbers have reflected it. And again, it comes from a situation in which we are not able to give it the time and attention that we could under other circumstances because of other things going on in our professions. So we just get together, and again, we do have a good handle on the sport, and therefore we have a great conversation. We have fun. It's as Corey says, no nonsense, but it is fun as well. I think we keep a good perspective on handling some hardcore analysis and break it down nuts and bolts, but don't take it too seriously. Don't take ourselves too seriously, and engage with the community and have fun. And maybe we will get to a point when we have some more resources where we can throw some fancy graphics and so forth, and that will just enhance what we already do. But that is not going to be the sole core of the show. And just to play off of something you said there, Corey, because I did say that I was going to just go off on some things, and 98% of it's going to be positive, but there's going to be a slice of negativity mixed in because we want to keep this real. Yeah, I do see tons of people out there that are, by a numbers standpoint, successful on YouTube, and they don't know what they're talking about, and they're not good. So is that irritating? Yeah, it's irritating. It's annoying. Yeah, it is. I don't pay much attention to them because I don't watch them, and I can't even name a name. I'm not. It's not like I've got 8 names in my head when I say that. I just come across them, I see them, and then I kind of move on.
Yeah, I mean, you brought up what you brought up earlier about the videos, the video that you made, just kind of make a point of what people will click on and view. That's I mean, for people that haven't been on this side of being a talking head or a content creator, whatever you want to call us, that's a challenge to try to know where that line is between staying professional and to your values, while also, trying to bring appeal and excitement. So yeah, it's again, some people just don't care where that line's at. And then, in society now with social media and this platform, sometimes they're rewarded, sometimes they're not. But I think in the end, people appreciate the people that are here are people who are regular viewers. I know a lot of the people who are on our Iowa channel are also on my channel. And so, sometimes it takes longer to do things the right way, but I do believe in success the right way, and it gets there. And, the one thing I like about our channel, Mark, is when we go live, we can basically count on who we're going to have in the chat. And they're not always Iowa fans, but I think you and I have brought this up before, especially during the slower times of the year, whether it be prior to spring football or during the meandering May days, as I like to call them. You're gonna have times where there's little to talk about, but there's not really ever that time on this channel because people are always throwing questions up, and it's just great to have the community. And like you said, you say it all the time on your channel, but it's the fans' voices that make things work and drives the engine.
And of course, there's my expert knowledge of Iowa women's basketball that I kind of prop you up,
Yeah.
and I'm able to carry you through
Well, yeah, I know
March.
that's difficult for me to compete on that, but it's also difficult for you to compete with my knowledge of Oreos.
Yes.
So,
Yes. Absolutely. So, folks, there's the Iowa channel here at the Voice of College Football. And again, Corey and I get together every Tuesday. I believe it's worth a listen. And even if you are not an Iowa football fan, I think you'll enjoy the camaraderie and the talk and the breakdown. And again, we get into the Big Ten, we get into the national scene as well.
and I am not afraid to go on the record on the channel or off the channel and call out the lack of self-respect or self-esteem that some fans have, or what's the word I'm looking for, Mark? There's a good word that complex, a non-self-assured complex. And if people come in, and it's funny, Mark, the people that are usually, this about social media in general, but oftentimes the people that are return viewers from other fan bases, oftentimes are there to troll. And I think sometimes their trolling sometimes makes for the best time as far as entertainment. So we welcome that. I don't know how many people you've had to block over the years, but I try not to block people. I've had a couple of freaks along the way that,
yeah,
but you know how that goes.
Yeah, I do not block people. We don't believe in it. We basically know that, those hot button topics out there in the world that any sensible person stays away from. Of course, we would block people for those. But within the sports realm, hey, we welcome the debate. We welcome the trash talk.
And in response to Joey in the chat, he brings up, he wants me to call out the officials for the recent Iowa-West Virginia women's basketball game. All I would say to that, Joey, is it was a tale of two halves, and you got a first half where officials are allowing the Mountaineers to mug and to hand check the entire half, and then they kind of switched the role in the second half and whistled everything. So I don't like the consistency, but I don't think as a whole it favored one team or the other. It's just a result of how West Virginia plays in contrast to Iowa. But I'll leave women's basketball at that. That's your sport, Mark. I don't want to intrude.
Yeah, sorry, everyone. I missed that game. I did miss that one. Yeah.
Oh, Mike has a comment. Mark, I know this is state of college football, but can we state of the voice of college football, by the way? Which, by the way, I was trying to, I actually was trying to watch a different channel, and it just kept sending me to this. I was trying to watch something about how to cook a fish, and it sent me straight to this. I'm like, well, I guess I'm watching state of the voice of college football tonight. So
there's an endorsement for our show tonight. Corey was trying to watch something else and trying to watch something else, but it just, YouTube needs to do that more often.
Yeah.
Force people over here.
Yeah, that's a society we want to live in. But the comment, can we address that?
Sure. Can you?
Here, there it is. You want to read that, Mark?
Corey trashes UM enough. That's why I watch Corey, mocking the emotional aspect of the game of football, from Mike G.
So Mike is still caught up in my criticism of, what's this guy's name? Shamar Moore? No, it's not
Moore.
Shamar Moore played the guy in Criminal Minds. Sharon Moore for crying like a baby on national TV. That's what he's upset about. But I have called him out on that. I have made criticisms on that, and I take nothing back. I regret nothing.
So the people that just, let's say, watch me on a more regular basis. Just here, they have not taken well, the Michigan fans, to me talking about that very incident. But you know what's funny, Corey? I think the people that have seen both of us criticize it tend to jump more on you, because we generally have had the same response to the Sharon Moore outburst, meltdown after the Penn State game. But you just bust a gut laughing at him, and I think it just annoys people to no end.
Well, didn't he just
Michigan
have?
fans.
Well, we don't have to get into this. Maybe I can call into your Michigan show. But didn't he just have to fire a coach after a DUI, like his third day on the job or something?
Yes.
So and I love this guy Moose, who's, by the way, one of your loyal moderators, keeps telling me I'm jealous of Michigan. Mark, have I ever indicated any hint of jealousy toward any fan base that you know of?
I don't think a lot of people out there really get it when it comes to people like yourself and me. And there are others like us that separate yes, we still love our team, want them to do well, but we don't take any type of personal, uh, attachment in regards to our self-esteem, our, feelings, thoughts about ourselves, our lives, that sort of thing, and connect it like, yeah,
I had,
it's
this
not a
is a
thing.
random thought, but I had somebody reach out to me. This is a true story. I'm not going to name names because respect privacy, but I had someone reach out to me earlier today. All right. And this individual was genuinely concerned that someone else in one of our live chats, I'm not talking about the Iowa channel, but my channel, somebody else was going to harm them. Like they were trolling them so much, and they actually feared for their own safety, and they reached out to me.
And you were supposed to do what?
I I don't mean well, first of all, I'm laughing because this person's not going to harm this other person, okay? And that's what I assured this. You have these trolls that's just what they do. They didn't major, they didn't go to school, so they didn't major anything, but they figured out during that extra time in their hands how to troll on social media. So, anyways, yeah, this person reached out to me with hopes that I apparently would do something about it. I don't know. But that's a true story. That did happen today.
Well, considering that you don't know the location of either person, I don't know what you're going to be able to do about it.
Have you ever had that on here, Mark? Have you ever had
No,
death threats toward you?
No, none directed toward me or anyone that I know of.
Okay. So you never had to approach the police on anything?
No. I think we've had just about as much content and live streaming out there as anyone over the last 10 years. And yes, that has yet to come up. So hopefully we will never see that day. No, I think we're good there.
Well, you got anything else for me, Mark? I don't want to just sit here and...
No, I think we are good to go. But again, Corey, thank you for everything. Thank you for connecting with me on social media. I think that was it. Yeah, prior to the 21 season. So we're going on 3 years here doing the Iowa show. Well, we can just look at the number of episodes. I think we're coming up on 140. So yeah, we're coming up on 3 years here very soon, just in the next month or two. So it's been a really good success, and we hope to keep it going.
And just so people are aware, I never once commented on your channel. I'll admit that. Prior to reaching out to you, I never once interacted. So I guess my point in bringing that up is I know there are plenty of people who watch your content and don't drop a comment, don't do anything. So learn from my bad example, and very simple to scroll down and hit the like button, or just whatever. Tell someone about it, make a comment, share it on social media. So simple to do. But what is this thing I keep seeing in the chat about Tim Prangley doing an impersonation of Corey? What am I missing on this, Mark? Did Tim have some?
His avatar was up at the beginning.
No, these people keep telling me that somebody here says that Let's see here. What?
When you first arrived, you saw that Tim Prangley's avatar. Therefore, he was doing an impersonation of you.
Well, yeah. Then what was the third user that jumped on? Who did you? What happened in the middle of our?
I had nothing to do with that. That was one of the many people that have access to my StreamYard. We've gotten a little bit too big here at the Voice of College Football, at least in that regard. That we've got all sorts of people running around doing things.
You still have that guy that created another Voice of College Football channel with the same logo to make it look like it was you.
I don't remember that.
Okay.
There have been a lot of people that have put together spoof like Voice of College Football. Yeah, I guess they did put together channels. I've never gone to the channel to see it, but they've caught me in my very worst looks on air, I guess, and thrown up some kind of Oh yeah, there's been a number of those.
I'm trying to find this comment before I log off. I'm trying to find this comment that I was asking about here. What'd you have for lunch today, Mark?
Let's see. For today, I had myself some cereal that I mix with yogurt. I did that. I also had just prior to coming on. Well, I've run a pretty long block of recording and so forth since about 4 o'clock this afternoon. On the phone, had myself a row of Chips Ahoy and a glass of milk.
Oh my goodness!
And that's pretty much what I've eaten today.
Yeah. No. How many cookies do you have every day?
Oh, every day? I try not to do that.
You just said you had a whole
anymore.
sleeve. You had a whole sleeve of Chips Ahoy. Good Lord! I mean, my God, that's a lot of sugar, Mark.
Oh, I know. It is. I'm trying to cut down. Fortunately, since I've moved, I have some friends in the area, and they have taken me to dinner or fixed me dinner. I've been here for 2 weeks and a couple days, like 10 times. And they are like full on organic, clean food. And that's what I've eaten with them. And that's been really good for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, good for you. I can't find this comment, so I'll have to.
Is this comment directed for you? This super chat here from Keith. You see what it says here? I feel sorry for you, other schools, as much as Sharon Moore loves Michigan and his coach.
Oh man, his love. I'm just so jealous of that love. That genuine love. My goodness. The kind of love that has no boundaries, the kind of love that has no concern with one's image.
Well, Keith is a regular here. He calls us all the time. We enjoy Keith and like Keith. But I got to admit, Keith, it's a good thing that Corey was able to go through that mess, because I don't even really know. There's no punctuation. I don't know what you're talking about there. I feel sorry for you, other schools, as much as Sharon Moore loves Michigan and his coach. As Sharon Moore loves Michigan, and
he is saying he feels sorry for these other schools.
Sure.
When he stops and thinks about how much Sharon Moore loves Michigan and Jim Harbaugh.
Oh, his coach. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. I was wondering. I didn't get the end. All right, got it. Yeah. Please, if you're Keith, if that's directed toward me, please don't feel sorry for me.
Oh, here's the comment from Troy earlier. Tim does a spot-on Corey impersonation. I'm assuming he's talking about Tim Prangley.
Yes, because
I see. So he's just being. Okay, I got you.
Yes.
I wanted to hear
impersonate you.
I don't think I've ever heard somebody actually impersonate me successfully. So
nobody has those deep pipes that you have.
And look at this. You got Dave Portnoy on your show saying that your show's a little slow tonight because I'm taking up the airwaves. Dave
Mark's a
Portnoy.
little slow tonight. No, he either means that, yeah, the show's slow, or he means that I'm not catching on to something. Maybe if that was that just left by Dave.
Yes.
Okay. I think that means that I could not decipher the Keith comment.
Oh, I see.
Part
Okay.
of that is me not truly being able to decipher that, but most of that is me pointing out, learn to write and use some punctuation.
Well, I guess I should log off because I was stalling here because your numbers were going up, but I noticed we've lost 5 or 6 people since I started searching for that comment. So
I am not concerned with that. I'm going to sit here and talk for as long as I would like to. And I want this to be about the people, though. I want this to be about our community. So I am going to go through comments and possibly take some calls at some point. But I've got a lot to get through. So,
yep.
We'll
but I
get
just
there.
think it's cool that you got Dave Portnoy commenting on your channel.
Yeah. Well, somebody told me recently that these folks actually know who I am and what I'm doing.
Have you reached out to Portnoy?
I have somebody who I will not name because they will be known by a lot of people here, and don't try to guess because you won't. I'm talking to the audience when I say that. That says that yes, that Barstool Sports is very well aware of the voice of college football.
Well, there you go.
That actually like it to some degree. I don't know if that's the right word. Respect it, something like that.
And can I please put one more comment up there that I want you to read, and then I'll log off.
Sure. Okay, Tim Anderson says, usual brilliant commentary on this show. That guy with the comments about Sharon Moore are kind of dumb.
Is he talking about me or the guy or Dave Portnoy? or whoever it was that made the comment here a minute ago. I don't know who this is directed toward, but
yes,
I just love bringing up these comments that it's almost like someone's trying to start something.
Yeah. See, I don't know if Tim, maybe in his first sentence, I don't know. I'm going to take that straight as him truly saying usual brilliant commentary on this show. And then completely different comment. That guy with the comments about Sharon Moore are kind of dumb.
Or he's being totally sarcastic and saying, as normal, you guys suck.
Yeah. That's probably it.
All right. Well, I'll keep watching. You're only 2 hours in, so I got to go take care of something. It'll probably take me a couple hours. I expect you to be on the air when I get done.
I probably will be.
So, by the way, how do you eat your Oreos?
I take off the top. I flip the top off with my teeth and I eat the top of it.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
And then I may eat the rest of it in one shot, like the rest of the cookie, or I scrape off the cream.
I used to do that. But have you just stopped and had, well, I know you've had an Oreo cookie with just eat it like it's supposed to be eaten without taking it apart and
just taking bites of it.
Yeah, without strip searching it. I mean, have you ever, what's that?
I do that as well at times, but let's understand, number one, I only buy double stuff.
Okay, well, no, anybody with a brain only buys double stuff. You're not.
Well, they still sell the other kind. And then also number two, and you're going to laugh when I tell you this. I was curious. This hit me 3-4 months ago. Wonder what the sugar content of an Oreo is versus a Chips Ahoy. And it's like 3 to 4 times more. So I have bought Chips Ahoy more often than Oreos to cut down on my sugar intake.
Are you a fan of cookies and cream ice cream?
Yes. I love ice cream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me just real quickly tell you, I'm sure if this is riveting information, our views are going back up, by the way. But can I just tell you this? I had last night homemade chocolate chip cookies.
Ooh.
And if you have the best, if these are basically mom made or grandma made chocolate chip cookies. All right. So imagine the best chocolate chip cookie you've had with homemade vanilla ice cream.
Mm.
and you
Yeah.
just put one simple scoop of vanilla ice cream on one of the cookies and then smash it with the other cookie.
Yeah.
It is one of the best desserts you can ever have.
I would agree. I can imagine. I think I've had that to some degree. Maybe not with the homemade ice cream.
And I'm not a big fan of homemade. I don't love because homemade ice cream tends to be a little grittier if you're making it traditionally. But boy, in a sandwich like that, or if you just go to the store, you can get the M&M cookie sandwiches, and those are plenty good too. But you can't beat homemade.
All right, Corey.
All right,
Thanks
you're
for
done with me
being
now,
here.
Mark. All
I've
right,
got a lot to talk about here.
all right. Well,
For
you,
as much as I've touted this as I will stay on forever, I don't want to stay on forever.
I'm testing the boundaries.
And he just left like that without a formal close, just gone. All right. Hawkeye. No, this is Lemansky coming back with this. Lemansky, thank you so much for that. I still have a Hawkeye helmet for you waiting for the go ahead boss. Okay, here's the deal with the helmets. The helmets are actually they're sitting right over here. They're in a plastic garbage bag. And we are in a new location here at the Voice of College Football. So let's see if I can do this in a way that's so this is a nice big room. It's got like a bit of a hallway down that way. And so this is our new setup. So basically what's happened is that not to get into family details too much, but in the spring to summer of 2022, my mom's health was going downhill. My sister needed help. I left Connecticut, sold my house, left Connecticut, went to Ohio. And so I've been living out of a suitcase for going on 2 years. And really, that's not been the best in regards to sets. And there's been a lot of care that's had to been taken. And then now we're in a position where I've moved, bought a house, I'm all set. And now I have a blank slate in this space or really anywhere in the house to do what we want. So let me get to this comment from Lemansky first, and then we'll talk about the set. We'll go to the set next. That'll be the next topic. And again, your comments in the chat are phenomenal. I'm sorry I've not gotten to them, but I've got so many things I want to talk about first that I may sift through them later. Lemansky says here, yeah, that he's got this Hawkeye helmet. So what happened with all of that is there was a time where I had a P.O. box and I would take your helmets. And you guys were great sending me helmets. I bought probably the first 10, and then you guys bought the next 20 or 25 and sent them to me. Well, with that move, I shut down the P.O. box and I thought, I'm not in my house and I've got this makeshift living out of a suitcase situation. And so I just shut down the P.O. box, didn't take any more helmets. I believe we are going to build a set that is going to have helmets incorporated somewhere. So we will once again set up a P.O. box, and Lemansky, just keep that Hawkeye helmet ready to roll, dust it off a few times. I don't want a dusty old helmet. Send it to me. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. I'm the type guy that if you show me a kitchen, if you show me a living room that's well decorated, I can tell you I like that one, I don't like that one. So I have an eye for what I like when I see it. But for me to start from scratch, and it's the same way with a set. So my goodness. Yeah, look at this. Hang on. See this camera here? This camera, I won't tell you how much that cost, but it's been out of use for almost 2 years. Yeah, it's been out of use for almost 2 years. And we are getting it all. We've got wires all over the place, and we will get that back set up. And so it's going to be functional and in use again. So we got to redesign all of this and get it back up. But I don't know what I'm going to do. I think I collapsed the tripod. I don't want it to fall now. I have a number of things going through my mind in terms of the way it should work here. Do we get a neon sign with my logo? Do we get, I would like a monitor possibly behind me. The shelving with the helmets, all sorts of different things going through my mind. Couple different sets, maybe not just one set. So we're exploring the sets and what to do there. So it's really not something I enjoy, but people have told me I should enjoy it because they're like, you got a blank slate. You can do whatever you want now. I've said, yeah, I would rather have somebody come in and tell me what to do and say, does this look good? And then I would go thumbs up or thumbs down. All right. What is next on the list? I think it's time to thank people. All right. Or maybe I just go in order. Maybe we'll do that. The state of the voice of college football. We talked about that. We talked about that. And what is that? Looking for that person. What am I looking for? My replacement? No. So I was watching a podcast several months ago, and they talked about content creation on social media and being a influencer. Not crazy about that term, but influencer. And that person needs somebody who's smarter than them. That's not going to be tough for me to find. So I'll be able to find somebody who's smarter than me, but somebody who has great marketing and sales skill, like somebody who knows how to sell and somebody who has a mind for marketing and promotion, like somebody who can go to Instagram and say, Mark, you need to do this. This is how we need to approach Instagram. This is how we need to approach Facebook. This is what you need to start saying in your videos. This is when we need to release the video, all that stuff. We need that person. That's the best way I can describe them. This person needs to be sharp. They need to be a go-getter, and I will certainly pay them based on the return. And that's part of the issue. I can't say at this point or any point soon that, oh, I can offer $100,000 for a person to come in and do all this stuff. I can't offer them $10,000. I can offer them $0, and you will get a percentage off of what we make together. So, yeah. So I'm just putting that out there for anyone who believes that they know of that person. Maybe this person has an extensive marketing sales background. Maybe they are just a go-getter. They've been on social media forever and they've just achieved this and that and they figured this out. And we will get to that topic. So I didn't explain that well, but maybe you get my drift there. We need to add that person. I am grateful to, we'll get to that in just a second. We went through our goals. We started on our goals, 300,000 views per month in the off season. We're nowhere close to that right now, but we have been in the past. 800,000 views in season. One of the big issues here, and I started to talk about this, I have had too much focus on the team channels. By the time I do all these shows, Ohio State, Michigan in the past, USC, et cetera, Florida State, Miami, and all of these shows, Nebraska, Iowa, I am somewhat neglecting the main channel. I want to post, as I mentioned before, 2 strong videos here every day. And if this was done correctly, I would want to do a live show every day. And I am with a morning show that we're starting. If you're joining us late, we're starting a morning show on April 15th at 8 a.m. Eastern time. But I would like to do like a regular college football call-in show, 2 hours a day, boom, at the same time. I think one of the issues that we've suffered with here at the Voice of College Football on the main channel is that I've devoted so much time to all these team channels that the main channel doesn't have a schedule. You folks have no idea when I'm going to show up and do a live stream, do you? Other than the Big Ten live show that we do every Friday night at 7 Eastern time. We've stuck to that for 5 or 6 or 7 weeks, so it's not been a long time. But that is the only time that I show up on the main channel every time, all the time. So I know that if we set a schedule, but it's difficult to set a schedule when I've got like 10 or 12 shows that I've got to do on team channels that clutter up my schedule. So I'm not going to go into what my approach is going to be going forward and what it has been for the last few months, but I think we're off to a good start in being able to attack these team channels while I can focus more on the main channel, because I want this to be the best national college football channel there is. And when I say best, I just mean doesn't have to be the largest or anything. I just want to know that everything that's being communicated and sent out is quality. And the graphics and the presentation is not quality. This isn't quality, of course, in regards to aesthetics. And again, when I put graphics on my videos, which I often do, they don't look good. I do them in iMovie on this Mac. They're not good. They look ugly. So that needs to be better. I don't know if I can get to that during this off season. All right. Besides the goals for that viewership, let's put a subscriber goal out there. I've done this many times, and you know how many times I've hit my subscriber goal? Zero, because we aim rather high, and we are going to finish March, unless we just have the most miraculous turnaround in the next few days. We will have the worst month we've ever had. So the subscriber count this month is the worst ever. Let's see if I can go to our main channel page. Let's see what we got here. I don't want to show you what I made this month. That would be embarrassing. Certainly don't want ESPN to see that. They'd be like, what in the world did this guy do? He must be a fool. All right. So let's look at the content here. Let's see here. This is our content. Man, I can't position this so you're going to be able to see it. So I don't know how well you can see that. It's kind of small, but if I blow it up, then it's going to leave the page. So the last video we released, the Penn State offense, waste of time. Complete and utter waste of time. I would have told you that 10 years ago when I had 100 subs. I would have said, well, that was a waste of time. So that's a waste of time. Imagine going to work and making like 50 cents an hour. That's a waste of time. Okay, the one before that about ESPN, 5,000 views. That's kind of a waste of time too. Caden Proctor, 1,700 views. Is that what that is? No, it's 1,100. That's a waste of time. Basically, all these videos are a waste of time. All of these videos are a waste of time. So I have to do a better job of figuring out what you want to watch. Plus the titles. I'm not a master at creating titles, although I think 2024 college football coaches rankings 26 through 50 is a pretty self-writing title. This Notre Dame video, 1,500. Look at these videos. Like, I would have never imagined a couple years ago that I'd be posting videos that had those kind of views totals. I'd be like, well, I'm not going to be doing this anymore. We did the Big Ten, our ±3 ratio. Those did not good enough. The last video I did that did well and was worth the time was sizing up ACC candidates for the Big Ten or the SEC with almost 20,000 views. Again, without sponsorships, these videos, even at 5,000, no, they don't. There's not enough there, so that's not going to work. All right, so understand that we are in a situation where, like, I'm the ultimate mom and pop shop. For a long time, I did this completely on my own. Nobody helped me. All I did was say, you know what? I want to talk about the Wisconsin offense, or I want to preview the Wisconsin-Michigan game. And I did a little bit of research, and everybody seemed to enjoy that and like that. And that's what I did. But I just decided to expand, and we're going to bring in other people to do all of this. But basically, we're still a mom and pop shop. A lot of you watch. I could run through a number of people. I'm not talking about people that are similar to me, but basically our competition is, well, although we're really not competition for these outfits, at times people will make comments to me and they're comparing me to certain outlets, and there should be no comparison because I'm producing videos with one person. I'm doing live streams with me. Understand just a little insight into what used to be television solely, but it's been brought to the internet, that some of these TV shows that are college football looking TV shows, that these hosts have producers. They have people building all the graphics. They actually have people feeding them information. So understand, when I was at ESPN, I'm sitting in a control room and I can hear the producers telling the anchors, uh, Tom Brady, 23 for 37 tonight. Ask him about the switch to zone coverage in the second half and how he approached that. This is going on a lot of the shows that you watch here. And it certainly makes the hosts sound like they know what they're talking about. And good for them. So, and I would give you an example of, I told somebody this a few weeks ago. I was going through, this was a few months ago, I was going through our prediction videos that we post with Steve Merrill, our guy, Steve Merrill from Wager Talk. Hopefully you enjoy our segments with Steve Merrill, Wager Talk on Patreon and as a YouTube channel member. We'll get to those in just a second. And I was curious to see what Steve's record was. I know what his record is on his, what do we call that? Under the radar selection. It's unbelievable how good his record is. If you want to make any money, we will talk about this a little bit later. If you want to make money betting on college football, I don't endorse it or encourage it, but if you are, you may want to listen to me and Steve and I. So I'm looking through these. And so I've got a zillion tabs open because I'm trying to skim through these videos and watch them as fast as possible to count up his record. You know what YouTube was doing? YouTube was sending me to a particular college football show. So when that video ran out, that I was trying to watch my video to see what Steve's prediction was so I could mark it down, that video would run out while I had another tab open and every time that video ran out, I'm talking about like 50 consecutive times, it went to the same college football show. Okay. And the topper is, I have never watched this college football show. So it's not like, so when I go on YouTube, you know what YouTube is sending me? The same stuff that it sends you, what you like, your preferences. It's not based on your subscriptions. It's not based on anything else except for what you watch. Now, they will mix that in with some things that they are going to try out on you to see if you would like them. So, like 90% of what you see in your YouTube selections and options, what they are throwing you are things based on your preferences. That's obvious. But there is a little bit of them seeing if something that's related to that you're going to like. So if you go on my YouTube page and see what they're throwing me a bunch of Elvis videos because that's what I watch. And they're throwing me some political stuff because that's what I watch. I never watched this show. Have never watched it. I've come across it for 13 seconds at a time. Every video that I was reviewing, when it hit the end of the video, YouTube automatically sent this show to me. And I'm like, this is odd. This has happened like 50 videos in a row. Why? And, there are certain websites that I go to while I'm working, like 247 Sports. And in particular, when I'm doing recruiting, I just by default, I don't know if 247 Sports is the best. I have the impression that they're the best when it comes to recruiting. And I just tend to go, they were the first one to have a composite. I just go there. I just by default, boom, 247 Sports. That's where I go. Now, if I've got a guest coming on from Rivals or somewhere, out of courtesy for them, I will reference the rival stats. But I go to 247 Sports. So understand that what I'm getting around to is that there are huge advantages for these corporation owned and promoted shows because they're everywhere. Like I go on 247 Sports just to look at a recruiting ranking, and I got a show that's like in my face. So that innate advantage is phenomenal. It's a phenomenal advantage. Okay. Our final goal, well, we want to get to, I'm going to throw a crazy goal out there because we just have to do it. We are stuck on subscribers. I just told you we just are going through our worst month ever. And I will tell you that, yeah, just being a man of faith and believing that we have to do much better, and we will. Let's get to 100,000 subs by the end of the year. 100,000 by the end of 2024, which I believe was the same goal as the end of 2023 and maybe even 2022. 100,000. And you may say, Mark, you're at 44,000. And wouldn't the goal be 50,000? No. I'm not even going to acknowledge 50,000. We're going to blow right through 50,000. And many of you will tell me congratulations. And I appreciate that more than you know. But I'm going to be like, no, that's not the celebration. 100,000. That will be the celebration. 100,000 subs. Okay. My final goal. And this exceeds all of those numbers, all of that, whatever that adds up to in money. And I have had a goal in mind in terms of an income. I'm not going to express that here, but our goal is to make a difference. That is the main goal, is to make a difference. What I mean by that is that when COVID hit, and we went through that college football season. And of course, prior to that college football season, I had so many people, and it was so phenomenal to connect with these people and hear their stories and hear them tell me. I never imagined that many people would say, Mark, I listened to you all the time. I watched all the time. I was shut in, and you got me through that 3 months, 6 months, a year, whatever it was. There have been people that have expressed other things that I would have never thought that somebody who is going through this kind of ailment or this kind of life situation, this kind of relationship issue, or that would be gaining solace and comfort in watching a college football show. So that means more to me than anything by far. And certainly, we, to a certain extent, will always separate college football, the information, the analysis, the discussion, the debate, everything that we do that is all college football from my spiritual beliefs, my social beliefs, my values, my stances to an extent. Because a lot of people have commented to me that they enjoy that they like that they know where I stand, and they enjoy that I stand up for what's right. I stand up for the truth. I don't back down to a bunch of crap that's going on in this society right now and in this country. Now, I'm not going to bring that on here, but if you follow me on Twitter, you're going to see me lay waste to the corruption and the evil and the perversion that's out there, because that's more important than me being a college football commentator. So again, I'm not going to push that on all of you because you're here to watch college football. So I'm not going to push that on you, but at the same time, and we certainly saw that in 2020 with COVID and everything that came from that, and from the George Floyd situation. I actually had a forum with a number of contributors here to the channel that are Black, that I wanted to hear from them and hear their perspective, and then I offered mine. So we don't back down from that if it presents itself, because those things worked their way into college football. They could not be ignored. So I'm not going to run and grab those topics. No, we're here to talk about college football. And if anybody's talking about college football and nothing else, that's this channel. You know, I've been made fun of, and I've heard it out there, like when other people want to talk about who has the best pizza, or, tell us about the first time you got drunk, or whatever the stupid things that they're talking about. And that's fine. They can talk about whatever they want. It's a free country. That I've heard, it's come back to me through other people. You guys are really good at letting me know what's being said about me out there. Like that somebody's making fun of me because it's the middle of May and Mark's breaking down the Kansas offensive line. Well, that's what we do. We talk college football. But when it comes to my beliefs and our values and standing up for the truth and standing up for what's right, I will always do that, but I will not push that on anyone when it is presented to me where I stand on something, or it is presented to us because college football has crossed that line into social issues and so forth. I'm not going to back down from that, and I'm not going to stand for a bunch of crap and perversion and corruption and evil to be spewed on any of my channels. But again, I will not pursue it. All right. So where do we stand on all of that? Where are we next? All right. We've got some good contributions coming in here. JR, thank you so much for that, JR. Became a YouTube channel member. So this might be a good time to address YouTube channel memberships and Patreon. All right. So we started Patreon 3, 4, 5 years ago, something in that range. And the intent was I'm going to provide bonus material, whether those are live streams or predictions or segments that people request. So to get something like that started, there's a push-pull supply-demand issue that you have to get past. Because if you've got 5 Patreon subscribers paying you all of $5 each, let's say, and they're paying me $4, so I'm making a whopping $20 a month. Well, I want to honor those Patreon members. They, by good faith, said, Mark, we're going to pay extra, and you have said you're going to deliver bonus content. Okay. Well, it's $20. What am I going to put into this? And I'm weighing, okay, what do I put on the channel versus what do I give them bonus content? And it's not making me anything. But if I wanted to grow, then I'm going to have to put bonus content. And one of the issues we have here at the Voice of College Football, because we cover everyone, is I could have 5 people on Patreon, and one's a Michigan fan, one's a Penn State fan, one's a Georgia fan. You get the bit. It's not like I'm just covering Georgia football. Therefore, everybody's a Georgia football fan. Therefore, I know I'm just going to throw out Georgia content on my Patreon. And of course, what name came to mind when I said that was Uncle Lou. I'm not pointing out Uncle Lou. I just picked Georgia out of thin air. Minnesota. I would be able to just do Minnesota videos. We just had Corey Brad on here. He, of course, focuses on Iowa. And Corey and I have discussions about YouTube and about our business all the time. And that's a great advantage he has. And he does it extremely well. He is Iowa tunnel focused. I don't believe that we are generally the first option or choice for anyone. You people are fans of a particular team, and you probably have a site, a YouTube channel, a site, something out there that you prefer over me because I'm the national guy. And so you want to know about Florida State or Miami or Georgia or whoever. And therefore, you're going to go somewhere else because I'm not the expert on Penn State. I'm not the expert on Kansas State or whoever. I'm the expert on all of it kind of put together. So you're going to go somewhere else. So I don't think, so this is where we positioned ourselves in a bad place, that I am the go-to for anyone first. I'm not the go-to. I think a lot of people tend to show up when there is general college football news, and hopefully all of you trust me to deliver it and give my perspective, take your calls, and for us to do it up right. So if the college football playoff expands to 14 teams, I'm going to go on live. And that's where I tend to historically, maybe not recently, but historically have hit a sweet spot, which I figure, okay, wow, we got all these people to show up. There's 800 people here because they're not going to their Penn State person or their Texas person or their Texas A&M person. They're thinking, okay, this is about college football. This is about national college football. I'm going to watch Mark. And that's probably, and because of that, that has caused me to think I should be producing national topic videos on this channel. And I've tried to get away. I can't always do it because sometimes I just need to throw something on this channel just to keep it going for that day, like I did with Penn State last night. And we see how well that did, where I want to be nationally focused on this channel with really good topics. And again, it continues to be a struggle to figure out what those are. So JR, thank you so much for being here. So the Patreon, again, I would present and deliver unique content, thinking, okay, well, these people have trusted me and they're patrons and they're loyal supporters, and I've got, let's say at the time, 10 of them. Well, what do they want? Well, it was funny because the feedback, and then it grew to 30 and 50, and the highest we hit was 100. We're down to about 60 now. When I would ask everyone, what do you want me to present here that's going to be exclusive content to you? And you know what they would say? Nothing. We're just giving you $5 a month. And I thought, well, that's very nice of you. That's very nice of you. But I don't know if I can grow because I'm not going to be presenting what's going to cause other people that aren't just giving me a handout, that want true bonus content I don't know what to give them. So then I thought, okay, well, I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to deliver one piece of content each month per request. So if JR here says, Mark, I want you to do a breakdown on Ohio State and Michigan over the last 10 years, then I would say, absolutely, here we go. Here's your bonus content for the month. But nobody, I did have a couple people request things, like somebody requested a Michigan State schedule preview. Okay, there you go. There it is. But generally, people just have not requested anything. So what do you get with Patreon? This is what you get. You get bonus content per request, because I've learned that why should I just throw bonus content on there that nobody watches and nobody wants it, because this fan base is scattered all over the place. So it's per request. Point number 2 would be my predictions are there. So I used to do my predictions right here on the main channel and deliver those every Friday. And maybe I'll get back. I don't. We're going to think that one over, because I kind of enjoyed everyone knowing my predictions. Now it's just a few people that see my predictions. And I get on Twitter and I brag about them, because I would have made anyone listening. Here's the deal. And again, I'm not promoting or encouraging wagering on college football. However, these are the facts, and this is pretty consistent every year. If you would have put $100 on every one of my predictions this college football season against the spread, you would have made about $4,500. If you would have put $100 against all of my money line predictions, you would have made about $4,000. Those are just facts. And I did not have a great year. I didn't have a bad year. I had a typical year where I'm hitting like 57, 58, 59% against the spread and like 80% straight up. So we are probably going to do something a bit different with that this year to determine how many of you really want to hear all of that and want predictions and who doesn't. So there could be some changes to Patreon in that way. Now, JR rankings, and we want to credit JR because JR has posted 2 videos on our Ohio State channel, and we'll get to that when we talk about our Buckeyes channel. So we appreciate JR. He's got a great channel here on YouTube. Okay, so then YouTube, I think that's the name of it. YouTube, not YouTube, whatever I just called it. YouTube. I've been talking for 2 hours and 44 minutes, and we just got started. Are you guys in this for the long haul? Here we go. YouTube started memberships whenever. And I started memberships way after they started them. And so we've got memberships right now on the main channel. We've got memberships on the USC channel. And we'll get to that when we get to the USC channel. And so these memberships, I thought, okay, well, what do I do with this? I already have Patreon. So do I tell all these people on Patreon to cancel Patreon and then have them start on YouTube? And I thought, I don't want to do that. But I don't want to waste what I could be collecting from YouTube, because most people, they're already on YouTube. So they're going to be saying, well, it's easier to join YouTube. So I thought, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to offer the same exact items on both Patreon and YouTube, and I'm going to charge exactly the same amount of money. However, what happened there, if you've noticed, they're slightly off, because when I went to Patreon, so whatever I'm charging for YouTube membership, I don't even know what it is. It's like $3.99 a month. I was already charging $5 a month on Patreon. I think it's, you guys can let me know what it is. Is it $3.99 on YouTube? Or is it, let's see where we are in the big chat room here at this point. What are we charging these days? I think it's $3.99 for a YouTube membership. I can't get to the bottom of the chat. Does anyone know? If anyone knows, please let me know how much a. Thank you, John. John says $2.99 a month, and there are higher tiers. Yeah. So thank you, John. So Patreon's $5 a month, I believe. So I thought, okay, I'm going to knock Patreon. I want to make them exactly the same. Patreon, it was a nightmare to try to change it. They will let you increase it easily. You just type it in, it's done. But if you want to decrease it, oh my word, I can't even explain to you. I couldn't even understand it. All the stuff I was like, okay, I can't handle that. I don't even know how to do this. Like it was they made it back-breaking to try to change it. Thank you, Jackson. So long story short, Patreon, YouTube memberships, we provide the same on both. As of last football season, that was one video or live stream per month per request. Not going to do anything nobody wants. Per request, you get my predictions. And again, we're probably going to do something different with that this year because I'm getting the feeling that most of you don't care about predictions, but some of you greatly do. And when I deliver that kind of value, then that could pack a punch. And then we got Steve Merrill from Wager Talk who comes on and delivers his under the radar selection during the football season. And then you also get the Discord link and you talk college football all the time. So that's what we currently have available on YouTube and on Patreon. And another thing comes to mind is that you people should receive, if we've got a lot of people in queue in the call-in shows, I should go to you first. And I apologize if I don't do that all the time. I don't have that in my head, and I don't have a list of everyone that's a YouTube or Patreon member. All right. I think we've covered that. If you've got any requests, I put this in the email that I send everyone who becomes a Patreon or YouTube member. I send an email. I give you a nice little shout out with a little banner, and I send that out. And I let you know if you have any suggestions for any of this, please let me know. Any recommendations of how these YouTube memberships could be better or the Patreon, because I cut straight with all of you guys. I don't try to. I will tell you when something doesn't have value. And right now, you are not getting the value on Patreon and YouTube memberships. You are basically helping the channel. You are helping me out. That's what you're doing. So I appreciate that. Even though during the football season, I over delivered there on predictions. And then we also did a deal for a few football seasons where we had a lot of your favorite media guests provide their 12 pack. I would put together a 12 pack of games for predictions each week. And we kept records, and we had a little contest with guys like Tony Gerdeman and Steve Hellwagon and Steve Dace and those kind of guys, Corey Brada. And I don't necessarily. So there were two issues there. Number one, I'd have to remind them over and over. I'd be sending out an email on Tuesday and Wednesday, and I'd get like 3 back. And I'd be like, and probably on average, only half of them fulfilled their obligation of sorts. It's not an obligation. They were nice enough to say that they would do the predictions, but I would just have to, it was like pulling teeth. There we go. And number two, I don't really know if any of you cared to see those predictions. So at some point this past season, I gave up and said, I'm tired of trying to get these predictions out. But you will always get my predictions. check it out, says Patreon and memberships should have exclusive channel on Discord. They do have an exclusive channel. They're the only ones on Discord. So they've got, if you go to Discord, let's see if I can find it here. Yeah, here we go. Here is Discord. Oh, shoot. Okay. Truth be known, I don't know my Discord password. It just allows me in. So hopefully I don't. So here's what Discord looks like if you've never seen it. And then you go in here and let me find me, the voice of college football. And so we set it up. So we've got a welcome chat. And then we've got announcements. I'm sure there are none. Oh, we did some very early on in March of 22. And then we've got a national feed. And then we've got the SEC. There's Jackson looking fine. Then we've got, I don't know what this is. SEC. Oh, that voice. Okay, forget that. Let's get out of that. I don't know what's going to come up there. Then we get the Big Ten. There's our Big Ten Discord. And there's the Big 12. There's the ACC. And, oh, there's the Pac-12. We are extending the life of the Pac-12. There we go. So anyway, there's a look at Discord. And the Pac-12 has not been heard from since last October. So again, YouTube and Patreon, that's what we've got working there. Let's get back to the Super Chat contributions here. JR, thank you so much for that. We also have Lemansky. Hooray for the big helmets. All other helmets good for ice cream dishes. And then we've got Joey who says, taking donations for Neon Voice of College Football sign. I'll start it. Okay, we're off to a good start. Joey, thank you so much for that. Oh, while we're on the subject of Super Chats, I just might be shooting myself in the foot, but we're going to do it anyway. Not that I haven't been very honest about this in the past. So, for one thing, I truly would love to get this channel and all of our channels to a point where I could care less if anybody ever sends a super chat. I would love to be in that place. Doesn't matter. We just did a 3-hour show. Nobody sent in a super chat. I don't care. It doesn't matter. We've got so many people watching. We've got sponsorships. We've got people using the Amazon link. We're good. Don't need it. Okay. That's where I would like us to be. I checked out these numbers the other day, and I would pull up our analytics page. However, I don't want to show you all my financial data. This is a very transparent show, but we're going to draw the line there. So if I could put a sticky note over that or something, I would show you everything else. You folks are, many of you, going through a rough time. That's all there is to it. We have seen inflation skyrocket. I just bought a house. That, well, I won't say that. Based on YouTube and based on what I'm doing right now, I can't afford, but that'll be fine. We'll figure it out. So inflation and everything else economically, I understand, and just the sheer fatigue of contributing. I looked at this the other day. I never thought of looking at this before, but it hit me. I was having a conversation with somebody that you would all well know, And I looked at super chats. I thought, oh, I'm interested. How many super chats? And I don't have to add them up. YouTube will tell you exactly. So year to date, 2024, $1,100. So I went back 2 years to year to date, 2022. It was over $3,000. So obviously, that's just in line with our recent trends all over. But again, I would love if we could bypass all the super chat business, period. That we are just rolling views, subscribers, sponsors, Amazon, other affiliate relationships as well. All right. But the neon sign, yes, I would love when I have seen some neon signs that look so sharp. I would love to get a nice neon sign of the logo, which who's responsible for my logo, who built my logo? My boy did. Yeah, I think that would look sharp. I've seen other shows that had neon signs and they looked. I just have to figure out how large it needs to be because the camera shot that you see right now with this is going to look completely different. It's going to look completely different. So I can't go by. I'm just going to have to hook that up, and that's going to tell me. But there's a lot of other stuff to consider. All right, we're making it. We're getting through this. All right. But I hope, if nothing else comes across tonight, more than anything, that we want to make a difference. Again, a lot of you get that, and I appreciate the comments that come back to me and the people that talk to me on a regular basis that let me know that hopefully we make a difference. I posted something about Tim Tebow's foundation where they save children from sex trafficking. And I posted that on Twitter. I made a move in that direction, and we do a lot of other things. I'm not going to go on about personal donations and so forth, but so just keep that in mind that we have higher goals. All right. I believe we've generally talked about current content and that it's in a lot of ways not working right now. So that's something I got to figure out that we have to do better. And there's a whole strategy to YouTube that involves titles and thumbnails. And I am not adept at any of that. There are some really nice, you go through your phone and you're clicking on the best thumbnails, unless you're specifically looking for a topic. So we need to do better on thumbnails for sure, on titles. And I would love to have more bells and whistles because we will never be a bells and whistles dependent channel because we're all about the talk and the analysis and having conversations with all of you. But the graphics would help. Some shiny looking graphics, some nice graphics that support what we're talking about. Absolutely. You got to grab attention. There's a channel called Think Media, and I am a member, not just meaning a subscriber of their channel, but I have a paid membership with them, and they analyze YouTube. And they used to say that on a video, your intro needs to be no longer than 4 seconds because you're going to lose people. Because what are you guys watching most of the time? You're probably watching shorts and you're just. And even if you watch videos, you're going to sit there for 20 seconds and watch an intro? No, you're not. Not unless, if you check out Michigan Podcast with Steve Dace, he's got a loyal audience. They're going to sit through his awful 2-minute intro. Sorry, Steve, of all those atrocious Michigan highlights throughout the years, because they know what they're going to get and he's going to deliver. But you're trying to pick up a new audience. And so Think Media used to say 4 seconds max on an intro. You know what they say now? How long do you think an intro should be? This is what Think Media, the experts, the very best at doing YouTube and analyzing YouTube. What do you think? I'm asking the crowd here. I'm asking the chat. How long should an intro be, if anybody's listening to me? 1 second. Keep chopping. Joey Foster, 2 minutes. What are you talking about, Joey? I don't think you were in on my. Tim Prangley says 3 seconds, 5 to 10 seconds, 30 seconds for Jackson. Yeah, so somewhere between Tim and who was the first one in there? And keep chopping. Yeah, like 1.5 seconds for an intro to a video. So my intros are too long. They're probably like 6 seconds, 7 seconds. When they were originally built, they were like 12 seconds. And I said, no, chop those down. And I still cut into them that little whatever that does, and the guitar twang, and that needs to be redone too. That's just another thing that needs to be freshened up and redone. Yeah. You guys will blow right through that unless you're thinking, I'm watching Mark and I'm watching this video. But people that are flying by, 1 second, 1.5 seconds. That's it. That is the, what does George know? George always gets my attention. Mark, I know how to get rid of your mortgage immediately. There is a certain fraud in every mortgage contract, and a lot of people know about this. It's not even a secret anymore. All right, give me a call, George. All right. So, only sports, only talk sports. Sorry, Jeffrey. Only talk sports. I'm not going to be talking too well as we continue this. I'm starting to wear down, but I got to kick in with that second win, but only talk sports. Jeffrey, we appreciate Jeffrey, who's always touting the channel here, always giving us a good word. Yeah, keep chopping. Quick slash, just a splash on the screen and a jingle. Good enough. Yep. So you want it to look good and sound good, but people's attention span, it's pathetic. It is pathetic. Rod Farba trying to get me a Red Bull. I've never had one in my life. I'm going to need those for the morning show. If you're just joining us, morning show starting April 15th, 8 p.m. I'm going to say that a bunch of times because I am never used to saying any of our shows at a.m. So 8 a.m. Eastern time. All right, what are we talking about here? Let's move on to shorts. That's a whole other thing. So Doc brings up shorts. No, we don't want to see that. No. Please don't put that in my mind. Thank you so much. Only Talk Sports, Jeffrey. Jeffrey's awesome. Check out his channel. Shorts. So what people are watching right now, those shorts, I am so bad at creating those. I don't even know how to edit a short. So if you notice, all the shorts that I've ever put is just me saying something for 15 seconds, and that's my short. But I should be producing, or I should actually, the way to run this business, I've had a million people tell me that know what they're talking about, is I shouldn't be editing anything. That is a waste of my time. I should not be editing anything. But as of right now, we do have an editor for most of the content for the team channels. But for my own channel, I need an editor. All right. Yeah, shorts. They're not going to make any money because you don't get paid because they're only 15 seconds long. So you would need millions of hits on a short for it to make any money. But they are the number one driver of subs and new viewers to a channel. And you guys wouldn't believe one of my, this is one of my to-do lists right here. They just go on and on for pages, my to-do list. And I write this every day when I do a new to-do list. Shorts. Do a short. And it just is like, I don't know what to do a short on. And again, it's only going to be me holding the phone doing it like that. And that's not going to grab a ton of attention. I need to edit the shorts. I've had a bunch of companies contact me that but they want, of course, way too much money compared to what we make here. So that's a problem. All right. What's up next? All right. We are okay. Let's do this. Let me try to figure out how to possibly. All right. To all of you who watch on a regular basis, and really to anyone who's ever watched, even if you've only watched one video, if I'm speaking to somebody right now and you just found us yesterday and you're watching this live stream or you're watching something else, you watched one other thing, thank you. I should never take for granted. I probably have at times. I'm human. I have probably taken for granted. I tell you, at one time, it got to a point. Again, this wasn't anything arrogant, I don't think, on my part, but I just at some point thought, when I show up, people will show up. If I just throw out, I'm going to be there at 8:00 tonight, I can do that 15 minutes before, and I'll sit down, and a certain number of people will show up. Well, there's way too much competition for that. So I am grateful for every view. All right. I don't want to leave anyone out, but I will. Even though I made a list, I stopped making a list because there are too many people to thank. So where do we start? I've thanked Marty 2.5 hours ago. I thanked my son. That logo is because of him and so many other things. All right. I thanked Joey when he was on here. So Joey. So let's go channel by channel. We got the USC channel on Monday nights. Matt Zemek, Trojans Wire. Matt's probably not watching. He's probably working, knowing Matt. Matt has been phenomenal. If you've not heard Matt Zemek break down a college football topic, Matt does a phenomenal job for us. I appreciate him. He shows up every Monday. He shows up every Friday, delivers on the USC channel. He's phenomenal. Check out Trojans Wire. Tim Prangley. Tim has made that USC channel our current standard. That's all there is to it. He is responsible for that. Sure, I typed out the clicks to determine I'm establishing a USC channel, and I had various contributors way back when, and we did a USC channel. We got it to 1,000, 2,000 subs, whatever the number was at the time, but it wasn't. It looked like garbage, and it just wasn't any good most of the time. And Tim, through watching here on the main channel, started driving that USC content and getting on and driving that live post-game show, and then wanted to do other live shows. And we already had Matt and I already had our USC show. And I cannot in any way thank Tim enough for everything that he's done for the USC channel. He puts together some great graphics. He gets guests. He puts so much thought and time and effort into producing a lineup, a rundown to make sure that we're delivering the best topics and the best insight. He takes calls from all of you, and it's become the best call-in show in regards to what he and Matt put together on Friday night. And again, we are still working together to make that even better. We want it to be on point. We are working, and Tim and I, we go back and forth because we both want it to be the best. And we want the discussion, the debate, the analysis to be the best, but we want people to find us because they see a look that is eye-grabbing, professional, bold, enticing. And so we are working to improve graphics and look and thumbnails and all of that. So, Tim, thank you so much for all that you do on the USC channel. You're phenomenal. Matt, thank you. Matt just shows up and he's just a walking encyclopedia of sports, period. But for us in college football, and Matt has been phenomenal with his analysis and just being so reliable. All right, so that's our Monday night with USC, and we go live every Monday at 10 Eastern and 7 Pacific. So catch our next USC show. All right. On Tuesday, we heard from Corey Braddock. Corey and I get together every Tuesday at 5:30 Eastern, and that's 4:30 Central for the Hawkeye show. So we believe we gave Corey his due, and Corey knows how much I appreciate him. He's a first-rate professional. I'm glad that he reached out to me, that he got this started. I had no idea who he was, what he did, what it was all about. Had no idea. Corey obviously saw our channel, and again, we forged a relationship, put things together, and we quickly we had only known each other for a few weeks and decided, hey, let's run with this and let's do a show. And Corey has done remarkable things on his show ever since and on his channel. And Corey's great. And I think if Corey and I really dedicated ourselves to a podcast on a regular basis, we could do a tremendous podcast. But we provide the Iowa segment each week, and that's available on audio through Corey's channel from the Hawkeye of the Storm, and have a great time doing that. So again, Corey's first rate. He's a first class act, and he's awesome. And he's all over the Iowa sports scene. And so we've got our Iowa show. Please join us there. And with all of these channels, we are looking for more content creators because, for example, on the Iowa channel, Corey and I get together every Tuesday, but that's all we can do. I don't have time to be, unless Brian Ferentz comes back and takes over the offense, where that's a slam dunk video. I can rip on Brian Ferentz's offense like 3 times a week. So that's gone away. Now I would actually have to be insightful and dig into the Iowa offense to provide a video. So that channel is nothing but our weekly show and repurposed content segments from that show. So if you love Iowa football, and this is just one example, yes, Erica knows that we had fun. Well, she was pulling out her hair with Iowa scoring 10 points a game under Brian Ferentz, but you've rid yourself, Erica, of that burden. And I so much appreciate Erica because she has contributed in such a great way, in so many ways, just showing up and being a moderator and saying hi consistently, saying hi on Twitter as well, and contributing financially as well. So thank you for that, Erica. But like our Iowa channel, for example, it's doing well. We get like 4,000 views each week on our show, but that's all it is that weekly show. We would love to have other Iowa contributors come on and present maybe a different show and or other content. So that's what we're looking at and for. And when you see these posts go out from me that say we're looking for content creators, I'm not going to explain it right now. I will give you the criteria of what you need. You don't have to be Bob Costas or Jim Nance. But we do need to uphold a standard that we have let slip at times. So we have allowed some people on air. I can think of 1, 2, 3. I could keep going. We've had a few people in the past, nobody currently. We have had some people on in the past that I have let the standard slip. We will not let that happen again. Okay. But the bottom line, if you want to create content for us here at the Voice of College Football, you have to know what you're talking about. You have to be able to communicate. You don't have to be a broadcaster. You just have to be able to talk effectively. And you need to be reliable. That's pretty much it. And not be real stupid. Stupid in that you don't allow craziness to ensue on your shows, you know. So basically, those 3 criteria: got to know football, got to be able to talk, and you got to be reliable. If you do that, please hit me up at MarkRogersTV at Gmail. I am jumping all over the place. I'm sorry, because everything's mixed together. Everything overlaps. But let's get back to the super chats real quick, because we did talk about super chats, and I appreciate all the super chats. Thank you so much for them tonight. I think there's been 5 or 6 tonight. Thank you so much for that. I will never take those for granted. I have no idea what your financial situation is. You know that. So I never make a judgment of anyone based on super chats. 0. And I think that's reflected in the show. I acknowledge all sorts of people, and it's never connected to super chats. Of course, I acknowledge the super chats and always do that. So thank you for those. Okay, here's the real deal, though. Let me throw up. I'm not going to throw up, but I'm going to insert. Oh, man, I've taken up so many slides that I guess we don't have that. Oh, yes, we do. We can never delete this one. Down on the ticker down below. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, Mark Rogers TV. Okay, so here's the deal with these super chats. We love your super chats. We appreciate them. I don't want you wasting your money. The Rod Favre is spending money on ammo. That's probably a good thing. My son would love to hear that. He would applaud you. So when you send in a super chat contribution, just understand, whether that's to us or anyone else, that YouTube is taking 35%. I think there's a small fluctuation based on something, but it's 35%. So YouTube is taking 35% of that. So just realize that. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. And I never promise anything, because I think that's foolish, but I'm telling you, meaning this is just that short of a promise, that we will acknowledge all of those on air. So if you send Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App, those are in the description section of every video. Go to everything's in the description section of all the videos. Go down there, PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, and 100% of that goes to the Voice of College Football. And if you want to contribute to a particular show, I would like to know that, because there is a distribution of income. We are paying, per se, most of our contributors. So let me know if it's for the Miami show or the Florida State show or the USC show or whatever it is. But just again, I may be shooting myself in the foot, but I've told you this before, because you need to know where your money's going. YouTube takes 35%. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, they take 0%. All righty. We've got Jackson Johnson coming in here. Thank you so much for that, sir. Who wants to see Mark come on the Stephen A. Smith show to give him some college football knowledge? So this is a great segue, Jackson. Okay. And as I continue, I'll get around to everyone, or not everyone. Of course, there's no way. If I don't say your name tonight, please don't be offended. This guy, though, our guy Jackson here, have you heard him deliver a promotion when he's talking about the merchandise store in particular? Jackson will deliver a promo that is just, Jackson, you've got a gift for that. I told you that the other night. You should be on QVC, or you should be an auctioneer. You do a great job with that, Jackson. I cannot thank Jackson enough, because he does this kind of stuff all the time. He's on Twitter. I need to call it X. He's on X all the time. And he promotes our shows. He promotes our channels. He's in the chats all over the place, and he's grabbing links and putting them in there, because I have reminded our hosts and our moderators, and they've done a great job. Moose is another one. You're phenomenal, Moose. And again, I don't want to miss anyone, that when they see me sitting up here saying, hey, go to the Amazon link, is it that difficult for you to go to the Amazon link and find it in the description section? It's not, but most of you won't. And it makes it just easier when the link is in the chat. And Jackson's phenomenal at this. John is, Moose is, and others, of putting the links to Amazon and other channels and shows and videos, and our guests. We love to promote our guests, and we try to be gracious to our guests and promote their platforms and their social media as well. And these guys do a tremendous job with that. But I just wanted to make it very clear about the Super Chat contributions versus Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App. 3 hours in, we're going to hear a little bit more of this, probably with the mouth not always working. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. Thank you so much for that, Jackson. This also reminds me, Jackson, I would not have thought of this. So many people tell me, Mark, you need to have this person on. You need to have this person on. You need to have that person on. Well, depending on that person's approach to being on their shows, and based on their magnitude, I am not too big to be on anybody's show. I can't imagine that I've ever turned down anybody's request to be on a show, and I've probably done it 30, 40 times. And the only reason I would ever turn anyone down is because I think they're a complete moron or jerk. Not even if they're a moron. If they're a moron, I'll still come on their show. If I think they're a complete ass, maybe I won't. Or I become just completely so busy that I just can't. But otherwise, but you can understand, is Kirk Herbstreit difficult to get? Yeah. You know what's going to cause somebody of that caliber to come on the Voice of College Football? You know what it's going to take? You. And Jackson is reminding me of this. Joe, I appreciate that. You're too cerebral to go on ESPN, but it would be phenomenal. It would be phenomenal. I got to get back to the Jackson super chat. It would be phenomenal to do so for the brand. It reminds me of, this is when I was still at ESPN. This is so funny. This was so funny. I'm at ESPN, and one of you let me know that I was mentioned on the Paul Feinbaum show. And I was like, what? So they sent me the clip. They found it. They clipped it off. We could do that when we were at ESPN. We could go to any show and we could, like, find a time code and clip it off and send it, because we would have to report errors and that sort of thing. And it was so funny. This was a long time ago. But it was so funny because somebody calls Feinbaum and they said, I'm sure you know who the voice of college football is, but he said the other day, and Feinbaum's like, what? They said, oh, on the voice of college football the other day, he said such and such about the LSU secondary, da 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 da. And he was just kind of like, yeah, I don't really know. And he mumbled something and he kicked him off. So that was funny to me. But Jackson is bringing up a good point. If you want those people to be on here, they're most likely not going to respond to me. You know who they're going to respond to? You. And I've tried this before, and maybe we'll do a little session of this in coming weeks where I will shoot a Twitter/X post to Joel Klatt. Hey, Joel, would love to have you on the show. DM me. And we'll work out a time. I really appreciate it, kind of thing. And Joel Klatt's not going to respond to that. However, if a ton of you like it, reply to it, and tell Joel Klatt to be on this show, if he gets like 87 people that liked the comment and replied to him and said, Joel, you need to be on the Voice of College Football, he's at least going to see that for sure. Most of those kind of people probably don't even see my post to them. So that is what it's going to take most of the time to turn heads. All right. If I can find a particular page on, yes, Joel Klatt is good. I would like to talk to Joel Klatt. If I could find a particular page here on YouTube, then I could just run through a little bit more briefly all the channels. Shoot, that doesn't go over there. All right, we'll just go through them. Here we go. We'll start from the top. All right, so we've got a Florida channel. Truth be known, we are not really doing anything with the Florida channel right now. It does have 1,000 subs, therefore it's monetized. However, just really not doing much with the Florida channel, unfortunately. We have in the past, but not currently. So not really much to talk about with the Florida channel. Let's move on to the next channel. All right, let's get to a real good channel here. Our guy, Justin Adams. Here we go. So what we've got here is our Nebraska channel. Justin Adams, you can catch him on our Nebraska show with myself. You see our smiling faces right there. That's every Tuesday at 7 Eastern and 6 Central. Justin does a bang-up job on Cheesy Corn Sports and also on the Big Ten show, that channel as well. So Justin is driving the content on the Nebraska channel. So he is producing 1, 2, 3 videos per week, plus doing our Tuesday show with myself. And so that's our take on the Nebraska channel right there. We enjoyed Justin. We appreciate him. He is hardworking. He's meticulous. He's even meticulous to the point that he's apologizing to me all the time. And I'm saying, Justin, you're killing it. You're doing a great job. Stay after it. So Justin's great. Love Justin. And let's continue to support Justin, and his videos are doing very well on the Nebraska channel. However, let's understand that we will take more of you. If you are a Nebraska football fan and you can do the 3 things that I just outlined, you know football, you can communicate, and you are reliable, then please contact me at MarkRogersTV at Gmail. So we do need more Nebraska content. I would love for these channels to post 1 video per day. That is the goal. And I'm not talking about the repurposed clips from the shows. That would be great if we could get to that point. So if you love Nebraska football, or even if you don't, and you know people out there that do, we are fortunately monetized. We've got enough subscribers, but we would like to be able to get sponsors for this show. So there's the Nebraska channel. Okay. Next up, what do we got? We have the main channel. There we go. We got the Clemson channel. All right. The Clemson channel has over 4,000 subs, doing very well. I get together each week with Jason Priester of allclemsontigers.com almost every week, and we deliver a Clemson segment or two or three throughout the week. And then we've got our guys, Jordan Bowman. That's another I'm grateful to. Jordan Bowman and Tiger Paw Craven. Those guys take on a Clemson show every Thursday night, 7 o'clock Eastern time. I think they're moving it to 8 Eastern. I believe I heard that out of their mouths last week. So again, it's the Clemson channel, and Jason Priester's great. He's phenomenal. So I am a little bit more involved in the Clemson channel, at least in terms of producing content, 3 or 4 videos a week. And again, it's 7 o'clock. I'm sorry, they're switching to 8 o'clock Eastern every Thursday night. The all-in show with Jordan Bowman, who is just a smart dude. That's all there is to it. Yes, Jim R. Jordan does a good job. And Tiger Paw Craven, we appreciate those guys for taking this show and running with it. So that's the situation with the Clemson channel. Then we've got, who's up next? Oh, this is a channel that's fallen off the rails, unfortunately. Oklahoma. Okay. We have made it to show roughly 142, and we did about 130 of those consecutively, and most of those with our guy, Jason Ray. We appreciate Jason. He's great, great guy, but was not able to continue. Therefore, the Oklahoma channel has plummeted. This channel, I'll share some details with you. This channel, now I didn't make all this money, but it touched $1,000 in a month at one point. Just like barely, for like a split second month, but generally made $300-400 a month. This channel makes like $10 a month now. I lost my co-host, and I've been searching all over the place. You see the video that's posted right there on the front page. That's a live stream with Parker Thune from KREF Sports, and Parker Thune's phenomenal, but I can't get him locked down on a show every week. And see, that's the problem. We can't deliver a show every week. And because YouTube's only paying us about half what they used to pay us, even some of our better channels like Ohio State, Michigan, they just make a fraction of what they made 2 years ago. So we are looking for help on our Oklahoma channel. I thought I could piece together a show every week with various connections, and I could get some kind of rotation going, and it just hasn't happened. And this channel is, I hate to say it because we're being positive tonight, but let's be real, it's dying. All right. So yeah, that's what's going on with the Oklahoma channel. But look at this live stream we did. Oh, that's the one from 2 months ago. So that's not a good example. Let me correct this real quick so I can customize the channel. Let me put another video on the front. Let me put the latest live stream. Where is it? Right there. That was about a week ago, because what you're going to see is, okay, this isn't going to make any money, but it's not a bad response for not having a show on for 2 months or more. And we just popped on and there's over 1,000 views. So we can do a great job on the Oklahoma channel. The Oklahoma fans are phenomenal. When we had that thing going, oh my word, that was becoming our best channel. That was becoming our best channel at one time. Jason and I did a show every week. I'd also get guys like Parker Thune and John Williams. I forget who he writes with, but he's a great guy. We would do segments all the time. And then Jason was doing a softball show on Fridays, and we know how crazy Oklahoma is about softball. And this show was this channel was rolling 2 years ago, and now it's just dead. it's just not there. Like I say, it's making like $5 a month. So we will continue to look for people and try to get somebody on there with me to see if we can revive it. All right. So that's where we stand. Did you guys see any of that I showed you? I don't know. Let's go to the next channel. And hopefully we've got better news with the next one. Actually, we don't. This is the disaster of disasters right here. Maybe Will's watching us right now. This Notre Dame channel. Oh my word. It has collapsed. So this Notre Dame channel, this is the last thing I did on the Notre Dame channel was 3 months ago with Nick Sheplowski. Great guy, Irish Wire. See, we just posted this video. It got 800 plus views. That's actually not bad considering like the channel's dead. Nobody's watching it. I just threw up a bunch of Notre Dame videos out of nowhere and some people watched it. Oh, you guys can't see that. Sorry. There we go. So there's our beautiful Notre Dame channel. So we had a issue with the Notre Dame channel. And the issue with the Notre Dame channel is that we had a couple individuals that I will not name. They posted shorts that were copyrighted, and I was not aware of that. And those shorts were doing really well. They were doing like 5,000, 6,000 views, which would be great to bring potential subscribers and viewers into the channel. The issue was that they were showing highlights of Notre Dame games. And so YouTube, in its great wisdom, did not. I've only owned these series of YouTube channels for 14 years and been an upstanding YouTuber. I'll never say that again. Call myself a YouTuber, but anyway, that's what I am. I've only been doing this for 14 years, so you would think that they might show me a little mercy, actually like contact me. Here's a warning. No, they didn't warn me. They just killed my monetization. They just took it away. I'm like, where's the warning? Don't you get a warning? 3 strikes, you're out, something? No, they just killed the monetization. That was at the start of the last football season. So they pretty much killed our football season. And these guys are not going to be working with us anymore. That wasn't really even the reason why that's not going to take place. Just nobody's watching. And I know that there are obviously tremendous Notre Dame channels out there. With none of these channels was my intent that this is going to be like the greatest Notre Dame channel and everyone's going to be watching this Notre Dame channel and they'll watch this before they watch Irish Breakdown, for example. Because Irish Breakdown, if you understand what they're doing, they're killing it. Brian Driscoll is amazing. He's a friend of mine and we appreciate Brian coming on here and he will come on soon. We've been trading text messages. He's busy. But we want to cover Notre Dame football. But my approach to most of these channels is that, okay, I understand we can't be the number one Notre Dame channel, the number one Ohio State channel, the number one Miami channel. But if we do a weekly show, and in some cases, we're doing those weekly shows that with people that don't have shows, like Cam Underwood, once we get to Miami, he's one of the very best there is. And I got him, and that's the only show he does. So that is unique. But even with the people that do other stuff, they got their own channels. We are the only place. This is my hope. This was my intent years ago, that we would be the only place that you could, for example, Notre Dame, where you could see Brian Driscoll, you could see Nick Sheplowski, you could see Nathan Urbach, you could see, John Kennedy. You could see all these people in one location. Plus, you could see them interact with me. So this is the only place you could get that. And you may get a lot of Notre Dame propaganda out of them, but you also would get pushback from me. You just get a dynamic with these shows that you're not going to get anywhere else. That was my intent with these channels. Not that they're going to be the best channels for those teams. They're just not going to be. It's impossible for me to build a channel for any of these teams that are going to be the very best. But again, it was my intent to make it unique in that way. And this Notre Dame channel has just nosedived, and it's just non-existent. So the Notre Dame channel, the Oklahoma channel, they're dead. Sorry about that. I had so many tabs open that I missed something there. So what I was saying there was that, yes, these channels, Notre Dame and Oklahoma, they're not dead. We still have hope. They are just on life support, and nothing is going on there. All right. Hopefully everybody caught that. Oh, we went from, oh my goodness, we went from like 170 people to 40. Did that me leaving for like 5 seconds? Yeah, I had too many tabs opened, and I don't know what I did. I really don't know what I did, because you start to lose track of what's actually on the screen. And every time you pull something up on StreamYard, like if I'm showing you things, it knocks out what I'm seeing. Like it covers up what I'm seeing. All right. Did we really lose that many people? Well, Uncle Rico, it was actually showing me like one. Oh, those people might have been on. That's interesting. Anyway, it was showing me like 170. Those might have been on Twitter. Really? We had more people watching on Twitter? Really? Seriously? Okay, anyway. So that's with the Notre Dame channel. Okay. Now we go to the next channel would be Iowa. We talked about. We'll skip that. Okay, this Texas A&M channel. Okay, so it's an SEC team, and they've got a ton of fans and blah, blah, blah. So all these SEC channels are pretty much going to be the same, meaning we don't have 1,000 subs. I don't have time to get to them. And this Texas A&M channel is basically just sitting there at 600 subs, and we're hardly ever getting anything to it. Uncle Rico, it's showing me 100 and... Oh, why are these people watching on Twitter? That's kind of strange. Got many more people watching on Twitter. All right. So not much to talk about there. The Texas A&M, Auburn, Tennessee, South Carolina channels are all between 350 and 800 subs, and they're just kind of sitting there, and I'm really not able to get too much there. The reason why, okay, it's coming back to me why they're just sitting there. So we had a deal with SD1 Sports, and this channel is owned, Texas A&M, by SD1 Sports. SD1 Sports actually owns all the SEC channels, and he took off with the SEC channels. And that's why I started an SEC channel. And then we came to another agreement. So all of these channels have come back in the last month to 6 weeks. But I haven't had the opportunity, the time, or anything else to do anything with them. That's why it looks like I've got a bunch of dormant SEC channels, because I have not touched these channels or had any involvement with these channels for probably a year and a half or 2 years. So I'm just now reacquiring these channels. So hopefully we can do something with them. All right. So I won't go to all these channels that are the same. All the SEC channels are just exactly what I just said they are. All right. So let's go to this Virginia Tech channel. No reason to show you Virginia Tech, Wisconsin, North Carolina. There's nothing going on. I don't know why we started them. Again, it was a situation with our deal with SD1 Sports. And we had reason to believe, because we had contributors at the time, that we could make something happen. So let's go to John D'Adamo's favorite channel. Let's go to the Scarlet and Gray. All right, here we go. Ohio State. My least favorite channel. Will's asking, I wonder if Mark can make money on Twitter soon. All right. Another great thing that Joey does, he put me in contact with somebody about 4 months ago, and he said, you might want to talk to this guy because he had something to say about Twitter and making money on Twitter. So I talked to this guy, and he said, you might be eligible to make money on Twitter. So I said, okay, well, let's look this up. So what I did was I had a conversation with this guy, and he said that he was making like $700 a month on Twitter. And so I went to my Twitter settings to monetization, and there are 3 criteria, and the 2 are pretty easy, and I hit those. You only need like 1,000 followers and something else. I don't remember what it is. So I'm like, okay, I got those 2. The third criteria is that you have to generate 1 point timeout. You have to generate almost 2 million impressions. Yes, you have to generate almost 2 million impressions per month. Now, I was sitting at like 60,000 impressions per month. So I thought, you know what? Me being me, I'm going to see if I can do this. Yeah, Uncle Rico, you are completely correct. And the only one I'm active on with my social media is I'm on Twitter. For some reason, it's easy. I'm there. I do it. But Instagram, that needs to be a goal this year to really nail Instagram. And who's going to do that for me? I don't know, because it's on the to-do list every day and I never get to it. The to-do list today. Didn't get to all of that. Where are we? Oh, Twitter. You need 2 million impressions per month. And I was at like 60,000. So listen to this, folks. I thought, here's one way I can push this is I'll start to simulcast our live streams on Twitter. So I started doing that. That helped. And then I also just put the more I talk trash, let's just face it, when I post uh, Ohio State quarterback breakdown, my latest conversation with Pat Murphy of Bucknuts. Do you know who? Nobody cares. Just not that I shouldn't post that because somebody out there will be like, oh, I'll click on that and watch it. But generally, that gets no traction. Nobody cares. But when I start calling people out, when I start responding to other people, when I start saying, you're a moron, and I shouldn't be calling people morons. I understand that. But basically, when I just respond to or create controversy, bold statements, all of that sort of business, what do you think happened to my Twitter impressions? They went from 60,000 a month to 600,000 a month. So I went up 10 times in my Twitter impressions over the course of just a few months, but I'm still only about a third or less away from the 2 million per month. So I don't even know if that's worth it. Even if I get to 2 million impressions per month, I don't know what they're going to pay me. I don't know if we're talking about, okay, I'm making $12 a month. So I don't know about that. Somebody brought that up. I think it was Will about making money on Twitter. All right. So here's the Ohio State channel. So earlier today on our Buckeyes Live show, we celebrated our 260th show. You see it right there. There's Kevin Noon, Tony Gerdeman, Steve Hellwagon. So I'm going to honor these guys as well. They're just kind of in a different category of sorts because their contribution is simply they show up and talk about the Buckeyes for an hour every week. And that may not sound like much, but they all have professions. They've got careers. They're on sites that are well established. They don't need me. But they have shown up every week for 260 weeks. And the reason I point out 260 is when you multiply 52 times 5, you get 260. That's 5 full years. We finished today 5 full years of Ohio State football talk. And it's typically every Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern time. And this show is doing great. This channel is doing great. Well, again, relatively speaking, within the Voice of College Football universe, it's not doing anywhere close to what it needs to do. But within the Voice of College Football universe, it's doing well. But it could do so much better. Oh my word, it could do so much better. This show, we just posted this 12 hours ago. It's got 1,700 views. It'll probably do 3,000, 4,000 views. So we consistently do a nice. I wish it was better, of course. Be great to do more like 15,000 per show. The problem is this is all that this channel stands on is this one show per week and then the repurposed videos. And so we are looking for contributors, and we had a guy, JR, step up. We appreciate JR. He knows his Buckeyes football, and JR is starting to post videos on the Ohio State channel. So we thank him for that. Over 8,000 subs. This is number 2 in terms of total subs on our channels. And again, this show should have a sponsor. I should be paying these guys, which I do through super chats. I'm not paying them what's worth their time by any stretch. I'm not paying them for their time. If on the average show we get $15 of super chats and then YouTube takes 4 or 5 or so, then I'm splitting $10 between 4 people. So we made $2 each. That's what I'm paying them. So they are worth more than that. The sponsor or the live streams have enough numbers to deliver a sponsor. So that's what I need to get cracking on. I need to crack the code, figure that out, get sponsors for these kind of shows, because that's a damn good show. And those guys are phenomenal. And that's just, in some ways, every show is different. Every show is near and dear to my heart in different ways. But that is in terms of longevity. And of course, these three are professionals. That is, in a sense, the gold standard. All right. So that's the Ohio State channel. And we've got JR on board, and we so much appreciate him being a new member of what we do at the Voice of College Football. You know, Uncle Rico brings up a good point here. Says the problem with Ohio State is there is a ridiculous amount of media outlets that covers them. And so this is something that I thought about a long time ago. This is back when I thought the best way to do these channels, or my main channel, let's say, was to do game previews and break down the quarterback competition and break down recruiting and, do an offensive line preview back when we used to do nuts and bolts, uh, before social media took over and everybody just talks about gossip and the new realignment and nonstop. That I thought, okay, well, I know Ohio State has one of the biggest fan bases in the country, probably the biggest fan base. However, that doesn't mean it's the best opportunity. The best opportunity is the largest fan base compared to the least amount of media coverage. I can't answer that. And I think at this point, there are so many YouTubers, so many people with websites that it's just nonstop. And it's just everywhere. So, Uncle Rico, I agree with you when it comes to Ohio State, but I think that's just about everybody. And yes, Roger Dodger, I do have a Notre Dame channel, and we just reviewed it. All right, so next up, we will go to the Alabama channel. So we will be very brief with this because, again, the situation, SD1 Sports, and I have an agreement, and we just got back into the Alabama and SEC game, so there's not a whole lot going on here, although we see our guy Stephen M. Smith of Touchdown Alabama. Stephen M. Smith has been joining me as long as anybody, and I know that probably a lot of you aren't familiar with him because Gregory, there is a Bama channel. You are watching it right now on the screen. Our conversation with Stephen M. Smith, he's been coming on forever. And so we are just starting to get revved up with our SEC content. All right. Next up, all right, I am going to point this out here. This has nothing to do with our college football or the Voice of College Football, but I, like any content creator, should promote other things that I've got going here. So this is something that I believe that we should be doing. So I'm going through the Bible, and I'm reading through the Bible, and there's a lot more to it in regards to my perspective, my insight. I'm not any kind of theologian by any stretch of the imagination, but if you have any interest, even if you don't, you know what? Even if you don't have any interest, please join us at the Word by Word. And we have a great time there. I try to post every day, but that has not been the case. But it's a priority for other reasons, of course. All right. Our USC channel is next. And we basically hit on this. And again, Tim has taken off on this, done a tremendous job. And the USC channel, in some respects, like I said about the Ohio State show, in other respects, the USC channel is our standard. It's our gold standard. It is our gold standard. And Tim does a great job. Tim and I get together for the Big Ten live show here on the main channel every Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern time. And Tim and Matt on Friday nights. All right. And with all of these channels, we are attempting to diagnose titles and thumbnails to make them more attractive and appealing on YouTube. Because we're not just competing against other college football channels, we're competing against everything. Because you guys don't just watch college football channels, you watch politics, entertainment, whatever you watch all this other stuff as well. So all of that is competing for attention. All right. Can you tell I'm wearing down? But we will trudge forward because we've got stuff to get to. All right. We've got just a few more. I'm not going to show you the Georgia channel because it's just like the other SEC channels. We looked at the Big 12 channel with Joey. We've got the West Virginia channel as well. This thing is, I got to say, I'm sorry, not doing anything. So on the West Virginia channel, Joey does a show on, I believe, Friday nights. It's been a bit sporadic because of certain situations recently, but the West Virginia live show, when our good friend, may he rest in peace, Gold and Blue Dude, and I would do the West Virginia show, is doing rather well at that point. Now we've got some gentlemen, Frank Fear, Greg Christ, and Mickey Plumley, that do the Mountaineer Locker Room show on Wednesday nights. But this West Virginia channel, it's monetized. But when I say monetized, I mean it's making like $5 a month. So it needs a whole lot of help. All right. Let's finish up with whatever we've got left here. And then we'll move on to some other topics. Okay. Miami. We did our Miami show tonight with Cam Underwood from State of the U. Cam is phenomenal. If you've not listened to an hour with Cam on Wednesday night, I'm telling you, this is a great show. Even if you don't like Miami, even if you could care less about Miami, you got to join us on Wednesday night at 7 Eastern time. There you see, this is our longest running show by far, 371 episodes. Do the math on that, folks. What's that, about 7 years. Now, we did 2 a week for a while. So whatever it's been, 6 years doing this with Cam. And we used to do one with the Wholesome One. But with Cam Underwood from State of the U, SB Nation, it's just a great show. And I am indebted to Cam for continuing to be diligent to make this show every week. The Miami show, and the Miami channel at one point, was a powerhouse, but it has certainly slipped. I know it's got 9,000 subs, but in terms of viewership, this show is still fairly strong. It's not at its peak. It's been better in regards to numbers in the past. It's not been better in regards to content. It's been better in terms of viewership. But the channel's not doing great. It's doing okay. It's doing all right. The USC, Ohio State, Michigan, Miami, Iowa, those are the best channels in some order. And but we would like them to do considerably better. All right. Next up, Miami. We're going to skip Tennessee. Oregon, it's monetized. Our buddy Exploring with Ben, we appreciate him showing up to do the Oregon show most Tuesday nights. It's a bit hit or miss. They've taken some time off here recently, but we do appreciate that the Oregon show has been pretty strong. The viewership is not what we would want it to be. There you see about 100 views on that live stream. if you saw the opening thumbnail, I am proud of that. I did that. Hopefully, as soon as I can get out of the thumbnail game, the better for all these channels. So there's the Oregon channel. And again, if you love Oregon football, know Oregon football, and would love to produce content, please contact me at MarkRogersTV at Gmail. We had a conversation just before our list of live shows tonight with Spencer McLaughlin from Locked On Ducks. And so be looking out for that video. We reviewed both the offense and defense, and Spencer is phenomenal and knows his stuff. All right. Next up, South Carolina, the same deal as the other SEC channels. So we will get to what in some ways is a highly successful channel, thanks to this guy that you see right there. So the Michigan channel, I don't know when we started this, but we had Desmond and Dre. They did our post game. They did the live show with me every week. John got involved. We turned it over to him at some point. I think it was last summer. And very much similar to Tim on the USC channel, John has run with this. He has presented this show 10 times better than I present these shows. I jump on here and just start shooting from the hip. John has done a tremendous job of building a guest list, for one thing. So recently it's been a lot of TJ Konerski with Ronin Sports Talk, who's really a great resource and a extremely knowledgeable Michigan guy. And then John's a huge Michigan fan, and he's well prepared. He thinks out the rundown. He provides very insightful, not just commentary, but questions that others don't. And again, it's just, I can't thank John enough for all that he's done for this Michigan channel. It has taken so much off my plate because I was hosting this every week. And in addition to hosting this show, I do a lot of segments with Tanner Wooten from Blue by 90 and Nelson Hubble of Maize and Blue Review and others. Isaiah Hole and I had a conversation the other day, and so hopefully he's going to come on soon. But I've done videos with Isaiah Hole from, don't want to mess it up, I think he's with Wolverine's Wire. But John has taken on this show, which has relieved me from doing a lot of other, from doing the show. And John does this show so much better than I ever could. So it is in better hands with John for sure. For sure. It is in so much better hands with John. He's doing a great job. Now, I will crash the party from time to time. And when John, of course, has a business trip or something he needs to deal with, then I will, of course, fill in as I did a few weeks ago, and that was a whole lot of fun. It's a little bit more refreshing for me. I may need to break this to all of you because for you, talking college football is fun, and for me, it's fun as well. But when you do it constantly, like you can probably tell that my voice is about shot. That and you got to work all the business angles of it when you're not on the air, and it's a grind, it's a hustle. And it was nice for me to host a Michigan show a few weeks ago because it felt fresh, it felt new, it felt like, okay, I enjoy doing this, when at times it wasn't super enjoyable when you got to do it when you've done like 3 or 4 shows in a row. So John, we are in great hands with John. Thank you so much, John. 1 scoop, you are worth about 55 scoops. So thank you for that. You're doing a great job. And we will continue to try to get you some more great guests and continue to roll with the Michigan show, because it's really been it's a whole lot of fun to listen to. And once TJ Konerski jumped on, I apologize to all the hosts. I don't listen to all the shows start to finish all the time. That's one of the reasons I have you. Otherwise, I would do it myself. So I don't get to hear everything, but I've taken in quite a few shows recently with John and TJ, and they've been tremendous. Let's not forget our newest addition here. You see at the bottom of the screen there, Ferris Khan, who just uploaded his first analytics video on Michigan football. So we hope that Ferris is going to stay with us. And he's got a lot to say. He's a very analytical Michigan fan that has a background professionally that really lends itself to diagnosing football analytically. And so check out the video that John's talking about in the chat right now with Ferris Khan. And I'm glad that these guys had Ferris on this week, and it looks like they had a great time. I heard some of it. And again, Ferris, I believe, posted a video concerning the Michigan possibility that with all those quarterbacks in play, that they could go to a 2-quarterback system and how well that could possibly work. And as John has posted there in the chat, we certainly want to give props to and support to TJ from Ronin Sports Talk. So there is the link to follow him on X, because we want to be able to give back to these people that give to us. And certainly TJ's done a great job. So John, first and foremost, thank you so much for all that you do. All right. John and I proving that the scarlet and gray and the maize and blue can work together. All right, here's our SEC channel. So what happened here was, it's always full disclosure here, the voice of college football. So to summarize our relationship with, Corey's back with us. He doesn't believe that I've been on for 4 hours. I told you that I've got all sorts of stuff I've got to get to. That our deal with SD1 Sports, and maybe our buddy Chris will see this at some point, and I think I will take that drink of water. So I was at ESPN and had my YouTube channel, and Chris is at SG1 Sports. I don't know if you've seen their college football content. Check it out. And Chris contacted me, and he really wants to get out of the talent game and wants to work the operation and the business. And he's like, we went back and forth for a couple years where he was constantly trying to bring me on to be a host and really drive all of his content. And I'm like, no, I'm doing this. And he certainly had his sights set big. He's like, well, how much would it take you to leave ESPN? And I'm like, you can't afford me. So anyway, long story short, we finally partnered, and that partnership has been great. Chris has always been above board, trustworthy in every possible way. But we have, because we have differing brands, and there have been some, when I say issues, not because anybody's done anything wrong, but him having a different brand and a different priority than me, we have made some different decisions through the years. And one was, okay, Chris, just take all these SEC channels and they're yours. And we made a little channel swap. And so then I thought, I don't have any SEC channels, none. That's insane. So this was last football season at the outset, and I started this SEC channel because I had no SEC channels. and thought, well, I don't have the resources to just start like an Alabama channel and all these individual team channels. So I'll just start an SEC channel. We'll start with that. So you talk about strange viewership totals. Yeah, Corey. Yeah, I'm not saying I was getting rich at ESPN, but I was doing fairly well. All right, so yeah, I would have to admit from time to time, I think, really, did I? I am so much more enjoying myself and running my own business and being my own boss. But I would have to say, sometimes, yeah, we are scuffling and missing the paycheck. All right, what do we have here? Well, we got a bunch of videos that have yet to be released. Okay, let's get down to here. These view totals on this channel are just crazy to me. They're not good, but they're crazy in that, okay, if we go back to this is the end of the football season, out of nowhere, I don't know if you can see that, like 4,500 people watched this one video. And then 800, then 3,200 people watched this Alabama video. Then nobody watches this new look LSU 2024. And then 4,000 people watch Arkansas, Bobby Petrino's back. And if I could stay consistent with producing this content, well, then maybe, and when I didn't, look, it kind of fell off to nothing. And then most recently, I'm like, I don't have time to deal with this. I got to focus on the main channel. I keep pounding myself in the head almost every day saying, why are you getting bogged down? And what did I do in the last week? Guess what? I set up, let's see, our last video released is Texas A&M recruiting update. I'd say in the last week, I have done records with a Texas A&M guy, Ole Miss, LSU, Auburn, Arkansas, and I'm probably forgetting a few others. And I know when I do that, that this channel is so far away from being monetized that I'm really not doing myself any good, but we got to get this thing monetized. And we are at like 550 subs. So get on over to the SEC channel and please subscribe. That's all I'm going to say right there. I can vouch for all the people that we've done content with here recently on the SEC channel. These people are great. They are. I had a guy on for Texas A&M with Gig'em Gazette. That's the first time he's been on. Our Arkansas guy, Ty Hudson, one of my favorite guys. We've got Georgia with Anthony Dasher from Rivals, and just on down the line, Carter with LSU. And so the SEC channel is a place to be. So get on over there. All right. Next channel. I think we're almost done. We are not going to talk about North Carolina or Wisconsin. Okay, here's a big one right here. And my guy, Sonny, is probably not around. It's getting late, isn't it? Yeah, it's almost 12:30. Okay. First of all, let's get a decent, let's not worry about that. Who cares? This channel, again, this is another reacquired channel. So again, it's pretty much dead, but it's not dead because we're going to revive it. Yes, John, Elvis is the greatest of all time. As I like to write after that statement many times, I put no period, one dot, comes dot, close dot. Anyway, back to Texas football. Don't get me derailed. So with the Texas football channel, again, this is a channel that's been sitting there for like a year with nothing. And here we go and reacquire this Texas channel. reacquired the Texas channel, and we are ready to roll on this one. We're ready to roll on this one. Here we go. And the Rod Farva, you are right. Elvis doing Never Been to Spain is phenomenal. And I would get us demonetized if I played it here. But man, you got to catch that from Elvis on Tour. Look up Elvis on Tour, Never Been to Spain. Anyway, okay. Guys, you're throwing me off here. So Matthew Miller's done a Texas show for about 40 weeks. And you know what? Let's be honest. Nobody's watching the show. And it's great. Matthew Miller's really good. Yes, John just said it. He's fantastic. So we're going to help out Matthew in a number of ways. We are rebranding, relaunching the Texas Football Channel. And on Monday night, April 8th, I am not in full knowledge that this is going to do the trick, but I am going to host the Texas show starting on Monday, April 8th. Matthew will still drive the show, his analysis. I will simply be there as host and to do conversation. So as Sonny is putting there in the chat, April 8th, we are doing a launch party, relaunch party, Texas football at the Voice of College Football. So you can watch that here on the main channel. And you can also watch it on the Texas channel. And we are going to be live for 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. I don't know how long. But we are going to be there. And we are going to bring on as many quality Texas football guests as possible. And that is just the relaunch of the Texas channel with the Texas show that we are going to do live every Monday night with Matthew. And then we are so happy to announce as well that our guy, Sonny Verma. So you have seen and heard Sonny in a number of places. One would be here as a caller here on the Voice of College Football. We had Sonny join the Big Ten show a few times. He's been on, I believe, the Ocho as well. On a regular basis, you can catch Sonny on the Big Ten show. That's a channel right here on YouTube. Got to check it out. It's great Big Ten football coverage. And on the Illini cast, Illinois football fans, Big Ten football fans, alerting all Big Ten football fans, the Illini cast, it is right here on YouTube. So check that out. But Sonny is joining forces with us here at the Voice of College Football. Sonny has yet to appear on anything, and he has already been an invaluable resource for a number of reasons. So Sonny is going to be producing Texas content, and we're going to start there. And who knows, we might be stretching Sonny out to do all sorts of good things across the various networks. But we're going to start with Texas. We want to focus on Texas and really driving this channel. Again, the approach in the past maybe has been a little bit too spread out, too thin. We want to strengthen these channels one by one, and we are going to give it a go with Texas football, sleeping giant, awakened this past football season, probably going to be a top 5 team when it's all said and done again this year. So, Sonny, it's great to have you on board. Matthew, we're going to deliver and grow the audience, grow the channel. So there we go. The Texas Football Channel, the relaunch is on April 8th, Monday night, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. All right. Next up, I think we're almost done with the channels. Texas, Auburn. This is our last stop on the channels. Our last stop would be Florida State. So we did our 256th run of Florida State Seminoles live tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. So understand that some of our weekly shows are run by individuals who are really involved and engaged in that particular channel. So, for example, Justin Adams with Nebraska on Tuesday night, he produces other content. He's involved in the channel, building thumbnails, doing those sorts of things. Many times, hey, I am just happy to have professionals in the field join us on a regular basis. So here's another case of this. You got James Coleman, who played fullback at Florida State, and he's got some tremendous connections. He has a tremendous media presence himself. He does a lot of work for the Jacksonville Jaguars on the local NBC affiliates there in Florida. He is widely known in the Florida State community. He goes to he's crossing back and forth between the NFL and college football. He goes to the Super Bowl, the NFL Combine, and he's got so much going on. But guess what? He shows up for us every Wednesday night, 6 p.m. Eastern time. And so we appreciate James. He's got enough respect for what we do that he gives us something that he gives to very few, and that's his extra time. We also have Chris Frazier from Spear Addicts. It's been great to get to know Chris in the last year plus. Yes, well over a year, probably 2 years at this point. And Chris probably has as much inside knowledge of Florida State football, the operation, what's along with James, and connections within Florida State football as anyone. And then we've got George from the Renegade Report, who hosts our postgame show and also joins us on Wednesday night, the Renegade Report. So this show's solid. It's beyond solid. It's one of our best shows. It delivers every week. Yes, absolutely. This is a great get. And this is when I'm talking about what our team channels and shows should be, that's what I'm talking about right there. That I cannot promise that we can do the best Florida State channel, the best Florida State show. I can't. There's no way. I don't have the time to devote to it. I don't know Florida State football like the back of my hand, nothing like that. However, it's the combination of having 3 excellent contributors from 3 different areas, 3 different sites, and then hopefully I contribute, and the mix of me with the national perspective with those 3 provide a different Florida State show than anywhere. That's what the hope and the dream is that people will respond to. Look at this. IDK James, thank you so much for the contribution. We appreciate you. Missed everything. Clemson under and USC law grad. Okay, that's a good combination. I really enjoy your content, bro. Realignment makes me sad. But I think Pickens will defer to UNC, but reserve venue. I think Pickens will defer to NC, meaning UNC, North Carolina, but reserve venue. I may need a little further clarification on that because I don't want to diss your super chat if you're wanting a response out of me, but IDK James, thank you so much for the contribution. That's very kind of you. Thanks for being here. These kind of shows bring some folks out that we don't hear from. And if you're watching right now, and this happens all the time, if you're watching and you never comment and you never talk, that's great. That's fine. You're a viewer. You're supporting. But maybe like once a year, just send me a comment and tell me that you're watching all the time, because that happens from time to time, that somebody lets me know, I've been watching you for 5 years, but I've never commented, never sent it, just nothing, but I just watch. That's great, but it would be nice to know that you're there. So again, IDK James, thank you so much for the contribution. And our last channel is the LSU channel, and I'll just group that with Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, Texas A&M, etc., as an SEC channel that we need to get revved up, that we just in the last, I'm talking 3 weeks, 4 weeks, reacquired. Next on the list, we're still going here, folks. We're still going. We did hit the Texas channel. Again, premiere on April 15th. Wake Up College Football. That's at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. All right. We need to continue to talk about the people that I'm indebted to because we don't want to miss anyone. I think I hit on everyone that contributes to the channels. Somebody remind me of anyone that I did not hit. So it's going to be impossible for me to talk about viewers. I could say Only Talk Sports, Jeffrey, DeReal MVP, Cheryl. I might be bringing up a name right there that nobody knows currently in the chat, but I'm guessing between Cheryl and Navy Thomas, that an NCIS fanatic, that they are the longest running Voice of College Football viewers. So Cheryl's been a moderator for years. We appreciate Cheryl. I don't see her very often now, but she pops up. I know she's still in connection, still in contact with us. So we thank Cheryl for that. What I'm going to do, so I talked about YouTube analytics before, and what YouTube will do is they will give us a list of all these subscribers. And in doing so, let's see. Where do I find that? In doing so, crap, where do I find that? Shoot, I need a YouTube person. There's a way for me to find a list of every subscriber. And then I can, what I wanted to do was put it in reverse order. And we would be able to see who is the oldest subscriber that has not unsubscribed. And we could see a bunch of you. Shoot. I thought that was under overview. No. Content, no. Audience, maybe. Audience, how about subscribers? No. I tell you, like I said before, not to put a damper on this, but our subscriber, I can't even call it an increase this month, is like alarming. We used to add like 1,000 subscribers a month. And then I'd say even in the last 6 or 8 months, it's been more like 300 to 400. And this month, it's like none. Okay. So, shoot. Where do I find that? I don't think so. I don't know. I thought that would be so easy to find. I don't remember how to find it. Wait, let's do this. Where's the dashboard? Subscribers. Do I got it? Yes. Here we go. So All right. Here we go, folks. So looking at our subscribers, sorry it took me forever to find this. So there is a list of our subscribers, and I ordered it by date. So that's starting with the most recent. So Luke Holland on March 25th. So this is really pathetic what I'm showing you right now. This is like the worst results ever. Like we're talking about, I got one subscriber 2 days ago, and I got one subscriber like 3 days before that, and one, well, I guess 2 or 3 the same day. Like, I don't even want to say how many subscribers we should be getting, but we've done as well as like 1,200 a month, and we're doing like none, like 20. All right, so that's not the point of this. Let's reverse it and look at. Oh, I thought this would take us to, I've done this before. Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to back this up to all time. There we go. Watch this. All right. So there's our list of subscribers going back to 2010 that are apparently still with us. So Phoenix 462, I don't know who you are, but you subscribed in 2010 and you are still subscribed. And I understand that YouTube, they started this a couple years ago where if you no longer frequent a channel, you will get taken off subscribers. So these are supposed to be live, current, active subscribers. They purge this every so often. So this individual must still watch the Voice of College Football. So let's all applaud Phoenix 462. Phoenix 462. Yes, John, look at that. Yes, Only Talk Sports was like crawling around on the floor at that point. All right, so let's get to see who is the most recent. So you got Nick Lott, then you've got Dikometer, Decotter. Then we've got this individual, Landry Rogers. I don't know who that would be. Landry Rogers. All right. My boy, he was the fourth on board. Scroll to the first person you recognize. Well, Uncle Rico, the first one is my son. He's fourth. All right. We'll get to the next one. Well, that's the next one. Patrick Muldowney. God bless Patrick. Still subscribed to me. And Pat worked with me at ESPN. We played softball together. So Pat's a good guy. I think he went to LA, worked for Fox Sports. He worked for, oh man, he's worked for so many freaking places, Apple and all sorts of places. But yeah, Pat Muldowney, just a funny dude. Yeah, great guy. Anyway, let's get to the first viewer. Gil Villegas, you see him right there. I'm surprised that he's still with us. I worked with Gil for a long time at ESPN. Gil's an awesome guy too. We had so much fun together, and we played flag football together. All right, but we'll get to, why are these rows so short? 10 people. Let's get to the first one. Okay. So at the top of that list there, you see Tay 13 Raj. That's my precious girl right there. So that's my precious baby. So she was a subscriber early on. I'm sure she's never watched a video of mine. But okay, Misty McPadden, that is Marty's wife. So Misty, thank you so much that you are still a subscriber. Good to see you here. That's nice. I don't recognize these other people. Ben George. Ben, you're going to think that everybody that worked at ESPN was just this great person. But Ben used to come on and do Alabama videos with me when we first launched the channel. This is probably like, 2013. This is like Ben would come on here and we would talk Alabama football. Ben was a great guy. Oh, love Ben. Again, we met at ESPN. We worked together for a long time. Ben George, man. Okay. Justin Weaver, that sounds familiar. But we're going to have to keep going here until we find somebody that's Robbie Stark. That looks familiar. Mike Raymond, one of my best friends in the world. He went to Big Ten Media Days with me last year. We graduated high school and college together. Okay. Where's our next? Okay. Let's see who's going to pop up here. Richard Rod, that person is not related. Kevin Meyer, one of my best buddies from ESPN. Great guy. Just talked to him the other day. He was thinking about coming to see me. Yeah, I miss Kevin Meyer. He was my right-hand man at ESPN. Just phenomenal guy. All right. Don't recognize any of those people. Certainly, if any of you recognize these people, like current, like as being current people that show up. The next guy that I remember, this Stick Daddy 1979, I know that he used to like comment all the time. PFC Video, that looks familiar. Pro Football something. Don't recognize these people. This may take a while. Michael Wilson. I don't know if that's the Michael Wilson from Best Damn Media. Do not recognize any of them. Okay, we're up to about 70. Any of these people? No, do not know them. Cowboys Ride for Free. That's the SB Nation Oklahoma State site. They used to come on. Any of these people I do not recognize. Don King, he used to come on from Last Word on College Football, big Stanford guy. He really nice guy. We used to do a Wednesday night show together. He used to do our Pac-12 show with me. Any of these people? No. I'm going to contact Ben George. All right. And Pat. Any of these people? Do not recognize any of these people. Do not recognize any of these people. See, I'm going to. Did you guys see anyone? Okay. Just checking. All right. We'll keep going. We're up to 2014. Nope. Robert's Sports Show. You may want to check that out. They've got 77 subs. And it also shows how many subs these people have. I think there's like 5 people that follow me that have more subs than we do. None of those people. John Bava. David Waters, Gators Breakdown. Look at that. He's only about maybe 80 subs, 90 subs in. So David Waters, many of you may recognize him. He does Gators Breakdown. We used to do a venture called SEC Breakdown. And I'm going to pat myself on the back because if you go to his channel, Gators Breakdown, and it's a great Florida, it's one of the top 50, get this, it's one of the top 50 sports podcasts on Apple. Like it's right there with, Van Pelt and Cowherd and whoever else is on that list. Yeah. And I handed him that SEC breakdown. So I gave him a nice little head start. Okay. Then we've got, I do not recognize, Melissa Treebosser. She still joins us from time to time. TCU, I cannot remember Dave, what's it called? Dave Campbell's College Football. So she, she does a lot of TCU media. And we have Melissa on probably 3 or 4 times a year still. So Melissa's great. Let's see. Don't know any of those people. Jim Hammett. Jim Hammett used to come on from Pitt's SB Nation. Yes, he is still subscribed. Anybody that we see here on a regular basis? No, don't know those people. Yeti, that looks familiar. Sean Ridgway looks familiar. Let's see, who would be the next one? I think my legs are cramping up. From the Rumble seat, that's on SB Nation. Touchdown Alabama, that's our guy, Stephen M. Smith. That's his site. Kalen Jones, he was with Arizona State SB Nation. I don't know what he's doing now. He used to come on all the time. Sports Savant, that looks familiar. Okay, we are 230 deep. Do we have to go through 44,000? Do not recognize these people. Tim Tebow sucks. We'll get to somebody. Shireen used to come on. She was with an Arizona. Oh, she is a 2-time subscriber. So that is the same person there. Shireen. Very nice woman. Used to come on to talk Arizona football all the time. I don't know what happened to her. As we continue forward, Football Fanatic. Don't know any of these people. Keep going, keep going. I unfortunately cannot see the chat, so I don't know if any of you recognize any of these people yet. Yeah. Alfred Tagolo, that is a familiar name. Let's see. I know I'm hungry. Joe Lisi. Joe Lisi is one funny dude. He is with Go for Two. I used to have Joe Lisi on. He's got 1,800 subs. He used to come on all the time, and we talk college football. I should reach back out to Joe Lisi to talk some college football. This dude's nuts. Like he's intense. Joe Lisi. Has anyone out there heard of Joe Lisi? Anybody? All right. IDK James, we'll get to you in just a second. What is ESPN like? Yeah, we'll get there. Opalaka, that looks familiar. Liberty City Boy. Yeah, he's a Miami fan. I believe I met him when we went to the Miami, Florida game. Tony Siracusa, our guy from Last Word on College Football. See, at this point that I was bringing these people on, I only had 300 subs. But Tony's been phenomenal. We thank Tony. Want to give him a shout out. He's been phenomenal. Helps us on Last Word on College Football. Dave Russell. Is that the Dave Russell I think it is? I think it is. Yes. Dave Russell and I worked together my first broadcasting job at WNCO, Channel 59 in Ashland. He was a cameraman. Dave, just an extremely humble, nice guy, great guy. Yeah. And I'm mentioning people that were great to work with. Have not seen or talked to some of them in forever. Okay. Who else do we have? I am not running into anyone yet. We're almost to 1,000. No, we're not. 400. Nope. Robert Rogers, not related. Okay. Trevor Spence. That person used to comment. Look at it. It took me a long time. When you think about, I know I'm belly aching about no growth, and that's the truth. But at this time, we're at 2016, and I've got like 400 subs. Well, that may not be true because there would be other people who dropped, but still, it's not much more than that. Eric Birch, that name sounds familiar. Mozart's Ghost, he still comments. Mozart's Ghost. Anybody recognize Mozart's Ghost? All right. Some of you people are seeing a few people you know. But again, Mozart's Ghost, I bet we've gotten a comment from him in the last month or two. Any of those people know? Any of these people? Fred Flintstone, one of my favorites. No. Shoot, if I take this all the way through, talk about this live stream is going to go on forever. Billie Jean, Not My Lover. Christopher Wright. Is that the Christopher Wright from ESPN? No. No. Let's take what we got to increase the page. There we go. 50. Here we go. Let's move this through. Okay. I should have probably done all the other stuff first before I got to this. When are we going to... I'm just going to leave this up here. And then periodically, we're going to move on to some other things. Big Daddy Kane, I think they're pretty familiar. Then we're going to like advance this every so often. That's what I'll do. We're up to 2017. Michael Wilson, Best Damn Media. He joined in 2017. Okay. Why is it not? It's not spinning for me. Uh-oh. Well, that might be the end of that. Why is it? Okay, there we go. All right, nothing there. Okay, I'm going to go one more page. We're going to move on. Brandon Eisenman. Familiar? Okay. We are up to May of 2017. We'll keep it right there. Corey's jumping back on here. What's going on?
Mark, can you hear me?
You know what this is starting to remind me of, Corey?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I just wanted to make something clear. You're running through all these subscribers and you're not giving yourself enough credit. and your boy Jeffrey in the chat brought this up. These are only public subs. So these are only YouTube subscribers that make their accounts public. So you had much more than 400 subscribers how many years into your venture here? I don't know what percentage of subs are public and which percentage are private.
Okay. But as soon as you jumped on here, considering that the last time we talked, it seemed like it was about 14 days ago or something, that I thought, you know what this is reminding me of? It just hit me. This is reminding me of the 24-hour marathon. This is feeling like at this point.
At least with the 24-hour marathon, you had something that, no offense to the state of the VOCFB, but at least with the 24 hours thing, you had something to celebrate at the start of a season. That we have how many months in front of us for the start of the season. But I didn't want to monopolize the time. I just wanted to make clear that these were, you're not giving yourself enough credit. So,
well, I actually was feeling better that I didn't have that many subs way back then, and I've gained all of them since then. You can look at it that way too.
And am I correct in saying you said Stick Daddy?
Stick Daddy, 1979. Okay. There you go.
All right.
You enjoyed that one, huh?
Yeah, I did. So, all right. Have at it, Mark.
Thanks, Corey. Okay, Corey makes a great point. Thank you for all of you that came to that conclusion. I don't know if mine's public or it's not. I never really got into that one in terms of whether I should make my YouTube account public or private. All right, let's get to so I'll advance that every so often. We'll see who's around. Can you search for certain subscribers? That's a good point. Let's see if you can. I doubt it. You can only search by date subscribed, subscriber count. So I can see, so there are 2 people that follow me, subscribe to me, that have larger YouTube channels. Okra Joe, 61,000, and Jim Thomas, 45,000. College Football Nerds subscribe to me. Husker Online subscribes to me. Touchdown Alabama subscribes to me. Aaron Torres, he used to come on quite a bit, subscribes to me at 34,000. And yeah, so forth and so on. But no, we can't. The Rod Farva, unfortunately, I can only go by date subscribed and subscriber count and whether I subscribe to these people, which I guess I don't. There you go. So we're going to keep that open so I don't lose it. But let's move it on to the next page just to give you guys somebody else to look at that might wait a minute. Let's go. We'll go the other direction. So we looked at these people, excuse me, that just subscribed here recently. And I don't see anyone there really. And we'll just go to the next page and we'll just leave that kind of hang there for right now. And I will look through my to-do list and see if there's anything else we wanted to hit. Let's get to the super chat contributions because I've got a idea that I may just want to do that. So since the last time we left you, we've got IDK James, who's explaining his previous super chat. So I appreciate the 1999 spot. So basically, Pickens will send to North Carolina, but will reserve the right to revisit. If North Carolina doesn't apply South Carolina law appropriately, North Carolina courts can consider South Carolina or Florida law, and one would think South Carolina will consider that. I have not gotten into the very latest. The last time I really dove into all of that was just here in about a week ago. But I know that there was another suit filed, as IDK James is letting us know, in North Carolina. So we will get to all of that business at another time. So basically, we are honoring all of you as the voice of college football. That's why we're here tonight. But IDK James, thank you so much for that. Also, when I say USC, I mean, yes, that is the one thing you didn't need to explain, IDK James. Yes, that you're talking about South Carolina and not USC, as in from Southern California. IDK James, what is ESPN like? ESPN. I miss most of the people at ESPN. I had a great time there. I enjoyed working with those people. I enjoyed almost everyone I worked with. Yeah, some of them were a pain in the rear end at times. Either they needed a kick in the rear end themselves because they weren't doing their jobs, or they were just annoying. But you're going to have that with everyone. There are going to be annoying people everywhere. But by and large, man, I have fond memories of working at ESPN. You know, I played on the softball team. I played on the flag football team. I used to have about 3 or 4 people that I played tennis with on a regular basis. I went to people's weddings that worked at ESPN. Yeah. What's really odd, I don't know if you guys experience this as well, is, and the same thing happened with me with people from high school, that if you would have asked me a year after high school, are you going to remember these people? I'd be like, are you kidding me? I'm not talking about my best friends, but people like that you like, that are nice people that you kid around with, that you had fun with, but they weren't your best buddies. You just hung out a little bit at school, let's say. And the same thing at ESPN. I was told you, I'm going to remember all these people. I have the hardest time. Something will come up, will remind me of a particular situation or something, and I won't be able to, just 3.5 years later, remember somebody's name. But yeah, my own personal experience at ESPN was overwhelmingly positive. The last 2 years there, because of one, here we go, one complete and utter jackass that ran a department there. The most pompous, arrogant jackass, narcissistic jackass jerk I've ever encountered in my life. To the point where I've had people that I've worked with have contacted me since, told me more about this jackass, and told me we should report this particular person. Incredible that this just went on. Just utter, not incompetent, very intelligent person, knew the nuts and bolts of the operation, understood technology, understood operations, all that. So in terms of nuts and bolts, job, running the department, smart, but maybe a little too smart in that he thought he knew everything. But just, yes, it's a slam dunk in regards to who is the biggest jackass that you've ever run into. Just complete jerk. This guy would be it. And yeah, so that aside, and so I left his department with about 2. I had worked in the same department from the entire time that I started at ESPN in 2001 all the way through. And even though our department kind of merged into production operations, I started with programming, worked into production operations. So there was a transition there. I didn't switch jobs, but I got moved. I was a manager in one department. I get moved into, and based on grade levels, I dropped. I wasn't demoted, but the way the grade level and the salary worked, I went to a supervisor, and then I went up from there, production operations. But the last 2 years, I moved from one particular group in production operations that I grew up in, that I was attached to, that I had friends, and just I knew the operation. I don't want to say like the back of my hand, because I was never that kind of guy, but I ran training for a group with 150 people. So I was very involved there and very comfortable, because that's all I knew. And but I got moved, and they moved management from different departments just to keep it fresh and look for a good fit. So I got moved to the production operations room. The production, I can't even remember the name of it. It basically was studio. I got moved to studio management my last 2 years, and got reunited with a boss that I had previously, who was spot on, great guy, never had issues with, even though he thought I was a little off the rails at times, and he thought I was a little brash, and um, so forth. But no, he was great, and reunited with him the last 2 years. But then that's when the problems with my YouTube channel came up, and corporate got involved, and legal and HR. And that's when they proved themselves as a company, not the people, but the company, to be not faithful and straightforward to their obligations and to their word. But yeah, my impressions of ESPN and my time there, overwhelmingly positive. Yeah, I have tons of great memories of ESPN. The company itself has become a joke. The company itself, the corporation itself, is corrupt. But the people, I probably would go back and half the people would be gone. They've laid off a bunch of people that I worked with, and a lot of people have left. But Neil Campbell, Neil, I would go grab that Nevada helmet if I could find it in that trash bag over there. But Neil, thank you so much for the contribution. You were so kind. We appreciate you being here. And just for that, I hope Nevada goes 10-2 this year. I highly doubt it, but maybe I'll get some more super chats out of you if they do. Yes, Mark, Wolfpack for life. Neil, thank you. Thank you so much. Very kind of you, and all of you. All right. What the heck are we doing? What are we on to? Future ventures. Future ventures. So we talked about the Texas channel. We talked about the new show that's starting, the new morning show. Okay. Website. So there is a guy that some of you may recognize if you saw his name, maybe, maybe not. I'm not going to mention him by name, but he was kind enough to approach me a couple of years ago and say, Mark, I really believe that I should be building you a website. I have expertise in this area. I'll do it all for free. Wow. Thank you. He just says, I love what you do. There need to be more people like you, kind of thing. It was more than just college football. It was more about him just believing in what we do and me as a person and so forth. So the issue there is that he's extremely busy, and his family has run into some medical issues. And so it's been difficult for him to complete the website. But once he does, understand, everyone, that YouTube should not be the end all be all. We should be independent of YouTube. We should have our own website. And unfortunately, there was a guy that approached me 5-6 years ago, he had this grand vision of this big radio network, and I want to get you involved, and I want you to be my main guy and all this other business. And he was very kind to start a website for me for nothing. The problem with that was he started the website, he built out this nice website. It was for free, it didn't cost me anything. So I can't complain on one level, except for after about a year, he pulled it all out from under me and I don't have a website. So we really should have a website. I cannot in any way tell you when we will have one. Okay, we're starting to rip through this stuff now. Newsletter. I started a newsletter 4 or 5 years ago, something like that. I lose track of time. We've been here for so long now by YouTube standards. So whenever it was, I started a newsletter that I basically wanted to give kind of my take on college football for the week. I wanted to give an update on the channel and what's going on with the channel. I also had a section that proved to be very popular where I collected stats, facts, and trends. And I would bullet point all that and be a lot of odd statistics and facts and history that people liked. And I started to send out this newsletter and people liked it. People really liked it. And I enjoyed putting it together. Well, what do you think happened? She got busy, stopped doing it. So any entrepreneur that has to go it alone without any backing all by themselves will tell you that regardless of what business they're running, what industry it is, that you should have a newsletter. So sometime soon, and I blocked out my week, like you're going to work on this, and you're going to work on this, and this is how you're going to block out your week, because otherwise we're just going to keep spinning every year and not get enough done and not make enough progress. So this newsletter needs to be a priority. And once I would build a template, then all I would need to do is just kind of figure out what I wanted to write about that week. And I'm not talking about pages and pages. I'm talking about like 3 paragraphs of, this is what's going on with realignment this week. And I think that this is dumb and that's stupid and this is smart or whatever. And then the rest of it, just fill out the program schedule. And then of course the stats, facts, and trends, I would have to do some research there. But newsletter, that is the core of any small business. It's this has been confirmed to me, I don't know how many times, by so many people that I know and don't know, that I should have a newsletter. And again, when I did, everybody seemed to like it a lot. John, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. As Jeffrey is letting everyone know, just simply like the stream. We appreciate it. And let's get to our next item, which is guests. I touched on this earlier. If you want a guest on here, please let me know. But the higher level the guest, seriously, we need to make, I'm going to do a live stream sometime in the next couple months where all we're going to do is get on here and you're going to tell me who you want on here. And we're going to get on X together and we're going to pound them with tweets. I know they're not tweets anymore, but you know the deal. That's what we're going to do. Also want to mention, because this was brought up and is brought up on a regular basis. So probably the guest that I bring on here who gets the most reaction is, who do you think it is? What guest? I'm not talking about regular contributors. What guest do you think gets the most reaction out of people, mostly in a positive way. Phil Steele, I understand that. That's a good one. Chris Foot. Somebody got it there. All right, there we go. Steve Dace. Bingo. Bingo. So Steve and I got together and have a number of times. And if you're not aware, Steve Dace, Michigan podcast. And Steve is just one of those lightning rod kind of guys that is polarizing. And I don't want to guess on the percentage of which ones love him and hate him. It's something. It's more so than me. I'm more, I do have my critics and haters. They're out there, especially when I check in on these Notre Dame live streams. My goodness. Although I will admit, the last time I checked in on a Brian Driscoll Irish Breakdown live stream, I don't know why I did. I think just because YouTube threw it at me and I was just curious and I jumped in there and I said hi. And Will, by the way, I went in one of Irish Breakdown's live streams maybe a month ago. I was surprised. First of all, that I was surprised that many people knew me. I had all sorts of people that I've never seen their names before go, Mark's in here, Mark, and people commenting. I was surprised. Oh, that many people that are following Irish Breakdown and I don't recognize their handles say that they watch me and like me. There were one or two that were like, oh, I don't like this guy. And other people were saying, oh, come on. But Steve Dace, back to Steve Dace. So, of course, he draws a crowd anytime I have him on. So he was on one particular time, whenever that was, and I thought, okay, this makes good business sense to have him on a regular basis. And Steve has a whole other career that's a million times more important than talking about college football. He has a lot of projects, activities, things that he's working on, platforms. He's busy. So I said, I knew I'd have to compensate him, that was only the right thing to do. And that's what he would need. And I didn't have any sponsors lined up, but I figured, hey, we should be able to get sponsors if we get on here and we get 10,000 views every time we do a video. And looking at the numbers that you guys brought in, thank you. I thought I could pay him blank number of dollars per session. So I guaranteed him a certain amount of money for a certain amount of shows. And then they just, so basically I blew a bunch of money because they just, for some reason, I got decent views on these videos, but not nearly enough. And we did I called it the one. We were going to choose one big topic each week. And we went live and we called it the one. And I thought it would take off and, did all right, but not nearly good enough to compensate us. So why did I bring that up? Well, just talking about guests and so people will tell me all the time, I get more comments, not just about Steve Dace. I get more comments about us two collaborating. People tell me all the time, you two should do a show together. You two should collaborate all the time. Well, if we don't get paid, we can't. So that's the problem. I tried, and maybe I'll try again during football season. And he even told me, he said, Mark, and this was very nice of him to say, you were the only one that I would consider doing this for. The Rod Farva. So understand, though, I get that. He does interrupt. And I think he sees those comments because he's been doing much better. So Steve, and I don't know where this came from, because I would have him on my show, but he never had me on his. Trying to think where I even found him. I didn't know anything about his other career. I found him doing Michigan football and just thought this guy's awesome. I'm going to bring him on here. And so, yeah, people ask for us to collaborate all the time. And at some point, this has been quite a long time now. I'm guessing it's like 2019 at this point. He would have all sorts of beat writers on his show, on his podcast. And then all of a sudden, he asked me if I would do it pretty much every week. I thought, I got to say, there is nothing that I've ever done on YouTube that I thought this is a big deal. Like nobody, we had Joe Manchin on, we've had tons of college football coaches. I know not recently, so you probably don't realize that we've had 15, 20 college football coaches on. And whoever else we've had on. I don't know who would be the biggest. Anyway, that kind of stuff doesn't, you could get Nick Saban tomorrow and that would not phase me one way or the other. I would appreciate it. It would be a great show, but like people and their stature, we're all the same. But I got to say, not because of Steve Dace being a big deal, but because I know that he's on point. When he said, Mark, I'd like to have you on the show every week to talk Michigan football, I thought, first of all, why is he having me on? Because he's going to say everything about Michigan football. And when he brings, but what am I going to say that he's not going to, what insight am I going to bring to Michigan football that he can't? So my thought was, of course, I'm going to be on your show. That's great. I'm going to enjoy it. Plus, it's going to be great for our brand. But what am I going to bring to the table? I didn't say that to him. I just said, of course. But he must like our conversations because he continues to bring me on. And other than when they take some sabbaticals and March Madness is one, I expect I'm going to continue to be on Michigan Podcast. He doesn't need to do that. So I know that there are a number of people, and I see it all the time, that are like, let the guy talk, or he interrupts you all the time. But I look at it as it's his show. And after he stops interrupting me, I can keep talking. And then I also see it as, you know what? He doesn't need me. He doesn't need me to be on his show, but he asks me, and I'm pretty much on there like 40 weeks a year. So I appreciate Steve, and that's great. All right, folks, where are we going next with this? Anything else on guests? I don't believe so. We did the merchandise. For anybody that's joining us, of course, we've been on for 5.5 hours. Good Lord, 5.5 hours. Go back, catch what you missed. But thank you so much for being here for this, because I understand you guys are college football fans. You want to talk college football, not the voice of college football. But we just do this once a year. All right, social media. I don't enjoy it, don't like it. I'm not going to say I never enjoy it, but I enjoy it about 5% of the time. But it's a necessary evil. And so we've got our X account, Twitter. We've got a Facebook. We've got an Instagram. And none of these do anything. Well, the Twitter, I'm on there. But what do I have? 5,000 people, 5,000 followers. It's not a big deal. It's not like I got 500,000 followers. I got like 5,000. And Facebook. Now, we had something going on Facebook years ago, and it was actually growing. And then Zuckerberg kicked me out, and I had to restart it. So I don't do anything on Facebook. And I think it would be foolish of me to say, well, I'm going to start posting on Facebook and Instagram. And no, I need to, like, let's focus on one. And I'm probably on Twitter too much. It's really not getting me anywhere. So I really don't have a Instagram strategy other than what my daughter has told me to do. So that's where we need to go next, I believe, is on Instagram, which when I got screwed by Facebook, that got me, kicked off of Instagram, and we had like 2,000 followers. I was off to a decent start on Instagram. Well, that killed that. And now I had to start over and I'm got like 100. So unless you guys have a better suggestion, I believe Instagram is the way to go. Now, how to grab people's attention, that's a whole other saga. But I believe we'll go after Instagram. Thank you for that, Jackson. You can follow us, and I am telling you, there's nothing on Facebook for you to follow. But please, it would be great if you did. Grab the link from Jackson just to support what we do. Again, I'm on Twitter all the time, so you can talk to me there. And Instagram, that is going to be a priority. So thank you so much for that, Jackson. All right. So that was quick on social media. And then you've got Parler, Reddit, Rumble. If we could hire a staff and get people involved in that, that would be great, but that's not going to happen. All right. Production. What I mean by production, I talked about the set, and we'll get it done. We'll get it done. I'm not going to be in front of a blank wall for long, maybe a month. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. But we're looking at monitors, neon signs, shelves, lights. This is just an example of some of the things that go wrong. And this is actually a very minute example. So, for example, you guys have seen those. I wish it was right here for me to show you. No, it's in the closet. You've seen those. They're called LED panels. So it's a long strip of lights, and you can change the colors, and it changes the lights wherever you shine it. Typically, you shine it up against the wall. You can make the wall purple or blue. Okay, I bought one of these almost 2 years ago. And since I was in transition from Connecticut to Ohio and knew that I would have to shut down my set, I didn't open it right away. Well, when I finally opened it, the remote didn't work. Okay, well, I switched out the batteries. The remote didn't work. So it was made by some Japanese company, couldn't get a hold of anyone. And of course, it's not a huge priority. So I'd let it go. And then 2 months later, I'd be like, no, I need to find these people. They need to fix this situation. I bought this. It doesn't work. So that was like the spring of 22. Here we are almost 2 years later. And the other day, because I moved the thing all the way from Ohio. And so I thought, okay, I need to get to the bottom of this. Looked everywhere for a contact number to this company, nothing. So I finally contacted Amazon, our friends at Amazon. Listen what they did for me, even though this was completely out of warranty and they did not have to reimburse me. I told them what happened and they said, you know what? You don't need to send it back. Just here's your $170. Buy another one. So hopefully we will get our LED lights. My buddy Marty. Now, again, I'm going to talk about something that may not happen for a while, but, I was talking at the beginning, the Rod Farva's running down Reds lineups. I used to know those guys' stats, like all of them per year throughout their careers. Anyway, Phil Steele, one of the great guys that we've had on here for probably 6-7 times, and we'll have Phil Steele on, Ralph, as soon as he gets done with his magazine. So it'll be sometime in June or July, I would think. Oh, Marty brought up Gotcha. Yeah, it's opening day. I used to care about that. That used to be my favorite day of the year, opening day. But Marty, yes, my guy Marty. 5.5 hours ago, I was talking about Marty and how he, in many ways, is the impetus of all of this. He sent me 2 cameras this week. God bless you, Marty, for free. And in addition to this one, so I paid a pretty penny for this one, but the other 2 are coming from Marty for free. Hopefully, I'll be able to figure out how to set them up with everything else. I'm planning on putting one on the ceiling to shoot the entire set. And then the other one I'm going to play around with and put in various locations. So, Lord willing, here soon we're going to have 2 additional cameras. And yes, Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame. Although he was a complete jerk and ass and moron when it comes to what he did and that he denied it. All right. Next up, sponsorships, people. Please, if you have any connections to anywhere. Yeah, sponsorships. Okay. Donations. I talked about donations. You see on the ticker down below, Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. The links are in the description section of the videos. That is the preferred route. And no, we do not have an automatic. No, we don't have an automatic way to link the recognition of the donation here so it automatically pops up like a super chat. However, I will track those and I will honor those here. So if Jim from Miami gives $10 on Venmo, we'll put it up here because this here is the best route to go. It's best for you. It's best for this kid. All right, contributors. I think we hit on all of our Tony Altimore. Tony, thank you so much for all that you do. Thank you for being a large part of the USC postgame show the past 2 seasons. And also Tony has helped us many of the postgame graphics that you would see with the banners, Penn State postgame live, all of that. Tony is responsible for. We're going to see Tony a little bit more this summer because we still have some deep dives to get to concerning a number of our shows. And Tony and I are also going to do a live stream. You guys did give me a lot of great feedback on the TV ratings series that I've done. Tony and I are going to get together because he has compiled data on ACC network and SEC network data. So we're going to get together for that. But Tony, thank you. I went through all the channels and talked about all the people on the various channels. So I hope I got to everyone. I hope I did. I think I did. Starting April 15th. And this quote right here hit me. This is actually not that this is never. Corey's got to be up in 5 hours. Corey, come on. You know how much I've been sleeping the last week? There have been nights I've gone to bed at 4, and by 5, 6 o'clock, I'm like, I'm ready to roll. Let's go. Jeffrey wants some calls. I'm going to throw the link in the chat. Here we go. We only do this once a year, so we got to go full bore on this. So please join the show. And understand I'm going to explain 2 things before I take any calls. So you're going to have to hang on for just a second. Ralph is letting us know about the Baltimore Orioles rotation of the early 70s that all won 20 games. Dobson, McNally, Cuellar, and Palmer. Correct. What were we talking about? Oh, okay. You guys don't realize how much a lot of this drives me up the wall in regards to like this. This drives me up the wall. This drives me up. This like, yeah. The look of the show, the graphics, my preparation for it. Like I get by just showing up and talking college football with no preparation. It's funny because my buddy's brother the other day. So I was hanging out with my buddy and his brother that I haven't seen in a couple of years shows up. And we were just talking about my channel. He's like, is everything going all right? And I'm like, yeah. And he said, so what do you do all day? Are you like, and people think like I'm sitting here reading statistics all day. Hello. Like I'm reading statistics all day. No, I don't get to do that kind of stuff. I would like to be better prepared for these topics. Understand that when you see a show on like ESPN, they do these hour shows. Those crews, director, producer, they're booked for the entire day to prepare for that show. It's not like they're doing 18 other things and then boom, they just show up and do, I don't know what the shows are anymore, baseball tonight. No, they have been working all day. Like if understand that we have competition here on YouTube of people that have staffs, they have corporations backing them, and then they also have just the hosts themselves able to prepare, like read all this stuff, prepare all this stuff, have his talking points down. I just come on here and wing it. So that's a quote from my man, the King, right there. We don't do all right. There's a recording session that I've got on CD with all the outtakes and so forth, and he had cut a tune for a soundtrack, one of those horrible movie soundtracks, but that I love. And I think it was Girl Happy. And at one point, the engineer says, the producer says, that was a good take. That one was all right. And the King goes, we don't do all right, man. We don't do all right. I'm not good with that. we don't want to do just all right. So I don't know how we will make progress toward that. But we are because we've got some really good people in place. Yes, we do. And the other comment that I will respond to before we take these calls is like, I appreciate this comment right here that comes in all the time. If I don't hear this comment for the rest of my life, that will be fine with me. I don't need to hear that. I know you don't intend it as an insult. I know you're telling me that as a compliment. You're the hardest working man on YouTube. You're the hardest working man in college football. I don't want to be them. No, that is not the goal in life. That's a horrible goal to have. That is a stupid, and it's really a immoral goal to have. I want to be hardworking. I am hardworking. I want to put in an honest day's work, but no. If this is still going on a year from now, then things will drastically change. They will drastically change. I'll be picking up your trash. I'll be the guy that's coming by at 5 a.m. picking up your trash. All right. So that's, again, I appreciate that comment, but no. All right, let me get that off the screen before that annoys me anymore. There's your show starting on April 15th. All right, let's hit the phone lines. Some people are not sick of me after 5 hours and 40 minutes, apparently, including Will. Will, what's going on?
Hey, Mark. Thanks for letting me go on.
Of course.
I just wanted to. This is a couple ideas. I'm sure you probably talked to other people about this, but I think he should do. I mean, you touched on this a bit, but I think he should. I think if you could get someone to edit YouTube Shorts for you and like post the shorts on Instagram as Reels and TikToks, I feel like that would help a lot.
Absolutely, it would. Somebody told me about I wrote them down, so they're right on my to-do list. They're right on my to-do list. There's my to-do. What are they called? Minvo or CapCut? I guess these two sites do pretty much the same thing, and they just by AI just take your video or your live stream and just chop it into, and then you select which one you like. They even put emojis on it, and it doesn't do it. Maybe it might miss something, but you may just have to tweak it a little bit. So I'm going to look into that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you are right. I don't know how these people get in touch with YouTubers like me, but I've had probably 5 companies contact me like in the last month and offer those kind of services. But yeah, they'd be practically taking all my income at this point. So yes, you are right. I need to do shorts, and they need to not be the shorts that I've been doing every so often that are just me talking. They need to be, yeah, you are totally right.
Yeah, like it could be like a really, like you could have like a recruiting short for like the off season. Like every time there's a big recruit, like you could have the show with you and the expert. And it could just be him describing the player. Something like that for sure would work.
Well, when you're talking about a short, you're talking about 15 to 60 seconds, right?
Yeah, like it could be like this player's a game changer on the defensive side for the Canes.
I can pretty much do that myself for 15 to 60 seconds. You know, I can read off their 247 sports rankings and their stats.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, in terms of sponsors, like I can ask like the small business I work for if they would be down to work with you. We can. They sell used golf equipment, so I don't know how many of the audience is golfers, but I don't know, maybe.
I've not looked at the research that has come in. I've sent out a survey. I don't know if that's on there. Well, it is on there actually. But that would be very nice of you. Whether it works out or not, I appreciate that, Will.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, in terms of the Notre Dame channel, like I could definitely like try to do some stuff for the channel. Like I can maybe do what Matthew's doing and try to build an audience from that. And use my knowledge of I could maybe maybe like preview a position group, a couple of position groups, and then preview 2 of the opponents leading up to the season. But it's just with my schoolwork and with my dad's health, it's just tough to do that much now.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, Will, I appreciate that. But at the same time, yeah, I don't want you to do anything that you're not prepared for and where you've got other priorities in your life, first of all. And then secondly, unless we're really committed to figuring out how are we going to get this to succeed, like Matthew's a great example. Matthew's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Matthew's not getting any views.
Yeah.
So I feel bad for him. It's not helping me, but that's not that's up to me. So I'm trying to figure out ways that we can, like, it's not good enough just to jump on YouTube these days. You have to have a plan and, make it look good, present it well, promote it, cross your fingers. Yeah. So, thank you for, and if you think at some point in the future that, you're available for that, we can talk about that, but I don't want you to, I think you need to focus on what's important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm just hoping that the Voice of College Football can get to 6 figures at the end of the year. That would be great. And then
I know it sounds like a crazy goal, but crazier things have happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, it should be a fun rest of the off season, and then we'll get into the season. Hopefully my Irish can make some noise and go 12-0. That's what I'm hoping for.
Well, I think they're going to be really good.
Mm-hmm.
And we're supposed to have Brian Driscoll on here soon.
All right.
We trade a lot of text messages, but it's kind of tough for us to connect. But he says we will make it happen here soon.
All right. Well, thanks for everything you do for the whole community, Mark.
Well, thank you, Will. You've been watching for a long time, and I appreciate you. And you've done so much for us, gone on the Notre Dame shows, been a regular caller, and thank you for all of that.
All right. Have a great night. Rest of your night, Mark.
Thanks, Will. Here we go. Let's keep it rolling here at the Voice of College Football. We got our buddy Jeffries here. Look at this.
Hey, Mark, I'm glad to be back on. I haven't been on in a while because it's the off season and everything, and it's finally dying down, which is what you basically were talking about with the views being kind of down and stuff for football. And I mean, I think to me like this, I don't want to take up too much of your time because it's late, but this might be just a little bit of rambling for me because everything you were talking about tonight with YouTube and stuff, it resonates with me because obviously, a lot of people, and I'm not plugging myself at all, but like a lot of people do know that I make content and stuff. So like what you're dealing with, I deal with that as well on a much smaller level. But what I think is frustrating is because of the fact that, to your point, like I was very young when like YouTube was like getting bigger, but like I used to watch a little bit of it when I was younger, and like people would just upload garbage, right? Like, and it's not that it was garbage, but like the production was terrible, but like if it was just funny or something, it would just blow up, right? And that's how a lot of these people got famous, just for like a couple of dumb videos that just blew up. But now, like you said, you have to actually work hard at everything. Like I think it's insane how basically coordinated everything is now. Like if your title is not perfect, like if there's one word out of place or you misspell something or just whatever's wrong, or the thumbnail is not organized correctly and something's not right, your video could be perfect. It could be a fantastic video. And the people that do watch it love it, think it's fantastic, but you're not getting any views. Like you said, Matthew Miller is a fantastic host, but the Texas channel doesn't get any views. I've checked it out a few times. I'm like, there's no one in here. I mean, like, really? And I think that's the other problem. I know it kind of changed gears, but the issue with YouTube is that there's just so many people doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like with the sports is just, it's saturated. The market is so saturated because when I made a YouTube channel a couple years ago, again, not to plug myself, but just for an example, I actually had like 4 different topics that I thought about making a channel on. Sports was one of them. And the biggest drawback that I almost didn't do sports was just because there's so many people doing it. And the level to grow is so hard now. It's almost impossible. I mean, you started your channel 14 years ago, and I'm not saying like you've done fantastic, but like it's taken a long, long time. But now it's even worse because you mentioned with the team channels, you're having all these channels come out, that are basically just on that team. I mean, you've got all of these different networks that have like a team channel for everything. So like you're competing with that. And then you've got your main channel where there's a bunch of channels that do that already. And like you said, production values, when you've got like these bigger studio ones, some of the hosts are garbage, but they got all the production value in the world and they got the advertisement. I mean, some people actually pay for advertisements on YouTube. Some people pay for it outright, and that boosts them in the algorithm further. Because I'm with you 100%. After I watch one of your videos, I get the same thing, like the same video that I've never watched that channel before ever, but it happens. So like, it's the way it goes. So people like you that are kind of just, you're independent, you're lower, you're not going to get advertised as hard. And you have to work like 10 times as hard as these bigger channels to get seen. And again, not to plug myself again, but for me, it's like 50 times as hard. It's just the way it is. I mean, you work hard. I work hard. Everybody works hard that does this. And I'm not saying like our content's the best. Your content's way better than mine. It's 100 times better than mine. But you're not getting seen as much as you should. And that's sad. Like I've said it for years, like, the last couple of years I've been on here, I'm like, you should be at 100,000. You should be at 1 million. Your content is worth that. That's why I'm watching you. I mean, why, like, I should be like everybody else, just watching the big million subscriber YouTube channel or just watching the networks. Like, I'm not, because you're good. You do a fantastic job. And I just think like YouTube is great. I love YouTube, but it just has a lot of flaws, especially when you're trying to grow.
I appreciate it, Jeffrey, so much. Thank you for all that. And again, Jeffrey's on Only Talk Sports. Something you said there reminded me of something I watched where a guy was basically, it was not in the sports field, but it had some huge YouTube channel, and he was giving tips on. So he was talking about thumbnails. He was talking about everything, but at the thumbnail portion of it, I couldn't believe, for as much as I know about how thumbnails are built and all that goes into it, he was showing that for one video, he had like 40 thumbnails built for one video, and he was showing them, and there were all these studies done on what colors in what port, like most of them I couldn't even tell the difference between two, but there was something, just like they put a little sparkle on a corner or something. And like they studied them and figured out which thumbnail would be the right one. And he's like, this is what you need to do. Every video you do, you need to make like 30 thumbnails, and then you need to test them. And I'm like, well, yeah, well, I can't. I don't have time to do that. And I wouldn't even know how to do that.
Well, see, I mean, the thing that makes it tough too with what you do, and even with what I do as well, is just everybody that does sports videos, is that a lot of bigger YouTube channels like Mr. Beast, I'm not, everybody knows who he is, but like he barely posts, right? But every video he posts is it's a ridiculous thing. It's massive. It's huge. So it gets millions and millions and millions of views. And I mean, everybody's seen Mr. Beast once. I don't know if you've watched him, but like, he is. But the thing is that like with what you do, you have to post all of the time to get views. Like, you can't just I made my video for the week, I'm done. Because I mean, it's so envious. Like, you watch these other, and not in a bad way, because I'm not that type of person. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Like, you see these people, and they post one video a week, and it's a big video. Like, they're working hard on it, but then they get like 1 million views, and they're done. And then they just go to the next one. But you're posting like all across the channels, hundreds of videos a week, and you get a fraction of what they get on one video. And it just blows my mind. Like, that's why the hardest working man on YouTube, you don't want to hear that, but like, you do work hard, and everybody that's a part of your community works hard, but you just have to do so much more to get views doing this than you do in other things. It's just the way that it goes. And like you mentioned with the thumbnails and stuff, the other thing that's frustrating is you mentioned the shorts. I don't like shorts. I can't stand shorts, but again, not to plug myself, but I started doing them because it works. I mean, the views go up, but I hate them. And why do I not like them? It's not the fact that, they're bad or anything. It's just, I think they're lazy, because it's like, okay, I can make this 30-second video, and it's going to get 5 times the amount of views as a video that I worked hard on. And I care more about that. And the thing is, I might be weird, but every single video that I've ever clicked on in my entire life, I've watched the entire thing. Every single day. And people believe that I'm not telling the truth, but I only make sure that I have time for people that I'm going to watch the entire thing. So I watch one of their videos, and if it's no good, I'm never going to watch them again, ever. With you, I watched one of your videos, and I'm just going to disclaimer, I don't have time to watch every single thing you produce, but every single video that I ever do click on your channel, I watch the entire thing. That's usually why I stay to the end on these live streams. I'm like, I'm here. I'm committed, because I hate when people click off. And it's not that they're bad when they do that, but it hurts, because if you have a 12-minute video and people click off after 30 seconds, that sends YouTube signals that video's terrible. And it's like, you might have liked the video, but like maybe your phone died and you clicked off, or maybe you had to do something. And like, people don't understand how important that is. And that matters to me. So every person that I watch that I really like and care about, and I care about you a lot, I love your content, I watch the video all the way through if I'm going to click on it, because it hurts you if you don't watch the entire thing. I know some people think it's crazy, but like, I am all into the algorithm stuff, and I don't get any of the algorithm stuff. But what I do understand, I try to do everything I can to positively affect it. And it's crazy that matters. It shouldn't matter, but it does.
Well, Jeffrey, you're blowing me away with just the thought that you're watching videos to the end, but that is very, honorable of you to do that, noble of you to do that, to honor the person that, and like you said, you've made the decision. Okay, this person, this channel's not worth watching, so I'm just not going to watch them. But these people are, and I want to help their algorithm, and I enjoy their content, so I'm going to make sure that I watch the entire thing. So, on my behalf, thank you for doing that.
Oh, you're very welcome. And I mean, that's why you don't see me all the time, because like I would be here, like if I just like had nothing to do, right? And I was just at my computer 24/7, like I would be here all the time. But like when I show up, I'm here. Like you don't see me pop in for 5 minutes and I'm in the chat and then I'm gone. Like I don't do that. I stay to the end. That's why you just don't see me very often. I hate that, but it's just the way it goes. I can't, unfortunately. But I don't know. I just this topic, like I just really appreciate. Like I wish I had seen, like, because I did not watch this last year, but I'm just glad I did, because like all of this is just so important. Like I'm glad you do this with the state of the boys college football and just talking about everything that goes into it, because I know a lot of people know and they understand, but I've stressed this to so many people, and I know that like I mean you're I think like early 50s. I don't know. I'm not guessing your age, but like you're an somewhat older guy, but you look fantastic. That's not the point. But like older people that I know that just technologically they're not there. They might scroll Twitter now somehow, which I can't believe old people are doing that. Nothing against old people. Like they're doing that now, but like they don't get any of it. But you still have older people specifically that are like, you're on the computer, you're not working hard. Like you're just no. It's hard work. I don't understand this. Like it's like a 2000s, 2010s thing where it's still bleeding over to now. This is hard work. You might not be doing any physical labor, but mental labor to me is just as hard as physical labor. Almost. It's in certain aspects, physical labor is worse in certain degrees. But this is hard stuff. It is very, very hard. And I just still can't believe, like, if anybody will just watch this live stream that you just did and just outline all the stuff you're talking about, social media, sponsorships, all this stuff. It's not even just getting in front of a camera, making a video. It's all of this other stuff. Like, I hate social media. A lot of people that know me know that. I can't stand it. And I know a lot of people are like, well, oh my God, Jeffrey's a boomer because he hates social media. He's a kid. Like, yeah, I know that, but I hate it because I think it's garbage. I loathe social media. But the only reason I got Twitter is because you have to have it. Like, if you don't have some type of social media, you're just not going to get anywhere. And like you said, even though you don't use half of it, you still have to have it. It's just, you have to have social media. You have to have sponsors. You have to do all of this stuff, get the guests, make the videos, do all this stuff. It's very hard work. And I don't see how you do it. I don't see how really any of us do it. Anybody does. I don't.
Well, I got to say that I couldn't have said any of that better, and it might be difficult for other people to realize, but I know that you will, that even everything I'm going through in this list doesn't even really go into detail in terms of the stuff that we deal with. Yeah, I'm trying to be as minimal as possible in these explanations, because there's a whole lot of other stuff that we could be talking about that becomes a headache in dealing with all of this.
It's crazy. I mean, I remember like when I first like wanted to make YouTube videos, like, I thought it was like, oh, you just make a video. Like my brain was like 2007 YouTube. I was just like, you just make a video. And then like after a month or two, and I'm just like, I'm studying all this stuff. I'm reading a bunch of stuff, and I'm just like, there is so much more involved. And like, I haven't even, like, you scratched the surface way further than I have. I mean, you've been doing it a lot longer, but like, the more you learn, I mean, the more that you kind of enjoy it, because you're striving to get better. Like you said, you don't want to be average. You don't want to be just okay. You want to improve, and you want to do the things that are going to be necessary to get better. But at the same time, the more that you have to do to achieve that, it almost becomes overwhelming. I mean, you almost like, there's just certain times where your brain just feels like it's going to explode. Like I've had days, I'm sure you've had days where you just don't want to do anything. You don't want to get in front of your computer and do anything. You do not want to make a video. You just want to be like, I never want to make a video again. And then a few hours later, you go and do it because you enjoy doing it and you like doing it, but you don't want to do it because it's so hard to continually do it day in and day out. And I know a lot of the chat appreciates what you do because they say it all the time, like especially the regulars. I mean, I guess I'm a regular. Like I said, I can't show up all the time, but I guess I'm a regular. But like, I appreciate what you do, and we do. And I'm sure that a lot of the people that again, not to plug myself, but that watch me probably appreciate what I do, but I still don't know if a lot of them understand how hard it is. And I'm not saying that for pity for you or for pity for anybody that makes videos, but I just think that it's important to point out how important what you've been doing the last few years, doing these live streams to show people how hard it is. Because a lot of people don't do this. A lot of people just, it's all private. And like you said, I mean, obviously you're not going to tell everything what's going on, but it's just to let people know what you're doing, how you're trying to do it, and why it's important to tell people, because they need to know what you do and what everybody has to do in this business, I guess, or whatever you want to call it.
Jeffrey, it reminds me of a live stream probably 3, 4, 5 months ago, something in that range. And I think you were involved. I think you were there because you made a comment because I'd been on like 3.5 hours. And let's be honest, I didn't make anything, like no super chats, nothing. There weren't going to be enough people watching. I was going to make like $6 maybe over 3 hours. Well, if you're a working person, just think about your job, people. If you're going to go work for 3 hours for $6, well, you'd be an idiot to do that. Nobody's going to do that. But that's just the way it is sometimes. So I was, the other aspect of what I think you're talking about here is if you're constantly cranking out content, videos, and live streams, you can't always be like Mr. like energy up, smiling. Sometimes you don't feel well, get a headache, your stomach doesn't feel well. Maybe like right now, I haven't eaten since, I don't know, like 10 o'clock this morning or something. Anyway, you just don't feel, but you've got to like force yourself to be up and to be energetic and all that. And I was about ready to get off the air, and I just kind of I let my annoyance get the best of me. And I just said something very quickly about, I think I had a lineup of calls, but I only had like maybe 40 people watching. I'm not making anything. I've been on forever. And I make some kind of comment like, I got like 40 people on here. This is a waste of time. We need to wrap this up. And one person in particular commented in the chat and said something like, he doesn't respect us. He doesn't value us.
I remember that.
Said, blah, blah, blah. And I just went off. Like, are you kidding me? I've just sat here for 3.5 hours and I'm making nothing. And I just, went off.
And what's frustrating about that, Mark, is when with the money thing, because sometimes it gets in your head, right? Like, oh my gosh, I'm not making anything. And it happens mostly on live streams because of the fact you're live and legitimately 2 or 3 hours of your life that you're just sitting in front of your computer and you're just rambling. And then you look at your earnings as like $1.50 or $2 or whatever. And it's like, and you're thinking about it, man, if I had that job over there, I'd be getting 60, 80, 70, $80 in this amount of time. But it's like, you're not making anything and you're expending tons and tons of energy. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, it's just, you don't want to think about the money aspect of it though all the time, because then it just feels terrible. But I mean, like you said, though, it's just to get yourself to the point where you want to, you have that feeling that you can make a video. Because I mean, like you feel like it all the time, or you just don't. And I don't know. It's just crazy. There's just so many aspects of it, though. I mean, I don't know. It really is crazy. Like you even mentioned the platforms you're not on, like Rumble and Parler and all these other platforms. Parler's coming back. It was axed, but it's coming back or whatever. But even though it's, I guess, use is probably not as much since other platforms or whatever, but I mean, it's just, it is what it is. It's like, but the social media is just a big deal to grow and all these different aspects though. But I mean, I've been watching your channel since 2020. Like I was trying to say in the chat the entire time, if you got to like the 2022 section, you wouldn't have saw me, because my subs aren't public or whatever. You would, because I kept saying it. I'm like, your subs were not public on there. Like all those people you were seeing, there was tons of people that were subbed to you back then that you didn't see. But like you wouldn't have saw me on there. But yours are public. Like people can see yours, because like I'll see on tons of different channels that you're subbed to, and it shows you that you're on there. But yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable though.
Yeah. So I wanted to, let's see. So if you go to the lifetime of my channel, and then let's go to like, so I started March 26, 2010. Let's go to like, I don't know, January 1st, 2015, and see how many subscribe. I've tried to show people that get really discouraged. I've had, I don't know how many people go, I've been at this for 3 months and I just can't believe I only have 104 subscribers and I'm ready to quit. It like, this is not uncommon. I've seen this like from a zillion people, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Look at this. And I've been like, hang on just a second. I have shown them stuff like this. I've been like, you kidding me? So this is, I started in March of 2010. This is on January 1st of 2015. So this is almost 5 years. And I had 364 subs 5 years after I started. Like most people are quitting. They've given 5 years. Plus, I'm working a full-time job at ESPN. I'm working 15 hours a week at ESPN. I'm pumping out all the content. Like I was, as you can see, $131. I had just become monetized. So anyway, well, actually, that's money that I got because people watched old videos later. I was not monetized at that point. Anyway, yes, it took a long time to gain any kind of traction. I guess I was just too stupid and I just kept thinking people are going to watch eventually. I just kept going.
So you said after 5 years, you only had 364?
Yeah, so that's what it's showing me there. Now, let's see if the way we'll know this is accurate is if I go to, because I remember you probably weren't quite with us yet. In May of 2019, I remember because I had a visit to Houston to see a significant other at the time. It was May of 19 that I hit my 5,000th sub. So
yeah, when I first watched you, I think you had under 20,000 still. You were under 20,000 when I first watched.
So this is in May of, okay, so this is, oh, it must have been my 10,000th sub. Okay, I thought it was only 5,000. Anyway, so this is May of 2019. And so I hit 10,000 subs. It's saying 9,800, but I thought I threw a, that's weird because I'm almost positive I'd have to go back and look. Maybe I waited to 10,000. So anyway, let's say it's accurate. I'm sure it is 10,000 subs in May of 19. So that was 5 years ago. So I've gone from 10,000 to 44,000 in the last, it's going to be 5 years in a couple months.
That's crazy. I mean, I've been doing it again, not to plug myself, but just to compare. It's just crazy. It's just fun. But I've been doing it for a year and a half, and I've just passed 2,000 subs. So,
well, I mean, good for you.
It's crazy. I appreciate it. But it's some people just think that's not a big deal, but then other people are blown away. It just depends on who you talk to. But I don't know. I'm appreciative of every single person. I know you are as well, but it's just, I appreciate that. When you said that you only had 364 after 5 years, I was like, dang, I thought I was doing bad. I mean, wow. Like that's crazy. I mean, like you said, you were working as well, so you didn't have as much time to post, working full time, but still, I mean, that's crazy. It just shows that if you keep working at it, it's going to happen. Like you're going to get views eventually. It just takes time because I've talked to so many people, like family, friends that have wanted. It's a lot of it because they know me and like I've done what I've done, and then they want to make videos, and then they'll start and they'll get like 20 subs after a month or whatever, and I'm like, well, how many videos did you post? They'll be like 2. So, I mean, you gotta work at it. You can't give up or you're never going to get anywhere.
There's my 10,000 sub celebration from May of 2019 right there. So there you go. That's, yeah, I hit.
Still got the helmets.
So I hit that. Yeah. In May of 2019, 10,000 subs. That's got myself.
Dalton Moore first in chat.
What's that?
Dalton Moore. It says first in chat in the live chat section.
Yeah.
Dalton Moore. Does he still watch?
Be interesting to see if I can minimize this. Is it going to show me? Let's go deeper in the show and see if I can. Why can't I pull up the whole?
JP Priester. I've seen that name.
Live chat replay is on. Why can't? Is that all the? No. People were
There's
calling.
no way. There's no way. That's the only amount of people. Man, I'm used to. I mean, this was 4 or 5 years ago. But like your chat's just always got so many people in it now. Tons of people.
Yeah, I was taking phone calls off of my phone.
I missed the landline. I'm not gonna lie. I did miss the landline. I only got to use it once.
Well, it wasn't a landline.
Well,
you're talking about.
Well, I was using a
like
landline. I'll just say that I was using a landline.
So yeah, that's funny. Interesting. Okay, yeah, 10,000 subs. There we go. We bought a cake, and yeah.
That's
all right,
really
Jeffrey.
Cool, yeah, I appreciate you for having me on. I mean, it was great to chat about, YouTube in general. I really enjoyed this show. If you do it next year, I'll definitely try to be back for it, just because it's pretty cool just to discuss everything. But yeah, I made it about a year later in 2020. I think you had like 15,000, 16,000 subs. That's when I first started watching, and it's been amazing. I've through your community, I've gotten to talk to so many different people through your community. I mean, it's amazing like how great the community is, and just everybody involved in it. I'm grateful for what you do in your community. It's fantastic, and I hope you keep doing it for a very long time.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Appreciate you being here. Good luck with everything that you're doing on your channel, and thanks for calling in. Always appreciate your support. You always have nice things to say.
I appreciate that, Mark, and get you some sleep soon. You're gonna need it, but I really appreciate that, Mark. You have a good one.
You too. All right, let's keep it rolling. Tim's here.
Hey,
so
Mark, I want everyone to think that I was Corey for a minute.
Okay, I was going to say, were you around when Corey came on with your picture?
Yeah, that's why I threw his on when I came.
How did you do that?
You could go down to the let's go down to the edit audio avatar, and then you can just flip it back and forth. He got to be Tim Prane, because I want to be Corey Brada for the night.
Okay. You guys can confuse me, sure.
No, I just wanted to call in. So usually the 3 hours, I always tell you that you're the Iron Horse, right? I go Mark Iron Horse Rogers. Now I'm wondering, should I call you Mark Little Ripken?
Ooh.
Should I call you Little Ripken now, Rogers, or the Iron Man? I think you went by Iron Man, right? I said Iron Horse. What are we gonna do?
Well, Little Ripken, I may not want to go with that, but
the Little Ripken it is. That's no, I just want to realize that this is this great show. Really laying out there, and Time of the Sword from Heaven wanted to give a little speech about what it's like to be a YouTube host.
This job is not that easy.
So Tommy always very good with words. Tommy Lasorda was.
Yeah, I hear he was colorful with his work. Fortunately, the one time I did interview Tommy Lasorda, which was at Mississippi State baseball practice, he came by, and the dude was just phenomenal. Like, I just wanted a couple questions with him, and he talked to me for a half hour. It was great.
Yeah, Tommy was something special. I grew up with Tommy Lasorda as the coach, and there was some of his. He had some classic ones. The radio would always play the sound clips because he would go ballistic. Like with Vaco, I couldn't hit water, fell out of a boat, and just all these phrases that he just throw out. He talked about Tommy. He talked about Steve Garvey is trying to get, I think it was RBI leader or hits of the season. I can't remember what it was, but he was talking about some of the swings he was swinging at. He's like, I don't know, but Garvey would be a hell of a cricket player. Swinging the stuff in the dirt. Just stuff that he would bring was pretty awesome.
It's great.
But I know it's late. I just want to chime in. Want to see if you want to go by Little Ripken. So Little Ripken it is. And
yeah, let's embrace that. Let's get that on t-shirts. Yeah, absolutely. Let's run with it.
All right, Mark. Go get some sleep. I'll talk to you later.
Thanks, Tim. Good to hear from Tim/Corey. Oh, Jackson's here.
How you doing tonight, Mark?
I'm doing well, Jackson. How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. It's just it's an honor just seeing the tonight's edition of the State of the Union address of the voice of college football. I love it.
Well, Jackson, you're a big part of this because there is nobody who promotes our content as consistently and effectively as you do. So it is great to have you. It's good to see you. I think it's apropos that you would jump on here and say hi tonight because, again, I am amazed at the number of times I see your posts on Twitter and I see you in here in the chat. And it's one thing to be in the chat, as everyone is, and we appreciate everyone, but for you to actually be actively grabbing the links and stuff I'll just mention offhand, and all of a sudden, boom, I see a video link in the chat, and you're all over it.
Well, I do my best, and just making sure that the voice of college football gets its due recognition.
Well, thank you, sir. That's very nice of you.
Oh, you're welcome. I mean, there's a reason why I came up with that little Twitter thing. And it's not just on Twitter, but I got it on Instagram, Threads, and even the depths of hell I call TikTok. I hate that place, but I'll put up with it for the people that I care about, man. So I mean, it's yeah, it worked last summer for the Big Ten Media Days. It can work again.
Oh, for the Big Ten Media Days to get me in there. Yes.
Yep.
Absolutely.
That's what I got so far. So I got the little Twitter post, and I got it shown up, and I have it in the it's in the StreamYard. I got the link.
That's great.
So
that's great.
I'm making sure that Stephen A notices it one way or the other. He needs some college football, so he's gonna get it. But
I hope so. I will be ready to jump on anytime with him.
And I think one thing that can help you with Instagram, is like post your video link, the thumbnails all over on your Instagram stories, and then like put whatever story you find, like some of the biggest stories in all of college football. Put them on Instagram stories, like because that way you'll go from like where you at 114 followers right now, you'll be getting to 1,000. Just finish what you start, you're good to go.
So let's back up. I want to make sure I understand this. So instead of just doing a regular Instagram post, I should be doing a story.
You can do Instagram stories, but also post on Instagram post as well. Post on there as much as possible.
Okay. All right. I will do my best. The one thing that I can't figure out on Instagram, I think I figured this out a long time ago and I can't remember, and I've even looked it up, is if you just put the letters to a link in, it won't link it. There's some kind of trick to actually putting a link in Instagram. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think so.
Like if we copied a link, like, HTTP, all the letters were perfect, it wouldn't make it a link. It would just sit there and it would not be a link. There's a way to activate it and make it a link. And I don't know what that is. Anyway, I will do a little bit more research on that. All right. So you're just telling me to go full throttle on Instagram. It's basically what you're telling me.
Yep. It'll help you.
Yeah.
And I know you will. And you got a lot of great things heading your way. That I can guarantee.
Well, thank you, Jackson. Because of great people like you and everybody else watching, and so I've got a lot of support and a lot of help and a lot of people encouraging me on a regular basis. So And we're going to work on all of this stuff. You know, we've come through like a year and a half that's been, I don't want to call it a rough period of life, but, you know, things have happened with my family and so forth, and needing to move and do different things. So we're more settled, and hopefully we can concentrate a little bit further.
Well, you know, I always think about like a saying that I've heard, and it's, you know, it's talking about like rough times create, you know, it was something about like good times create the weak times, and the bad times create the strong men. The strong men create good times. I always like think about that quote every time.
Yeah.
So it's always like you learn a lot from tragedy, and you know, family crisis can make the good and bad, and it shows you like the true colors of everyone.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So,
All right, Jackson. Well, is there anything else you wanted to hit on?
well, in honor of Easter, if you want to get a little something special from this little Easter beagle, my beagle bear, but in all seriousness, check out the merchandise store of the Voice of College Football, where you can find a little something special from in your Easter basket from the Voice of College Football itself.
Well said, Jackson. Your promos are golden. You know that.
I do my best, and you go get you some dinner, man, and you have a good night and sleep well.
Thank you so much, Jackson. Appreciate you.
You're welcome, man.
Have a good
Happy
night.
early Easter.
Thank you, sir. Happy Easter to you. Yes. I am going to reference my notes. Of course, I got logged out here. Let me just do this real quick because I promised to deliver everything I wanted to say, and I think we got to everything, but I don't want to leave anything unsaid, but it's inevitable. Okay. Audio podcast. I don't have time to do an audio podcast, but my daughter tells me I should do an audio podcast. You guys probably won't believe this, but in addition to doing all this video and stuff, I have posted like 2,500 audio podcasts. Now I just stripped the audio off of the video podcasts, but I hear that that's a way to really push through, make money, find another audience. So I'm going to consider, but I would either one of two things would have to happen. Either it would just be a recycling of what I already do. It'd just be stripping that audio, posting it as an audio podcast, or I would want to do something that's fresh, new, unique, with maybe a co-host. And so again, just another thing that I think would really help the business, but don't know that we're going to get to it, would be an audio podcast. I think that could just about be it. We talked about a website. We repurposed a Big Ten. I did a Big Ten podcast last season, and if I don't get paid for that this season, I am telling the people there. What company is that? They wanted me to do a Big Ten podcast, and I did it last year. That was the whole Ticket Smarter connection. So the Ticket Smarter promo code, yes, making $40 for 15 podcasts obviously doesn't pay the bills. So I will need to get paid for an audio podcast this year if I am to do an audio podcast. Patreon. Oh, I want to ask everyone, because I lose track of this, because I've got YouTube Premium, because I just figure it's worth it. I'm on YouTube all the time. What is Will telling me I need to do? An audio podcast. What was I going to say? Oh, YouTube ads. Because I've got YouTube Premium, I forget about the ads, but I do not want to be driving people crazy with YouTube ads. And every so often somebody will say, not very often, like, you got too many ads on here. and then I have to go into YouTube and I have to like try to reset it. Sometimes they put ads in on stuff that it's like, I'll look at a video and they'll show you the exact timestamp of when they put ads. They'll put in an ad after like a minute. Then after like, sorry, David, I don't have Zelle. I tried to set one up recently, but it was very interesting. Anyway, YouTube will put like an ad at like a minute, then the next one's at like 2:30, and it's like, are you kidding me? There's that many ads, and I'll go and delete them, but I don't monitor that on a regular basis. So do you guys come across too many ads? Joe Long says ridiculous. I don't know what that's to. The number of ads, maybe. Because I don't want to turn people. There have to be ads on there or I don't make any money. But I don't want it to be annoying and ridiculous. There shouldn't be. I delete them. Let's say I do a 15-minute video. I don't think you should see an ad until 4 or 5 minutes in. And so that's what I usually do. I usually get rid of those. But I don't know what YouTube's doing most of the time with all that. So Joe says it's ridiculous, and Roger Dodger says the ads are fine. Okay. I don't know if that really. Gerard, thank you so much for letting me know that you do not get a ton of ads. Yeah, Joe, I don't care about. No, I'm not talking about other people's YouTube channels. I'm talking about my YouTube channel. Here, do you get too many ads? Because I do not want to annoy people. All right. Merch, non-sports content, got a Bible channel. I would love to do an Elvis channel. But anyway, yeah, we've covered everything. Believe it or not, yes. I said thank you to all those people. Hopefully I did not miss anyone. You guys could help so much if you just used the Amazon link. And of course, some of you don't ever go to Amazon, but I got to believe that most people do at some point. Joe, thank you for the feedback on the an Elvis football channel. You'll get the entire South population. Thank you for that, Jeffrey. That's what we're gunning for. I know that seems ridiculous. You get 44,000 subs in 14 years. You got to get to 100,000 in 6 months, 7, 8 months. That's what we're gunning for. We gun for excellence. All right. So this is not just about numbers, but of course the numbers do, just like football. The numbers don't tell us everything, but they tell us a lot. And it's the same thing with YouTube. So we are looking for greater success going forward. We wanted to keep this show upbeat and positive. Hopefully we have done that. You have certainly helped to do that with your amazing comments. And I know people were making tremendous suggestions when it gets to 6 hours, boy, amazing suggestions earlier in the chat. And I did not get to those. But thanks for all being here at the Voice of College Football. Hey, we will wake up on Thursday and we will be back to the grind. We will be back to just college football content. And I will get back to whatever series we believe we need to hit on next. And again, I'm going to be pressing in on trying to find those topics, those subjects every day that you are looking for and that are going to hit home and strike big. So there could be a lot of realignment. There could be a lot of those type videos because that's what people are looking for. So there we go. Thank you, everyone. Everyone that's watching right now, we've got about 180 people watching, and most of them are on Twitter. That's just surprising to me. But thank you. If you're on Twitter and you're not subbed here at the Voice of College Football, please do so. It doesn't cost you anything. So please do that. And the subscribers, they don't make me any money. They don't guarantee views, but it's important. People tie subscribers to commitment, and they tie it to prestige of the channel and the growth of the channel. So it's important. So please sub on your way out, hit the like button. We appreciate you. We will see you back on Thursday, and we'll be back ready to reset and roll right here to the voice of college football. Rod Farva almost makes me want to, like, I'm not in my best singing voice, but well, I never been to Spain. Oh yeah. Now I would want to try the high parts when he kicks it in after James Burton guitar solo. But yes. See y'all on Thursday.